Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed here at this magnificent 3 kilometre layout. Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed here at this magnificent 3 kilometre layout, proudly presented and promoted by the Victorian Historic Racing Register. And what a weekend we have here for you, with a multitude of classes spread over from the open wheelers through to the big banger tin tops of the sports sedans and even the HQ racing, with little bits in between. But this weekend it's a very special presentation because we're celebrating 50 years of the Holden versus Ford rivalry. Yes, that's right, the Blue Oval versus the Red Lion. And we're going to have some multitude of racing there that's going to keep everybody enthralled. So sit back, relax. I'm Mark Bracks, I'll be down in pit lane. Darren Smith's up there in the commentary box giving you all the action with a variety of guests. So sit back and watch the live streaming here on this magnificent weekend. We've got the sun shining, there'll be no rain. And just before we go, I'd like to thank our associate sponsors Wonderland RV, Shannons Insurance and Cool Drive Auto Parts. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Over the next 10 minutes or so. Great way to start things off. Sort of breaking
But what happens, of course, sometimes a red mist comes down over one's eyes and you muck it all up. But it's a really good way to have a bit of a try at motorsport and see if you like having a go at this sort of thing without the cut and thrust of racing.
It really is the grassroots side of things, and we've also seen yesterday and we'll continue on today around to the Victorian Motorcarna Championship with the Fiat Club on the skid pan, which is always a great inclusion with the Winton Festival of Speed, so it does cover off some of those opportunities for people to get into motorsport at that grassroots level. I just did a bit of searching out this morning to see who took out last year's Regularity on the Sunday morning. It was Louise Raper in the George Reed SoCal. And
yes,
that car's out there this weekend.
Yeah, Louise is out there. She's just behind Ray Lewis. Here she comes now. Ray Lewis in his new car there with his Holden engine. But this is, now we've disappeared, but certainly the Raper family here in force, of course, with Graham in the monoskate and Louise with the SoCal Special. Both flathead Ford V8 Specials, built here by the Reed family many years ago. But good to see them out. They're always very competitive.
And Mark Avramovic is in the 240C Datsun Coupe as well. Last year did very, very well. We've got a 240C Coupe again this year as well, which was parked up on up over near the water tank off the back of the sweeper yesterday.
Okay, we've got a bit of a freeze on the screen, unfortunately, but going back, yes, we've got it back now. Quite a few other cars in this event. You've got sort of historic cars. I think 1972, I think, was originally the cut-off point for Regularity, but I do see a few invited cars there. A little Alfa coming through there. That's a much later model car, of course. Then we've got some MGBs and other sorts of vehicles running around which do comply with the regulations, the Formula V, of course. That's the Conor Ryan car, having a guest drive by a friend of his, little Datsuns. Lovely little Celica there. What a lovely little car they were in their day.
That's Jeff Perant in the 1200 and the Stanza, two-door Stanza, quite a rare model of Datsun, the two-door.
I messed it up. I thought it was actually a Celica, but when you look at it now, it's a two-door Datsun. Not many of those about, as you said. Hotly pursued there by one of the little Alfas. Oh, there's Ray Lewis, not again having a little bit of an off. As I said, he's actually just trying this car out for this weekend. Not sure just where he's gone off, but he had mechanical issues more or less yesterday, but today's looks like he might have had a bit of a slide off.
It looks like it's driver's left coming out of the sweeper there around the middle of the track. Quite a fast left-hander. He come out of turn 3 with a full head of speed. Here's the 240C we were talking about.
A 260C actually.
Sorry.
Yeah, 260C was the sort of the whole premier of the day, if you like. It was a really flash sort of car, a beautiful upholstery, all sorts of mod cons for the day. You know, air conditioning and power steering. So a pretty flash motor car for the day. And who would ever think you'd see one racing around the track, but here it is.
Formula V now just filling our screens. It's car number 12, Jacob Wingett, the March 729. Of course, Formula V continues to be very, very strong. In fact, that was a Formula Ford, not a Formula V. Another Datsun 1600, which for many, many years in club level racing, we've seen these cars remain as standard, and we've seen them very heavily modified. Phil Morris's car springs to mind in the 90s in club cars, where he was exceptionally dominant. Put the SR20 normally aspirated engine in there, and the early versions of the Motec.
It was actually Waterhouse. He did very well yesterday.
Did, yes.
So I'm not sure if the car's actually also running in the racing as well. This happens sometimes. You can actually double enter into a regularity event. Why not? If you've got the money to do all that sort of stuff, you enter into 2 events on the day and you get a bit of extra practice.
Certainly do, and can certainly pay off at the end of the weekend. You're going to be tired on the journey home to wherever it is as you load up the trailer and head off back home, but during the day you're going to have the time of your life. You brought the whole kit to the track, why not use it?
Now, speaking of Louise Raper, Louise is actually leading at the moment.
Is, yeah.
So now you're not allowed to have any mechanical devices or electronic devices to help you with your timing, because believe it or not, but many years ago when Regularity first started, a lot of the older cars that competed, of course, had clocks in them, as in an old-fashioned sort of analog sort of clock. So
yeah.
They actually had to tape the clock up. So, dear, oh dear. But anyway, the old fun and games of the old days, as we say. Nice little Formula Ford getting around there. That's number 12 getting around there. I'll try and pick up his number in a moment. It's one of the Wingate. There's a couple of Wingate folk running. Jess Wingate, unfortunately, at the previous meeting here, of the Austin 7 meeting, broke her foot on turn 1 with a little accident that happened. So unfortunately, she's not running.
It's getting some sweeping views from the cameras around there at the bottom end of the track, and a couple of specials running out there amongst this field there as well. There's one just streaming across the front of the camera there, and the Wingettes certainly pushing on pretty hard here. It's Brandy currently in position number 2. Wingett, Avramovic, Rayner, Bradzil, Grenis, Doherty, Ferrant, and McKee in the number 6. That's David McKee, the Alfa Romeo 147 twin, one of the newer type of vehicles. They're doing it all for Equity One, GUCW, Aussie Soils, F. Spagnolo and Co, and Cave Hill Engines, as we get that shot across the start-finish line. Here's the special I was talking about, just in front of the 260C. Absolutely spectacular. 74 with steam coming out.
That's Gavin Budge in the Oscar Sports. The Oscar Sports, of course, the Oscar body loosely built on the one of the Maseratis of the day. and made famous, of course, by the late Paul England, who ran a Repco Holden engine in one of those, a red one. That's the McDonald family have had for many years, so I think it's now been sold on, but a great motor car, usually featuring MG motors or Holden motors of the day, and very, very successful cars.
Here's the special again that we were focusing on. I think that's Peter Greenis in the Ford Special, 1940. Gee, it doesn't look like it's 70, 80 years old, does it? It looks like it's brand new and shiny.
My shares in Silvo had gone up every time he gets the Silvo out for that one, that's for sure. A lot of polishing goes on with those sort of cars.
It really does glint in the sun this morning. It really is a beautiful day. If you are anywhere around the region, Albury, Wodonga, up at Shepparton or Strathmerton Way, Finley, even over to Echuca, Melbourne, anywhere in between, come trackside, join us. We're going to be here all afternoon. In fact, we don't leave the track till about 5 minutes to 5 this afternoon, so a nice journey into central Victoria. You'll find the Winton Motor Raceway. It's just a blip on the map, but let me tell you, you'll come and you'll have a blipping good time as well, as they all head on around in the Regularity. Great shot out the back of that Oscar we were watching, which was just on cue. It had in the background was a Dick Johnson tribute vehicle. Of course, the tribute Regularity is next on track. We'll see plenty of magnificent tribute touring cars on track. A lot of effort gone into presenting those cars, just like these ones in the standard type of Regularity. A checkered flag has been displayed, and that is time on the Regularity 2, and of course Regularity will be the last event of the day, starting at 4:35.
Now, on the screen we see here, Wingate is running first, then Sperandio in second, then Rayner. So I don't know what happened to Louise Raper. She's dropped down to 6. So Wingate was in that Formula Ford, as I remember. So that's good to see. They're all junior members, actually, of the VHRR, which is great to see. The March 729 taking the victory there. So an older Formula Ford. Of course, March, famous mark across the world. And, doing very well in an older type of racing car, 1972, that Formula Ford. And the Alfa Spider that we were looking at before, which is that convertible model, that's Clara Sperandio in driving that particular one. Nice looking motor car, that one too. There's Rachel Brown, that little Morris Special going by on the screen. So the Wingate, for instance, nominated a 1:45.8 for its nominated time, and has been doing 1:46.1. So some of the times a little bit different to what they actually did, but so 45 points. They start off at 50 points, and only 5 points lost by the Wingate. So thanks to Shannons for bringing us that particular event. This insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Shannons are just at the back of our commentary box here, and you can go and have a chat to the people out there all about your motoring insurance needs. Of course, if you don't catch up with them today, give them a call on 134646. As they say, your car, your bike or your home. And of course, the all-important memorabilia. They insure all of that stuff. So Shannons are definitely one of those organisations where we apply the support the sport that supports your sport. And give them an opportunity to quote on your business, and then give them your business. Certainly a very big part of the commercial package of supporting events like this with the VHRR. And of course at Queensland Raceway this very weekend is the Shannons Speed Series, supporting national level motorsport as well. So they certainly spread themselves far and wide within motorsport. There's the Oscar being picked up, not to be mixed up with an Oz car. It's an Oscar, but different type of racing in an Oz car at the Thunderdome at Calder. Plenty of very nice cars just making their way back to the pit area. We'll take a quick break now before we head off into the tribute Regularity cars out on track in just a few moments. Brett Florence will be joining us. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand-built with a stainless steel roof.
It won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times. Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannons, of course.
Cars just making their way back down into the pit and paddock area for the final day of the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. It's been a really strong turnout of entries right across all categories, and everybody working feverishly to keep their cars going. A couple of updates, particularly out of the historic sports sedans coming through from last night, and sports sedans staying true to themselves and being quite vulnerable when they get pushed hard. Damien Johnson, who had a broken gearbox, fixed, and he'll be back running today. Tony Ross in the blue FX had no fuel pressure. I think they fixed it last night. Jason Maris in the Charger, sadly gearbox problems and out for the meeting. So plenty of those sorts of tales going on throughout the pit and paddock. Brett Florence has jumped in here with me, super passionate about these tributes, and indeed, Brett, your heart's been beating true for the last 6 months for this actual entire event, hasn't it?
It certainly has, mate, and there's a couple of the same issues with some of these cars. Had a couple of broken things overnight, but a couple of the guys got the cars back out of the track. Unfortunately, there's one that didn't, but that's the way it goes with motorsport, as we know.
It certainly is. Now, for those that weren't here yesterday, Brett, just give us a rundown on the ethos of this tribute cars, because that car on screen to me looks pretty real. Looks like it's straight from the Group C era.
Well, look, fortunately, there's a lot of guys with old Commodore Cup cars or saloon cars that basically were sitting in sheds. So we encourage those guys to get out there, and instead of running deliveries of what they were in that period, they've elected to go to a Group C or Group A livery, which is what we've got here. A lot of these cars traditionally ran in a very slow regularity class. So with the VHRR, we've sort of adopted this principle of a fast regularity or a super sprint, and we, as a result, we've got 30 odd cars regularly on the track, and there's probably another 10 or 15 that are being built. And the concept is, try and pick a privateer's livery or, something different that's not part of heritage touring cars. So that way, the crowd get to see all the liveries of the period.
Interesting you say that, because we've just got two of the more better known ones, the Mobile Holden dealer team and the Shell Dick Johnson racing team, of course, in that era post-cigarette sponsors. The oil companies picked up the spots, didn't they? And that's just what we're seeing on screen now. But the Trans-Alloy car, and there's numerous other cars. Dylan Innes's VL Walkinshaw bodied car as well. For all intents and purposes, you walk past it and you're watching the real Perkins outfit of the day.
That's exactly right. And then, differently, we've got that little IROC Porsche, which was, Cam Smith had it sitting in a shed and decided to come out and, that's done to the Danny Holm colour scheme. And, what a fabulous driver worldwide Danny was.
Yeah, absolutely. And that entire IROC series was littered with huge names, wasn't it? You had to be something like a world champion or an IndyCar champion or a NASCAR champion or a Can-Am champion of the day to get a ride in that all Porsche series.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's open to various cars. We've had interest from old guys with old Group N cars that want to come and have a run as well. So that are just sitting in sheds.
So we look back in the distance there. There's the Holm Porsche, of course, the Harvey Moffat VK Commodore Moffat replica. Of course, this beautiful looking number 15 Bluebird streaking through our screen. There's Nick Higgins' Corolla. Caught up with Nick last night. A more enthusiastic guy going racing you won't find, will you?
No, you're right there. He's a one of an own. And
right in front of him, the Starion as well.
And that's a cool car. That was a period Group E car that did the Winton 300 back in the 80s. Owned by the same family, the Gibbs family.
Wow, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Some really good tribute liveries there. Of course, there's the number 16, famous for Grice and Percy winning at Mount Panorama. Win Percy, of course, who would come out here supporting the Walkinshaw organisation after driving Silk Cut Le Mans cars and all sorts of things. Come here and support Gricey when he finally, you'd have to say, nearly at the end of his touring car career, he was a factory driver.
Yeah, exactly. He went from the black hat to
to being the General's finest general, really, wasn't he?
Exactly.
Gricey's still around the sport these days as well. A little bit less than what he was, but he was supporting his son Ben, who we see running in Trans Ams these days.
Yeah, exactly. But,
great support here from Aussie Soils and Paved, McDonald Automotive in Wangaratta, and Cave Hill Engines in Lilydale. So fantastic to have local and Melbourne-based support thrown at these cars. And like all things motorsport, Brett, they come from far and wide, and whether it be suburbia or out in the country.
Exactly, and we've got Equity One on board for the whole weekend, and we also got Wonderland RV, which is a new sponsor for caravans. They came on board as well for the whole weekend, and our traditional sponsors with Shannons and Cool Drive. So we've had the sponsors have come on board to really support the whole event, which is great.
When you look at the people camping here over the weekend, when you look at the crowds that were here yesterday, I don't have a number on that, but there was certainly a very large crowd here for a Saturday, and you've got competing adventures on a Saturday, particularly if you've got kids, you've got sport and different bits and pieces you get to. So we're looking forward to seeing a nice crowd assemble here today. And what is absolutely awesome is the celebration of the Ford versus Holden, in particular the Mustang, and all of those cars supporting the show and shine going on behind the control tower on the old main straight has been absolutely fantastic.
Mate, there's some awesome Mustangs in there, and I'm a Holden fan, but you've got to appreciate them, that's for sure.
I agree. At the moment it is Ian Smith in the number 95 leading the way in the Tribute
Mobile
Regularity.
Commodore. And you've got Travis Kirby, who's in the Citizen Watches Commodore, coming second. And then the little Bluebird of Shane McDonald, who's one of the sponsors, he's up into third now. So they're doing a great job.
I guess one of the good things about this tribute and looking under the bonnet of the Transalloy car was a good mate of mine, Johnny Pilotto, out of the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. It's not a carburetted engine in there, it's an injected engine, so with that comes a fair bit of joy of availability of parts and things like that out of a more modern car. So that, I would suggest, being that when I was racing seriously, I chose one of the world's hardest engines to find bits for around the world, and enjoying freedom of availability is very important with any sort of racing car as far as parts are concerned.
Oh, absolutely, and but Commodore stuff's starting to get as hard as some of the other things these days. So, and that car of Phil Davis's is a very, very well put together car. It's a beautiful looking thing.
Here's an interesting car as well. 326, this Jaguar V12.
And there's the Transalloy car there. And it's a fast car too. He's just gone past the Wayne Gardner VN Commodore with Strathfield car radios, and Reg, who owns that car, used to own the Strathfield car radio store in Shepparton.
Oh,
He's
right.
local.
Yep.
So
they were a prolific organisation, weren't they?
They sure
I think
were.
they got gazumped by Crazy Johns there at one stage. It was all about having the Telstra mobile net dealership as far as that was concerned. The Jag was Vincent Neville XJS, 5.3 litre V12, and of course we hark back to that victory with Walkinshaw with John Goss, his last victory at Mount Panorama.
Weren't they a magnificent car?
Yep. Yeah, Michael Roddy, every now and again we see him burning around in his car, which is one of those original pieces of equipment.
One of the cars that's currently under construction is a XJS, and it's being built to the Group 44 spec from the US.
Right.
And it'll be running the V12 engine, and it's a great machine. It's currently under construction at the moment. The owner, Brett by the name, actually, he plans to have that on the track later this year or early next year.
Yep. A good look now at the 16 of Patrick Kirby. In fact, no, it's not.
It's David Thomas.
David Thomas, yes.
And if if you want to see a car that's built to exact replica, that'll be closest you'll ever get. He has minutely gone down that track, had a lot of input from George Fury and advice.
Yep.
And David made friends and sought all sorts of advice on how to set the car up and what it did in the day.
Yeah, that's got to be hard to get someone interested, I think, if you're going to try and do that, you do have to have someone from the era, or a mechanic or a driver or a team owner or something that is interested in what you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to be pushing pretty hard to gather photos and different bits and pieces. And one of the things I noticed yesterday when I wandered through these garages was how much, and when you start talking to someone, they'll take great joy in telling you how much they've gone to the troubles, and then will point out the one thing that they haven't done right. And so you're well aware of it.
Yes, and Aaron Noonan from V8 Sleuth, Aaron's helped us, various drivers out with photos, throughout the time, and as well as auto pics. So, the guys are sourcing as many photos as they can.
Certainly Aaron's website, V8 Sleuth, I guess if you're running in that Falcon that's just about to turn into turn 9 there it is. That is certainly his bread and butter. That's how he started out, was tracking chassis numbers and owners of vehicles, and he's got so much resource as far as that sort of thing is worth. It's well and worth checking out the V8 Sleuth website, not only to get onto our live streaming here this weekend, so it's great to have V8 Sleuth on board in that respect, but stay there and linger a while on his website, because there's so much information, breaking news and things like that they do there. But if you're into touring cars, and predominantly of the V8 era, but there's certainly other stuff in there that will keep you well and truly interested.
And that Falcon was a DJR spare chassis, I believe, and was turned into a saloon car, and then the current owner, John Hoskins, he purchased it and has turned it back into the DJR car as you see it. So it's got some DJR original components on it, he said. So, but here we've got, it's an unfortunate sight, but the Thompson VW sports sedan. And Peter Fowler's had a great weekend, but clearly now it's got an issue, which is unfortunately, and it's a Shepparton local car, if you like.
Simon Fitzner engaged these guys to build this car for him, and Simon is prolific amongst the historic sports sedan owners, and one of the favoured sports sedans. It's the most ungainly, I guess, of the era anyway. Anyone thought when they bought that out, they've just gone looping mad. But it was set lap records and won championships all over the place. And Tomo and Peter Fowler, that combination was massive, wasn't it?
It sure was. And they've got that Mercedes here as well to match it up. So what a beautiful pair of cars.
So that is the tribute Regularity done there. Brett, just run us down through how that's panned out.
So Phil Jones has come in first with Ian Smith. Cam Smith in the IROC Porsche has come in third. You got McDonald, Higgins, Jolly, and then you got Gibbs, Dearden, Neville, Whincup, Taylor and Reynolds, and then Dylan Innes has come out in 13th.
Big thanks to McDonald Automotive for all their support. Nevco Easy Approach Trailers helping out with these cars. And when you look at some of the front air dams on these cars, or spoilers, splitters, whatever you want to call them, one of those Easy Approach trailers would be awesome. It'd be just what you want.
Yeah, right there.
Leave the spoiler on, drive it straight on, and head off home. There's the SD1 Rover we had a look at yesterday. But certainly a job well done by all of them there, and we thank the McDonald Automotive crew from 166 Tone Road, Wangaratta. Check them out at mcdonaldautomotive15@gmail.com to see what they're all about. We'll take a quick break. Brett, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll have you back up here again for Regularity Tribute at 2:15. And maybe a couple of guest spots along the way as well. But thank you very much, Brett. The Tribute car's an awesome addition. It really does give you the look in the rear vision mirror and remember the good old days, I guess.
It sure does, mate.
Thank you, Brett. We'll be back trackside in just a couple more moments. We've got the under 3 litre Group C and under 2 litre Group A feature race coming your way. Back in a moment.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
Hand built with a stainless steel roof.
It won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times. Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannons, of course.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space. The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
I rejiggled my cable, my Ethernet cable again at the same time. You seem to stop complaining about the connection after that.
And the hits continue trackside here at the Winton Festival Speed for 2024. Big thanks to Equity One Wonderland RV. Check out their display right out behind the control tower, in behind the kiosk there, Wonderland RV. And a massive display there right next to the Shannons insurance tent. Cool Drive and Grays.com. Darren Knight has joined me, and that generally yesterday meant a fair bit of excitement. As a welcome, we saw in the historic touring cars a bit of a crunch up at turn one, which was didn't result well for those guys yesterday. We're talking a different category here today, but this is pretty cool. We used to get a fair bit bigger in the under 2 litre fields, didn't we?
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone on the VH Sleuth YouTube channel as well, and the VHRR website, watching the live stream here from the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed. Darren mentioned the next category coming up on the track now, the smaller cars in Group C and Group A touring cars. Very, very popular, the class wars back in the 70s and 80s. It wasn't the single class we have now with V8 supercars, who are cars of all sorts of capacities and engine configurations. So now we're giving the tiddlers, if you like, a bit of a spotlight for a race by themselves this morning, Darren.
Well, certainly back in the day we saw the likes of Gary Rogers and Michael Stillwell, and some of these big names. Alan Moffat even drove a very handy, I'm going to call it a Mexico type of body-kitted Escort as well. And even some of the Capris that ran in this sort of trim as well were very, very popular. And well, we're seeing now today, we're seeing that the Escorts and those sorts of things, Toyota Sprinter, there's the Capri, there's a Celica, the Chickadee Celica there, the number 28 as we come around to take the start of this one.
Rolling start for the under 2 litre, under 3 litre Group A and Group C touring cars, and they're away off the front row of the grid as we get the green light for a go. Peter Woods next, Graham Bailey, Chickadee Celica would lead them down into turn one. Look at Tony Alfa though in the little twin cam Escort, the ex-Harry Barguana machine. He'll take the lead into the S's for the first time.
There's a big name of Australian motorsport, Barguana, and that came down through the generations, but it will be the 75 of Tony Alford lead the way.
Quite a contrast to his usual Nissan GTR antics in heritage touring cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
The little twin cam Escort. Harry Barguana is here this weekend, so good morning, Harry.
Doing a bit of a warm-up session before jumping behind the wheel of the Godzilla, as we see the Gavin Adamson car like the Stephen White's dad drove one of those sort of CDT type Geminis, and even prior to the CDT Geminis running as well. But great field, really does give us a look back, and gives you an idea of every generation of Escort that was ever raced in the country, doesn't it?
Yes, we've got a very neat example out there too, a Mark II of Jason Delaney from Queensland. He's up there in second place on screen now behind our race leader Tony Alford. That's the car originally campaigned and built by Ray Cutchie, who of course was a key component of the Moffat Ford dealers team. Was actually built in the Moffat workshop, 711 Malvern Road, and Jason Delaney started campaigning this car again at the start of this year, so very early in its return to competition life after sitting dormant for many, many years. He's doing a great job at the moment up there in second place, as is Carl Muller taking Cole Spender in the twin cam Escort. So Carl Muller in the Ford Capri, ex-Laurie Nelson and Peter Woods machine, and he will now move up into fourth place.
Geez, Laurie Nelson was a big proponent of the Capri, wasn't he? Certainly helped him, his business. He had a wrecking yard and his performance Capri components. We've seen one of his Mustangs racing as well in Group A trim. Another pass for position there.
Derek Wickett in another Mark II Escort, just putting the move on Cole Spender. David Patterson now in the Toyota Sprinter AE86, puts a move on Spender. Good to see Pato back down here, all the way down from Queensland. David Patterson been running in heritage touring cars for many, many years in that beautiful little Sprinter, the ex-Bob Holden built machine.
And Bob Holden used that for right through its entire era, didn't he? It was very handy at the wheel. Just watching the little extra going around there as well. Not sure that actually took the starter's orders, but it's joined in from pit lane.
Justin Nilsson has some work to do. with 4 minutes to go, a little over 4 minutes to go in this race for the under 2 litre and 3 litre Group C and Group A touring cars, as Tony Alford continues to lead from Jason Delaney. Peter Woods now starting to get onto the tail of our leading pair in the Celica. Here they are now on screen. So Woods in the Celica right behind Delaney. Ford versus Toyota. Those famous Chickadee colours on the side of the Woods machine, of course. Graham Bailey, the Chicken Man, took victory at Bathurst, of course, with Alan Grice behind the wheel of that Commodore in 1986.
The famous VK Commodore, the Chickadee livery, which was run around on these cars for quite some time as well. And I guess you think of that model of Celica, you think of Peter Williamson, and you think of the big old heavy race cam that he
started out,
carried.
in fact. Yep, good point, Darren. It started out as a Peter Williamson camera car before Peter stole the car and Graham purchased it. So it does have a bit of history, but now running in the Graham Bailey colours. That's the thing with heritage touring cars. You must pick a year. A lot of these cars had long competition lives, so you must pick a year and you must run it to those specs and that exact colour scheme. So Peter running it in those Chickadee colours, obviously with some updates from when Peter Williamson ran it the previous year.
Good to see, and chasing down the Escorts as he would have done. Maybe not the Mark 1 at the same era as the Celica, but certainly the Mark 2 would have been there, and this car would certainly have been there. Crankshaft rebuilders emblazoned across the front of that car, and they go to a lot of effort to present them as they were. The 41 going through there in its livery from the era. So, Daz, just to draw a line through it, these cars are the actual race cars. We're not
Yep.
tributes.
Yep, we saw those fantastic tributes earlier. These are the genuine articles, so they all have to have a logbook and be run exactly to the specifications of the day. So the genuine article, very valuable cars and presented in stunning fashion by all the guys out there at the moment. Derek Wickett nips a break, and the little Mark II Escort after Justin Nielsen rounded him up in the front-wheel drive Pulsar.
He's got the pop-up headlights up there as well, just letting everyone know that he's blazing his way through the field. Just watching his lap time at 1:39. Tony Alford at 1:45.63 on lap number 3. Delaney a 1:45.9, a 1:45.8 by Woods. Muller a 1:44. So at the moment, Justin Nielsen is the fastest car on track and has made his way up into 5th place.
Alford handy lead now over Jason Delaney, who has his eyes peeled on the mirrors with Peter Woods behind him in the Celica. Carl Muller in the V6 Capri, not far behind. I asked Carl yesterday what he thought of the new Capri, which is an all-electric SUV that looks almost exactly the same as a Polestar 2. He was quite, he wasn't too aggro about it. Just glad to see the Capri name back out there.
Yeah, I guess it is. MG, if you're an MG enthusiast, you can see what they've done with what used to be basically a sports car company is now an SUV company. So, you can't get angry. You just got to support the brand.
Of course, we've got the Mustang Mach-E on sale now, a big 4-door electric SUV with the Mustang name on it. That really roused some people up, didn't it?
Nothing like your Mustang, mate, at all.
Well, it's a very quick SUV, I might add. It probably...
Well, the electric cars generally are, aren't they?
Certainly are.
Have a look at this lead now. Tony Alford is... that is actually just been eaten back into. It was out over a second. It's now at 0.7 of a second. So he's even given it the big ask. And starting to get hauled back in. It'll be Jason Delaney, who started out of 5th.
Carl Muller up the inside, Peter Woods to move into 3rd. So the Capri up into 3rd. Woods and the Celica back to 4th.
So changing positions. We're coming up to, I would suggest, our last lap as we get across the line there. Tony Alford has just eased that lead now out to 1.3 seconds. So he's done a good lap, consolidating on his time of 1:45.2. And Delaney was a 1:45.8, so that's where he's found that extra 0.6 of a second on the last lap. Got to get it around one more time. I'd say get the checkered flag. Great to see an open face helmet being used, particularly in the direction of the sun there. We're looking right into the helmet of the driver there, and what I like about it is that you can see the teeth, and that's a big smile.
Or the gritted teeth,
The gritted teeth, is that what it is? Oh, I'm going to haul this up at turn 3. Oh, we're through.
Usually the bigger cars that have those issues. The tight twisted confines of Winton, very much a happy hunting ground for the smaller cars here. Tony Alford making the most of that. Quite a bit of experience in heritage touring cars over the last few years. Of course, has that fantastic Nissan collection up there in Queensland. Although recently the GTR, the GIO GTR, has been sold on. And it's the first time we've seen Tony behind the wheel of this very pretty little twin cam Escort, previously campaigned by Harry Bargwanna. Delaney still in second, Muller right on his tail in the Capri, with Woods still fourth. Justin Nielsen, after starting right from the back of the field, he is caught onto this lead pack, but he only has half a lap to go, so he's going to be trying pretty hard to get onto the podium, but might just run out of laps.
Certainly coming around now. Alford last time round a 145.24, and Justin did a 139.0, so he's in the mix there. Look at that, he's going to steal someone's trophy on this podium. As he looks to the inside, it's going to be the drag race. Who's he going to peg off?
Alford takes the win. Nielsen might be third. Delaney just got home in second. And unbelievably, I've called that correctly, I believe. Jason Delaney second. Justin Nielsen right on the line, the little Nissan Pulsar Exa into third place. Carl Muller was nipped on the line and he fell back to fourth, narrowly in front of Peter Woods. What a great battle between the top five in that race, Darren.
Certainly is. They've acknowledging each other as well, having a red-hot go out there. Tony Alford is not a guy that mucks around. He gets the ethos of this sort of historic racing, but he also likes to use the car for what it's supposed to be done, and you've got to applaud that. I do also applaud the fact that it's still running registration number plates on it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't pack it up and drive it all the way back to Queensland.
Well, probably a few years before that era, they actually used to run the race engines in by driving from Melbourne up to Bathurst in the race car.
They did. But that's a good run there. Justin Nielsen got it home there after coming out of the pit lane. Didn't take to the grid. The Escort, Capri and Celica. And that sees all of our cars home. We've got a huge grid of cars coming up on the track next. Both Darren and I will stay with you, but we'll have a quick break before we see the start of the Group N. And invited first race for Sunday morning to dust off the cobwebs from overnight. Great to see everyone making their way to the track so bright and early. We thank Equity One, Wonder RV, Shannons Insurance, Cool Drive and Grazer.com. We'll be back in a moment, and we've got Group N's on track.
Well, thanks again, Darren. And down here in the pits, my history lesson continues. And now I'm in the box with Peter Shiveris with another bit of a mobile museum, I suppose you could call it, with a Graham Crosby, Wayne Wilkinson, Bob Jane T-Mart Commodore, or the VK Commodore, way back from 1985/86. Peter, welcome to Let's Talk Motorsport. And this bit of, as I said, a mobile museum. It must be pretty good to be driving it.
Yeah, no, definitely. These old cars are cool. It just, you look at these and they're so close to a road car compared to the later model cars, and you sort of wonder how they did the laps in them back then, and it's credit to them.
Where did you find it?
There was a guy in Melbourne. His name's Ben Henson. I ended up buying it off Ben. So this car started off life. It was a New Zealand car. Everyone knows it as the gold bullion car. If you have a look inside, all the bar work is still the same colour as the original the car was in '85. Then in '86, as you see it today, it raced in the Bob Jane livery, and I'm sure it went through plenty of hands and different colour codes and all the rest of it. But as you see the car, this is pretty much how I bought it. We've done a few little mods to it and tidied it up a little bit, but as you see the car, 98% that's how I bought it. So yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what's hides underneath it.
It's a 308 period correct. So in this category, we've got to basically run what they ran back in the day. Engines are sealed now, so you can't do modifications. You got to run the same carburetor, brakes, wheels, tyres. We basically have to run what they ran back in the day.
And with the around here with a track like Winton, is it got power steering back then?
Back in the day, no. Now it does.
Oh, you do. You were allowed to put that on there.
Yeah. No, I probably
I was going to say it'd be a big handful with the big fat tyres and everything trying to get around this. Well, it is pretty bumpy in places and very tight in most of the places.
Yeah, no, it is a tight track, but no, the power steering makes it much more enjoyable.
And what about yourself? Have you done much racing throughout the years?
My background is drag racing, so I'm a drag racer from way back. Just with the involvement with supercars, and I've sort of had a love of V8 supercars, you know, touring cars, whatever the name that they've had throughout the years. Yeah, no, look, I've been a...
Thanks, Braxy. Great to have Pete Zibris here at the track this weekend. Of course, supercar team owner and one of the fastest top fuelers in the country. In fact, I think right now he is the fastest top fueler in the country. So on track now, Group N's and invited. Not too sure how many inviteds are there because this is a huge field of Group N's and all the different variants of that. Really big grid, 34 cars on the grid. Darren Knight remains here and he's not quite frothing at the mouth just yet, but I tell you what, by the time we get to the feature race for these guys this afternoon, he will be absolutely on it. Let's have a look at the grid sheet, Dazza.
Pole position will be Brad Tilley. Of course, the grid positions are from qualifying because yesterday was a no race. Unfortunately, we had a couple of Mustangs come together on the first corner, so the race was red flag being time certain. So grid positions are from qualifying. From Saturday morning, Brad Tilley was started out of pole in the white Mustang with the blue stripes, number 28, and he'll start alongside the Victorian Adrian Moyle in the black and silver 68 model Chevy Camaro. Second on the grid, great performance from Adam Walton in the number 57 Ford Mustang. He'll start alongside Peter McNiven in the first of the Mazdas out there, Brat RX2, number 13, and it's Tony Hubbard. Hopefully we'll see Tony out there. He broke an axle off the line yesterday. Just checking if he's out there. The 67 Chevy Camaro, unfortunately, coming a cropper with that race start yesterday. In any case, Dom Leo will be out there on the third row of the grid alongside where Hubbard is meant to start in the white 69 model Chevy Camaro with the gold stripes, number 84. That's the ex-Darren Collins machine. Darren, which we've seen take many race victories, particularly at Phillip Island over the years.
And swap brands, he's been running a Mustang of recent times too.
Yep, and now back behind the wheel of a Chev. Brent Trengrove will be next, another 69 red Chevy Camaro, number 22. Graham Wakefield won't be out there, unfortunately. He was the man that was facing the wrong way in turn one yesterday, sustained some damage to his Mustang all the way down from Queensland, so disappointing into the meeting for Wakefield. Then it's Adam Bressington, the very quick mini driver from Sydney, the blue machine, number 88, took victories here at earlier Winton historic meetings, so keep an eye on the first of the minis there starting out of grid 9 alongside a West Australian, Aldo Di Paoli, in the Chevy Camaro. His first time here at Winton. We've seen him take very high placings at Phillip Island over the years as well, having his first visit to Winton, Darren.
Great to see Aldo there as well, and of course we haven't got Mr. Stubber here from Perth as well, so no yellow Camaro from the Western Australian state. Andrew Bed to Robert Burns in the first of the Mopars. Mark Tesori in the HQ. He's got some very nice hot rear tyres. He just did a massive spin up of them as he came out past our spot on the warm-up lap. Bill Trengove out of 16, Jeff Mundy out of 17, Stephen Pillikers to Chris Crow, Les Walmsley, Francis Meyer, Peter Mullerman in the 43 down in 22nd. He's not had a good run in qualifying. Great to see Pete go racing in the all devilish looking car. Lights are on red and away we go at the front of the field. It is Tilley gets it done nicely. We look down at Don Knight, Rob James, Pete Oliver, John Clark, Neil Crow, Chris Finlayson and Gary Finnemore in the number 9 off the back of the grid, but it'll be Tilley into turn number 1. They all funnel down into the way the track designs there. It's like sealing an envelope as you head down to turn 1. McNiven into P3 as he goes up to turn 3.
Adam Walton, a great start, sweeps into second place in the number 57 Ford Mustang after starting 4th on the grid. McNiven sliding into 3rd. Trengrove right up there too in 4th, and the number 22 Chevy Camaro. Just confirmation Tony Hubbard has not made the start, unfortunately, after breaking an axle. But look at the lead already for Brad Tilley. Out in front in the number 28 Ford Mustang. Then it's Walton, McNiven, Trengrove.
Trengrove just jumping over that little bit of gutter there, or the ripple strip there. Totally a ripple strip. It's in almost a launch pad there. So that Camaro got very, very upset through there. But Brad Tilley getting it nicely done. Look at Bressington in that Mini. He's gone through on that Leo gold and white Camaro there as well. And we get the mid-pack of GTR XU1s. And all of the lesser capacity cars start to stream on through here. But have a look at Pete Niven. These RX2s are doing such a great job in historic touring cars of late. Darren Hossack, the multiple supercar champion and national sports sedan champion, often seen running his purple car. And not here this weekend, but certainly those little rotary RX2s are, if they're done right, they can run with these higher horsepower cars around a track like Winton. It's all about power down. So if you have got 600 horsepower and you've worked it out without spinning the wheels, McNiven up the inside.
Puts the move on Trengrove. Trengrove fighting back though onto the old back straight. So McNiven will have to try it all again in that little RX2. Adrian Moyle will be a little bit disappointed with that start after starting on the front row of the grid. He's fallen back to fourth, but it's still right in the mix behind our third place man, which is now Aldo Di Pioli. He has really come through from 10th on the grid. No surprise there, very quick driver in that red Chevy Camaro number 96.
These are very, very short, sharp affairs here, so everybody has to make every corner absolutely count. It's not about sitting back and letting it all play out. There's the number 12 Mini.
Richard Hill, one of the fastest Minis drivers in the country. He'll be disappointed that. A DNF for the number 12 Cooper S.
Yeah, that's a real shame, but we're seeing here there's the Cortina looking down the inside of the Mini there as well. Brad Tilley claiming ultimate authority out in front of this race, but they're short races, Darren, so they've got to really make sure if you've got a move to put on someone, put it on them. Don't wait for the next opportunity.
We've only got 2 minutes to go in this short and sharp affair. Of course, we'll have the longer 50k race, the Just Cars Cup, a little bit later today, so make sure you are by the screen for that. If you're not here at the track, that would be fantastic, the Just Cars 50k Cup. So
12:15.
Thank you,
12:15 is when we've got that on, the feature race at lunchtime.
The cars will be brimmed full of fuel, as looks like Tilley has this in the bag at the moment, 134.4. Fastest man on the circuit by some way. Adam Walton still holding down second place. Dom Leo looking to put a move on Brent Trengrove. The 269 Camaro's on screen now. Leo gets sideways as he tries to put that move on Trengrove. Trengrove, the red machine, 22. Dom Leo, the white and gold machine, number 84.
Geez, these Camaros, they're really hooked up, aren't they? They're giving those Hoosier tyres an absolute workout. The front of the field here, Camaro, SS Camaro, rotary powered RX2 from Mazda. It really is the anomaly amongst that, isn't it? The McNiven car, geez, he drives that thing so well. Really gives it absolutely everything.
Another man who's giving it everything is Adam Bressington in the diminutive Cooper S, right behind the Camaro of Leo. So the Mini well with inside the top 10, doing a great job, Bresso.
I do like the way Bressington has taken up from where Ted Brewster left off. He would be the one that would have been keeping them all absolutely honest here. I remember as a kid just loving the battles with him and John Mann around Winton a couple of times in the wet, and it was Manny that didn't take the win, and it was Teddy Brewster that got it up there. Big shout out to Ted. I know he's watching from somewhere. An absolute awesome veteran of this style of racing.
Leo has got through on Trengrove, so Dom Leo now up into sixth place as Tilley continues to lead from Walton, Di Pioli and Moyle. Di Pioli trying very hard there, nipping a break as he came on to the old back straight, trying to chase down a second place man, Adam Walton, in the number 57 Ford Mustang.
Geez, I tell you what, Brad Tilley and Adam Walton have done a terrific job in their pony Mustangs. Whoa, that Camaro got himself all bent out of shape, the 84 of Dom Leo.
Yeah, Leo's making sure those tyres are staying warm on the exit of the old turn 2. He has Trengrove back right on his tail again as we head towards the end of this race for
Talking about warm tyres, where's Mark Tesori in car number 8? He was the one that was giving him a punishment out at 11th place at the moment. So
should be the last lap for Brad Tilley. Very handy lead now over Adam Walton.
There's Bressington in the Mini, and coming in behind, that'll be Baird, and then Burns in the Charger. And a good look at this front pack here. There's Dominic Leo, and behind Dom is Trengo. There's Bressington.
Andrew Beard Camaro just on screen now. A little bit of panel damage. Was caught up in that in the lead yesterday, unfortunately. Still having a pretty solid run there inside the top 10. The wheel of that silver Camaro number 86 as Brad Tilley heads towards the checkered flag. Still battles going on through the field. Richard Hill back on track, so it's good to see him getting going there with Steve Russell Clark. One of the great characters in the little Austin A40 Farina right on the tail of Hill as they go up through the S's at the top part of the circuit.
Tell you what, when they set these A30s and A40s and up properly, I mean, they have one make racing still, one field for these A40s in the UK and these historic events, and they get something like 60 cars entered. We've gone over the time now, so it will be checkered flag coming around now, this time for Brad Tilley. He's holding on. There's the 196 is John Clark.
John Clark
down the back of the field.
Big shout out to all the flaggies. John Clark has been well involved with the flag marshalling community for many, many years. So well done to all the flaggies and volunteers as always.
Yeah, we don't go racing without the volunteers. They're all the way around the track, and it's not just flaggies trackside, it's also the recovery crew, the pit and paddock people, and the people that put together the likes of the Show and Shine paddock. I saw you out there earlier this morning, Darren, having a look around at some Mustangs in the Show and Shine.
Exactly. Speaking of Mustangs, Brad Tilley looks like he's heading towards the checkered flag. Fairly easy win by the look of it for Brad. Checkered flag this time.
Checkered flag has been waved, and certainly Brad Tilley takes that win, and ultimately at the end there was 3 seconds back to
DPOLI got through on Walton on the last lap. We just missed that. So the West Australian into second place on the final lap after a great race from Adam Walton in the Mustang, finished third. Adrian Moyle was fourth in the Chevy Camaro. Peter Niven and the giant-killing little Mazda RX-2 was fifth. Dom Leo was sixth after a great battle with Brent Trengrove, the two 69 Chevy Camaros finishing 6th and 7th. Adam Bressington, great drive into 8th in the little Cooper S. Andrew Beard was 9th in the Camaro. And Mark Tesori, the Burnout King, was 10th in the HQ Monaro.
I'm pretty sure he didn't want to get the reputation of Burnout King, but he was certainly trying to get them heating the tyres, wasn't he, on that outlap, that's for sure. The Burnout King. But there is a couple of minis heading towards the line there, and they continue on through. And very, very well done, considering yesterday we had a bit of a pile-up and some terminal damage occurred to the cars at turn 1. We got right through that exceptional 5-lap sprint race.
Yeah, no panel damage, I think, which is great. Yep. Fantastic. So
I think everyone saw yesterday, and they're running a little bit scared about the repair bills that they witnessed yesterday.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, actually. We've been it was quite unlucky yesterday, that incident in turn 1. Been very rare, those sort of incidents in historic touring cars over the past few years, but all good this morning, and a great drive from Brad Tilley. And thank you very much to Just Cars magazine. Of course, we've got the Just Cars Cup coming up at around 12:15 today. The 50k Just Cars Cup. Now, it's not $50,000 prize money. It's 50k.
I can see how the mistake would be made by a race driver.
Yep. Well, it's not cheap running these things.
No, that's right. If someone says 50k, I'll have it. Thank you very much. Darren, thank you very much for your time during the Group N and Invited. Up next is the Group S and Invited, followed by Formula Ford. We certainly recommend everybody check out all of the displays and the traders and the trade alley behind the kiosk and everyone in the display area. Looking forward to seeing that as we wave goodbye to the Just Cars Group N and Invited. We'll be back with more Group S on track in a moment.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then, you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space. The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
Without too much further ado, we welcome the Group S cars and invited to the track here. Darren Smith remaining, and on board we've got a guy that is just about to jump down the microphone with enthusiasm for Group S Racing. Phil Membry, a local guy that makes his way to the Winton Motor Raceway as often as he possibly can. Phil, welcome to Sunday of the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed.
Thank you, Darren. I don't know about jumping down the microphone, but I might talk down it a little bit.
I saw you jumping on the microphone yesterday.
Well, yeah, there was a little bit of frustration, perhaps. We don't let that happen too often.
We have got a massive field of Group S cars, and these things are... you know, if there's an aspirational field of race cars here, this is one of them, isn't it? When you look at through the field with the likes of Porsches and Detomoses and all these other bits and pieces, the Healeys that are represented, and you can't really go past the silhouette of that number 2, can you? The Corvette.
Absolutely, and there's not one car out there that I wouldn't want to stick my backside into and go for a bit of a pedal around the track.
That Martini liveried Porsche there too as well. Wow, that is absolutely awesome. Love seeing those Porsches out there, and well, my jacket that I wore into the track today squarely says Martini Racing on it. So if you hear a little bit of barracking, if you hear a little bit of barracking for the 928, then you know I won't shy away from it.
Well, we'll put you in that car later on. You can see if you can bring it through for a win, perhaps, Darren.
No, I wouldn't want to take it out of Tom's hands. Tom does a tremendous job wheeling the 928, big sports car, thoroughbred. Let's have a look at the grid sheet, Phil. The front row of the grid will be Joseph Di Bertoli in that Corvette, Alexander Webster in the Porsche. Looking for big things from Alex, certainly. A guy that knows his way around all the racetracks around the country, but he does pedal this Porsche ever so hard. He's got a deficit of horsepower, that's for sure, to the Corvette, but the Porsche makes up for it with the big brakes that they're synonymous for right throughout their range over the years.
Yeah, that's for sure. The brakes on those things are amazing as the car's now rolling around.
911 in position number 3. That leaves very little to the imagination. Car number 911 is Doug Barber to Damien Meyer. Tom Walstab, we've already touched on him in the Martini Livy 928. Ross Jackson to James Calvert-Jones.
Good spot.
Hugh Harrison in the number 79 red Alfa Romeo. Hung Do in the number 6, Donald Bartley back to Warren Holtz. Richard East, Rob Beerson, John Floyd. Andre Brett, John Geist. And we go to James Ashley, Paul Hogan. Not sure if it's the Paul Hogan of television fame.
I had a bit of a look at that double take and went, I'm sure it's not the same one.
Kent Brown to Ryan Koenig. Back to David Bagent out of New South Wales. Tamley Holtz also out of New South Wales. Dale Ashby over from SA. Tim Linus over from SA. Tony Antune, Nigel Catchlove, Rowan Hodges, Greg Purster, Philip John Budge, Brian Weston, Ryan Bailey, Andrew Gibson, Peter Kaiser, Stephanos Constantino and David Baker to Peter Axford, and that is a 36 field of Group S cars, and we are underway. And have a look at Alex's start in the Porsche.
Yeah,
sweeps across the front of the Corvette and takes it into turn one. That's what he had to do.
Yeah.
He absolutely had to command this race right from the front. The 911 by Douglas Barber, he wants in on this as well, but here comes the Di Tomaso as well.
Yeah, they're as they lead down into turn three. Further back in the field, we've got a little bit of a challenge there coming from one of the Sprites and the TR6.
This is the blend, isn't it, of this sort of racing when you get to tracks like Winton, the great leveller. If you can get the power down and you've only got 100 horsepower and the guy with 600 horsepower can't get it down, you'll find that these little midgets and the Austin Healey Sprites and MG midgets and bits and pieces like that can get the job done very, very nicely indeed. A couple of Alfas in there as well. They have got their standalone race right throughout this weekend as well. But what a terrific start. Alex Webster, super start. Really had the eyes for the lights there. Boom, clutch take up and just absolutely drove it away. No wheel spin. The Corvette by nature will sneak a little bit of wheel spin in no matter how good you are at modulating the clutch.
Yeah, and watching the guys going down around through the twiddly bits there, I see the Lotus of Rowan Hodges well back in the field, but that's not a normal place for Lotus in motor racing over the years. They've got a great name. As we zoom in on car 98, the Alfa heading up the back straight. Great looking shot on our screen.
That's James Ashby, the Alfa Romeo 2000 GTV. That sort of two-door coupe synonymous here. The lead has changed now. Alex has surrendered to the horsepower of the Joseph Di Bertoli Corvette. Car number 2.
Well, once he gets in front, he's going to be a very difficult man to chase down. He's
proved it yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he ran away with it yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say ran away with it. He had to work for it. But look at the little Austin Healey Sprite of Meyer there. It is just niggling away at the back of the Porsche as they head on into the sweeper. Working really, really hard, coming around through there. Di Bertoli through the dog leg and heading down to the old tank corner. Meyer trying to come down the inside of the Porsche. That's not going to work for him. The door was closed on him.
Race 2 at this event last year was taken out by Porsche Doug Barber, who is currently sitting back there in third place in car number 911, and it was over Mickey Pielad, also in the 911, and an MG midget of Simon Meyer. We're watching Simon getting worked over at the moment, the Telbix proprietary limited car, and then it is to Carnaby Racing was Andrew Whiteside, but was Ray Nuckwitz was the first of the Corvettes in this race last year, coming home in 5th place. So at the moment, Joseph Di Bertoli are waving that flag.
And I see your 928 there coming onto the back straight, just gone a little out of screen.
Tom Alsteb doing a brilliant job, representing well, and he's not sure, does he slam it up the inside of one of the other Stuttgart Flyers there in car number 40, James Calvert-Jones? No.
James Calvert-Jones just got a little bit of extra grunt out of the corner there and pulled the gap on him.
Proves that Porsche could do it either way, didn't it? Rear drive, rear engine, put the engine at the front, drive it down through a rear transaxle and rear drive there as well. So the ultimate in sporting cars, that's for sure. And here's this great battle. Look at this. This is just how it's done.
Look at Meyer, how close he gets. Carrying that number 1 again, we might notice, on the smallest car out there, 1310 cc's, and just powering on, giving the Porsche a very hard time as they head up into the sweeper. Di Bertoli now back, still out in front. Got a comfortable little zone there. Meyer trying to work on the back of the Porsche.
Ooh, we've got one of the cars pulled up there. Looks like, I'm not sure what that was, but it looked like a
Just
Triumph.
out of shot, yeah.
Just watching the line there that Alex Webster was taking, coming out of the sweeper through the little flip-flop, and just sliding inside. All intents and purposes, it's a go-kart sitting there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Listed as the MG Tigger Midget, 1970, and as you so accurately touched on, Phil, 1310cc.
Yeah.
Takes a lot away from the 3-litre in front of it, doesn't it?
That's right. It's probably carrying less than half the weight of the other cars, but still only 1310cc's. It's an amazing option that car is putting on track.
Actually, I've got to backtrack there. The 911 Carrera 3 of Doug Barber is 2,994. It's not a 3-litre.
So that's very close.
It's very close. We're on the margins. We're operating right on the bubble there. Let's hope it doesn't burst. But have a look at this now. This Corvette is driving away. Great shot we saw before of Alex really just flowing the car around the sweeper through the dog leg, well, not the dog leg, the flip-flop back into tank up at turn 7 there. He just had this beautiful flowing constant radius run, and have a look at this, the Tigger MG special goes down. There's the 32 that went off earlier in.
TR6 being dragged away.
Now that's the Paul Hogan car. So
back to the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Well,
for him.
yeah, painting the bridge, but that's a shame. We don't like to see the cars stopping on the side of the track like that. The Triumph GT6 just under 2-litre there as well, out of 1968. Have a look at this. This is a battle for the ages as well. The Alfa GTV6, synonymous with Alfa Romeo right through the 70s and 80s, wasn't it? That body shape.
Yeah, for sure. And they're doing a great job further back in the field. The De Tomaso Pantera and your lovely 928 coming up the inside there. Car 3 doing a great job to pick off the 911.
Ross Jackson, who loves to prepare that De Tomaso to win, and at the moment he's doing a fairly good job of it, sitting there in P5. It's Jones and then Tom Wallstep in the SC4 category car. Our leader is also the SC4. SC3 is Alex Webster in position number 2. Big thanks and a shout out to Aussie Soils. Cryo Cycle. Well, the move's gone there.
Move's gone.
Nice bit of power down there by James Calvert-Jones.
Yeah, that was a return serve there.
Wasn't
as
it?
he just managed to pick him off on that short little straights between those two corners down on the extended part of this track here at Winton Raceway. And look at the track. Isn't it in great condition today? You'd want to be out there racing, and these guys are doing exactly that. The old 240Z coming around there.
They are very accomplished racers. The 240Zs were exceptional in the Mark sports car era, and certainly when they were put onto the dirt tracks and did rallying, they were an exceptional piece of kit. A beautiful little Lotus there. Great to see. I think that's a 47. You'll correct me on that, I'm sure, Phil.
Oh, maybe not. The Lotus Elan that you were looking at?
Yes.
I'm not too sure just what year that is, but they've been around for a long time.
They certainly have. Lotus is, of course, famous for the founder of the company saying the car just has to be engineered to the finish line. What happens after the finish line doesn't matter.
If it falls apart across the finish line, it's all good.
That's exactly right.
Perfect engineering, according to Colin Chapman.
That's exactly right. He did say it more than once too, didn't
Yeah, he did. And of course, the word Lotus got turned many a time into lots of trouble, usually serious.
It did, and I can tell you at this very track, with an Elise, the first one that was raced in this country, with none other than 3-time Gold Star winner Paul Stokel at the wheel, that's what we had. Lots of trouble, usually serious, but a fantastic mark of sports car that has stood on the top of many, many podiums around the world in many, many forms of racing. So there's not a Lotus that I wouldn't like to have in my shed, that's for sure.
Meyer still niggling away at the back of the 911. He's not giving up. All over it like a cheap jacket.
Certainly is. The 32 just going through there. That's sorry, the 34 going through there. Tony Outtown out of New South Wales, and just watching now for some of the mid-pack cars there. A couple of Alfas. They'll have some double duties here this weekend. A great weekend to travel to Winton if you've got an Alfa race car. You've got the Group S eligibility, and you've also got the Alfa Racing. There's another one of the Corvettes, car number 85 out there as well at the moment. That's Stephanus Constantinos, the 1971 Stingray type of Corvette.
As you're talking him up, he gave the back end of that car a bit of a tweak coming out of turn 3.
Why wouldn't you? 350 Chev, plenty of horsepower on board there, and that's what they're doing. Currently sitting in 18th place. So just looking at the couple of cars there in front, the Alfa Romeo number 86 of John Floyd, GTV Alfetta. And we go back to a plethora of MGs
and all sorts of things further back there. And Rowan Hodges in the Lotus Elan coming up there into turn 1. But Di Batello out in front. He's already lapped the slower cars at the back of the field. Fastest lap time so far for Di Batello is a 1:36.4. The last time around he did a 1:37.5. So he's got the gap and able to maintain it.
Nice work indeed. So hanging on for it there. The number 7 now coming out of turn 3. Alex Webster. And just seeing that blue Corvette disappear off into the distance. Now got a good couple of corners away. 7.5 seconds. The lead. We've just got 45 seconds left on the clock here. So I would suggest we'll come round. Last lap board will come out, and this car has a further lap and a half to continue. You'd have to suggest also, Phil, that if it went just a little bit longer, the Porsches would start to come back to the field. So there's the 911 of Doug Barber.
And did you notice who was in front? Mr. Meyer was in front. He's got the pass on, so he's picked up a position on the way around.
And that's changing when they come down the straight. So that's that horsepower advantage, isn't it?
Absolutely. And but look at this, the big Chevy of Di Batello heading for the finish line this time around. We're going to have another lap, I think. I don't think we've picked that.
Checkered flag has been dropped.
We're right on that time limit, so by about point something of a second. So that was very close to not having to do another lap.
Certainly was. So let's now watch as this battle continues right throughout the field. The 9, the Porsche Carrera, started this race down the field just a little bit, but just watching Richard East in that 3 litre, the 76 Porsche, coming out of turn number 10. Starting to work the back part of the new part of the circuit, the 86 in behind. And the 86 of John Floyd, which we saw earlier on with the yellow nose cone, which is significant in Alfa racing circles.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeos, beautiful little cars, and known for their handling and stopping in particular. Great little machines.
Well, Jeremy Clarkson of Top Gear fame says everybody has to own an Alfa at some stage to appreciate it. I agree. I came home from hospital in an Alfa. I don't remember it, obviously.
I was going to say after which accident.
So we've had the screen go race finish, and it's now gone green again. So maybe the checkered flag didn't come out. Maybe it's continuing on. Well, this time around it should come out. There is our race leader, and we've ticked off all the boxes. Yes, there is the checkered flag, and it is Bertoli again takes the win. So 2 from 2 races so far in the Group S.
He's notching up the points on this one.
Absolutely is. Alex Webster does a terrific job to bring it home. After leading early, he succumbed to the power race. And did a good job trying to hold it up. Philip John Budge there in the 24 Fiat, just getting home as well. So P3 is the 911 of Barber. Douglas Barber.
Closely followed by Mr. Meyer in that little Austin Healey Sprite.
Didn't they have a great battle? Then it was back to Jackson in the De Tomaso, that yellow beast, Tom Walston. Now, the battle between Tom and Tom got home in front of Jones. So the 928 showed a nice set of racing tyres just to beat home the 911 shaped Porsche there. So the Battle of Stuttgart raged all the way to the end between those two.
The Battle of Stuttgart, I like that. That's a good line. I might have to pick that one up a bit.
When you do a bit of Porsche Cup racing, you use that a lot. The 911, 944 races, stuff like that. The Battle of Stuttgart comes alive. Or if they're the Carrera Cup cars, it's more about the Battle of Weissach because they come out of a different factory.
Yeah. Because then there's the Bavarian money wasters in the BMWs in the other areas of racing.
I don't mind a BMW myself either. It's something else that you put in the shed, that's for sure.
Yep, I've had the pleasure of driving a few very nice BMWs over the last few years.
Ryan Koenig gets home in number 50. Brings it in very nicely indeed. Let's round out the top 10 here. So it's Bartolo in the Corvette. Barber being shown in position number 2 on our timing sheets now. Not sure why or what's happened there, but Webster.
Really?
Then we go to Meyer, Wallstep, Jones, Bartley, Harrison, Jackson, Hundu, Hotz, Burson and Ashby rounds out our top 13. And that will be all for the Group S. We will go to Formula Ford after this. Phil, thank you very much. There's plenty more for you to do throughout the day, so we'll see you back a little bit later on.
Thank you, Darren. It's great to be here.
Formula Ford on track next. We'll be joined by Tom Reed, who debuted in the commentary booth yesterday, did such a good job, invited himself. No, I invited him back to do more today. He'll be back in just a moment.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space. The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them, and racing.
My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannons, of course.
Formula Ford out on track now, making their way around for the start of their second race for the weekend. It's been awesome to welcome Tom Reed into the commentary booth. Tom, welcome back for race number 2 while the cars go around. Let's have a look at the grid, and you can fill us in on any bits and pieces out of the pits overnight.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Beautiful blue skies here today. Little chilly, but at the front we've got Nick McBride in the number 83-84 Swift. Tom Tweedy just behind him on the first row, and then you move to your second row. It was a battle between McGuinness and Faulkner in the closing 2 laps yesterday. McGuinness able to hold off Will Faulkner. Jared Hurst, great effort from him to start 5th. Then we go to Malcolm Osler, the first FB car in a Lola. Andrew Reid, after the tangle yesterday with Dean Koutsamides, will come off 7th. Sean Whelan from South Australia in the number 32 blue car will come off 8th. Richard Davison in the Ellery Motorsport prepared number 3 RF89 Van Diemen will come off 9th. Neil Richardson rounding out your top 10. Then you move back to Evan Farrell in his Lola, starting out of 11th. Dean Koutsamides, who was again in that incident yesterday, will start off 12th. Johnny Grieg and Luke Warwick starting 13th and 14th. We move back to Eric Bellamy in the RF 86 Piper with Warwick Folletta in a early FA spec. Van Diemen will start 16th. Matthew Scott in his ex-Larry Perkins Elfin will start off 17th. Craig Decatardi off 18th. Chris O'Connor in the 31 will start 19th. I believe John Miles won't be taking part in this race out of 20th, so that moves Sean Turnbull into the last spot of the grid.
So, well, you just mentioned before we came on air, John Miles, they had the fuel tank out of the car. They've just got a gremlin that's interrupting their progress for the weekend, so obviously no further part.
No, they had one good run on the Friday practicing, and then run 2 had a bit of a cough, and run 3 didn't go out on track. So they chased the tail all yesterday, couldn't get it out for qualifying, couldn't get it out for the first race. Tried their hardest this morning, had a discretionary practice in regularity, and they couldn't unfortunately get the car out there.
Yeah, right, so that makes a tough old weekend, doesn't it? You come all the way to the racetrack and can't play any sort of further part in it, and it makes it a difficult old weekend, and shell out the clams to go racing, and it doesn't transpire the way you want it to go. It's not ideal. Chris O'Connor in the Royal RP31, the yellow car there, just coming down through the tail of the field. A lot of RF89s making their way into this field over this weekend. Of course, that series of cars started off with the RF86. Really did change the way Formula Fords were built from there on, bringing the suspension inboard. And really, the category has not looked back from that point. We are away, and the cars head down into turn 1. It's a good line-up across the front there, but it is going to be the pole setter, Nick McBride, leads them into turn 1, avoiding any interlocking wheels at turn 1 there, just trying to find your own patch of real estate, drive it on through as we watch Tom Tweedy in the blue and yellow car head down into turn 3 as well. Field, a bit of a lock up there. The Royale getting through. Oh, the Lola tank slapper there.
Warwick Folletta goes around there in his Van Diemen. I think that's also Sean Whelan off as well in his 89 Van Diemen. Warwick getting back going now, but Sean might be beached. He hasn't moved yet. But at the front, it's McBride from Tweedy. McGuinness gets up the inside of Will Faulkner, Jared Hurst with a look on Faulkner there. Then it's Malcolm Osler, Andrew Reid, and then we go back to, I believe it's Richard Davison, and then Neil Richardson.
So McBride leading the way through, coming on to the out of turn number 9 and down the short track back straight. Will they turn that? It's more than 90 degrees. It's more like 80 degrees around that corner at turn 10, and it is power down, and it is all about holding the line up to turns 11 and 12. Let's hope we can get all of these cars through that complex at the top of the straight there. There's Andrew Reid, smack bang in the middle of shot there. Thank you, Andrew, for loaning your son up here to commentate this race. So great to have Tom in here showing us the way.
He'll be looking to get a run down the front straight here, get past Malcolm Osler in the first FB car as we take shots. He's down the inside already. Malcolm will let him through. He gets up, slight lock up, runs a little wide, lucky to stay on track. And
Tell you what, Nick McBride, a bit of a lock-up, not a lot of pressure on him in turn one, but locked up that left front wheel.
Clearly pushing
down
hard.
To the turn. Yeah, pushing very, very hard.
So McBride in his 84 Swift will start to check out from Tom Tweedy here in an 86 Van Diemen. McGuinness just behind with Will Faulkner and Jared Hurst right up the back of Will Faulkner. I believe that's for position 4. Reed will start to close on that battle and look to start on the second row, hopefully for the long feature race this afternoon.
So just watching the timesheets at the moment, Nick McBride on that opening lap got away very, very smartly indeed. In fact, got himself 0.9 of a second gap straight out of the blocks there, and doing very, very nicely indeed. Malcolm Osler there with the yellow nose cone on his car, the Lola, which is an older generation of car, the outboard suspension style of Formula 4, as I touched on in the opening remarks before this, because these cars out in front, the RF89 Van Diemen's, all inboard suspension. And that's how they work them. But gee, Malcolm Osler knows how to tune up this chassis, doesn't he?
He's a very good driver. He's had a lot of experience in motorsport. I believe he was chief engineer for BAR Formula 1 team back in the day.
And Jaguar as well. And then over to Cool Green in IndyCar. They won a championship there under his management. So a huge amount of respect in the international world of motorsport. And to see him here at little old Winton at a cool winter's day doing his driving thing makes you wonder whether he should have been driving all those years he was engineering.
Yeah, maybe he should have had a steer back in the day. He used to have a Formula 2, I believe. We've been chatting to him. We're in the same garage at the bottom of the paddock. But McBride's set a 30.6 that lap. He's well and truly faster than everyone else out on the track. The next best lap was a 31.2 from Tweedy in second, and then a 31.7 for Reed in sixth position, who's up the back of Jared Hurst in this shot that we've got on camera right now. Hurst looking to get past Faulkner, and Reed looking to capitalise on any scraps happening.
Just had a good shot of the side of Richard Davison's number 3 there as well, a car newly refreshed for him by Ellery Motorsport. In fact, was a birthday gift from the family. And Richard had just recently won the Victorian Championship in the Kent-engined cars with the car his sons had raced in their era, in the OAMPS car, and now running with the historic car as well. So got some Formula Fords in the family at the Davison household.
They do, and I believe that car sort of started the ways for Sonic Motorsport with Nick and Maria Ritter. But we take this shot of a battle between 3 cars. Will Faulkner leading Jared Hurst over the line. Reed just behind, pulls out to go down the inside of Hurst. Thinks better of it, was playing the smart game because we know we have a long race this afternoon. Sticks right up the gearbox. Jared Hurst. Jared runs a little wide, but I don't think Reed is quite close enough to stick it down the inside here into turn number 3.
Had a bit of a lock up into turn 1 that time around, Reed. So Andrew just trying very, very hard. You don't want to pinch up these tyres too many times, that's for sure. They start to get a flat spot on them, and that's the end of you. Every time you put your foot on the brakes, you end up on that same flat spot. And McBride, look at that, just a couple of little nips up on the times.
Just having a look at the timing screen, it says there's 11 minutes to go in this race. We've fueled up for the short 10-minute race this morning. So this could be tricky for some guys. Some guys may end up running out of fuel if that's the correct time. We were supposed to have a 10-minute race this morning, so hopefully that is corrected.
Yeah, certainly our program does indicate a 10-minute race here this morning.
There will certainly be cars running out of fuel if this is run for a 20-minute race.
Yeah, that's not ideal. We'll call it as we see it, but here's this great battle, and this is for the cars really just off the podium in this race, because at the moment Nick McBride's clear with 2 seconds, and then McBride to McGuinness is another 0.6 of a second. So that'll be very interesting to see as well.
Taking the shot, Reed can't quite get past Jared Hurst, who's holding his ground beautifully. Ideally, he's going to go down the inside into turn 1, late on the brakes, holds the inside line, and gets it done past Jared Hurst for position number 5. So Reed up to 5th from 7th on the grid. Past the red car, now set sight after Will Faulkner, who's having a superb weekend in his RF89 Van Diemen.
Line astern with each other around 3 into 4. This beautiful bit of track now used to be quite a stop-go type of corner, flowing the cars a lot faster now. We go back to our race leader, and we get a good look right down the helmet of Nick McBride And coming through there as well, Tom Tweedy and Andrew McGuinness. And just looking at these lap times, a 1:30.2 for Nick McBride, so quick laps.
Yeah, well and truly clear of the rest of the field with the best time there. We take this shot of McGuinness, who's right at the back of Tweedy. This is unusual for Tweedy to drop so far off the pace. McGuinness must be having a really good race, a really good attack at getting on the front row and hopefully cementing that spot for this afternoon's races. We take this shot of Reed up the back of Faulkner. This group of 5 cars have sort of closed up to each other, and this is from 4th down to 8th, where Richard Davison is trailing this little group.
Yeah, this is a good chase now for Andrew Reed. He's got Will Faulkner right in his sights there as well, so pushing hard. There he goes, disappears under brakes, that concertina effect under brakes after we saw that car on that bit of track go skyward. It jumped about a metre in the air with some interlocking wheels with Dean Koutsamidis, who's now made his way back into 9th place. And Dean Koutsamidis gets back inside the top 10, started out of 12th in car number 20. Our man from Equity One, we thank him for all the support for this weekend for the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. And of course, the other sponsors that tie it all together, Wonderland RV, doing a tremendous display out the back of the kiosk area. Shannons Insurance, 134646 for your car, your bike, your home. And cooldrivewithgrays.com as well on board there.
Just got a shot there of McGuinness pushing hard into tank corner, try to get right up the back of Tweedy and capitalise and hopefully move on to the first row like I said before. He's pushing hard in that ex-Russell Ingall RF89 Van Diemen, of course the Australian imported car with those globe wheels, and he's right at the back of Tweedy here, down the first of the back straights through the left-hander, and trying to set up his run into the penultimate corner where he's going to range up the back of Tweedy, who's got a slightly disadvantaged engine compared to McGuinness. Right up the gearbox of Tweedy into the penultimate corner. He'll set up his run down the front straight and look to pass Tweedy into turn number 1. If he can't do it through the S's, he'll set up a run into turn number 3.
Pretty handy slipstream he's got there as well, so they're hugging onto the left-hand side of the track here. No checkered flag out now, so I would suggest what we're looking at on the timing screen.
Well, you got him.
Is what's going to happen, but McGuinness goes through and gets Tom Tweedy, so that is a nice move there. He puts himself into P2, and McGuinness has done nicely there, but I tell you what, Tom Tweedy not giving up. He is absolutely on it. And Andrew Reed now into P4. He's made the move now on Will Faulkner as well, so getting a good job done.
Yeah, we take the shot of McGuinness through the long sweeper up to tank corner. Tweedy will be looking to stay right on him, but McGuinness covers that perfectly. A great defensive driver through under the gum tree. Not sure how many laps we have to go. It says 6 minutes on the screen remaining. Hopefully we've got enough fuel to make it to the end, and hopefully everyone has enough fuel to make it to the end.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. The schedule for today says for a 10-minute duration, but we're now heading well out past 10 minutes. We've done 13.5 minutes, so this will be very interesting indeed to see how this plays out. And these cars, you get very close, you get right down to the last sort of half litre to know how many laps you can do to do your fuel calculations, don't you?
Yeah, lucky we put in a little extra this morning. We only topped up with 6 extra litres, so hopefully there was enough left over from yesterday's race. As we take the shot of Reed ahead of Faulkner, Malcolm Osler's got past Jared Hurst there in the RF88 Van Diemen. Osler doing a tremendous job in his FB spec Lola. It's Will Faulkner right up the back of Reed. Won't be able to get the job done into turn 1.
Sadly, Jared Hurst has gone back a couple of spots in his RF88. That's not a good sign for him, and Malcolm Osler goes through as well.
Yeah, it's only his second event in the RF88, so he's doing pretty well for now. Still learning how things work, and I think Faulkner's having a go at Reed here on the screen. We might start be cutting into fuel issues soon.
There's our race leader, Nick McBride, in the number 83 FC class car. So we do have a couple of different generations of cars, FA, FB and FC cars racing here this weekend, which designate the era that they're from starting in the late 60s to the mid-70s, then mid-70s to early 80s and early 80s and beyond for each of the classes. But there's Nick McBride doing a stellar job out in front, pushed hard early, set himself up with a 5.5 second lead, and has also got the fastest lap in this race at the moment. So McGuinness's second fastest car on there, and he is 0.29 of a second in the ultimate fastest lap away. Equity 1 flags flying in the pits. Great support from Aussie Soils, Cool Drive, Shannons and Cave Hill engines for the Formula Fords here in this race.
Nick pushing hard, did a 29.5 on that lap. By far, well and truly clear of everyone else. Tweedy with a 30.3. That's the next best lap time. We take a shot of McBride through the revamp, turn number 4, and up to the sweeper in that beautifully prepared 84 Swift by Ellery Motorsport. He's actually got another later spec 89 Swift coming, possibly at the end of the year, maybe next year, we'll see.
The Swift certainly started to swing into prominence at around about that era, that's for sure. Luke Warwick is also in a Swift FB 89, sorry. And I'm sure Richard Davison's in the Van Diemen RF 89. He's got the Swift that he runs in the State Series as well. So a couple of cars there that Richard runs depending on the event that he's at. Look at this now. This is all bottling up behind Andrew Reid.
It's getting very willing between position number 4 to Jared Hurst and position number 7. Davison's just slightly dropped off the back of this field. But I'm hoping these cars can make it to the end. A bit of a communication error there with the stewards and the race directors. But you take the shot of Reid ahead of Will Faulkner just. Malcolm Oster doing a great job in his FB Lola. Right up the back of these two. Reid pulling slightly ahead under brakes into the penultimate corner and getting the drive off the corner nicely. Osler just behind him down the front straight.
Interesting that they're heading out over those sawtooth ripple strips there as well. They'll really upset the poise of the Formula Fords. They're kind of in a tin top car. You can sort of feel the ripple strip, but in a Formula Ford you can really feel it rattle your brains around.
Yeah, the exit curb at turn 2. I had a quick walk of the track last night, not the full track, and it amazed me how tall they were and how rough they were, especially on these cars. Could easily break a suspension component.
Certainly are, but they're heading right out over them, so they're using them right out to the edge of the track here, looking right out the outside there. Will Faulkner, as he got to the sweeper. This is cars 2 and 3 on the road now, McGuinness and Tweedy.
It could be something broken on the 15 Reid car, we don't know. It's not handling the best, it looks like. It's done a 31.4 as his best lap as we take a shot of McBride again, checked out from everyone else. He'll be close to 9, he's 9 seconds ahead of his second place car, Andrew McGuinness, who's got down the inside of Tom Tweedy.
Oh, look at this Reid now, Andrew. What Reid?
Out of fuel. Yep.
Slowing down.
Yep, we've run out of fuel. Yeah.
So that's a shame there. That's heading backwards, was well and truly in the running there. Probably a little bit too far away from McGuinness and Tweedy to threaten for a podium, but car will just pull over and stop on the side of the track. That's a shame.
Yeah, big shame. It's disappointing to have that communication error and cost us a good starting position for the next race. That's very, very disappointing.
Andrew using the traditional arm into the air to let everyone know he's removing himself off to the side of the racetrack with just under a minute to go. Malcolm Osler now all the way into the back of the cars in front of him as well. So Will Faulkner coming under a lot of pressure. And Hurst and Richard Davison join that pack as well now. So that's for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the road.
Taking a shot of McBride, getting through the traffic, and now Reid. He'll be extremely frustrated with that. Places the steering wheel down gently, very respectfully. And he's climbed out of the car in a safe spot. Hopefully the car's in a safe spot as well.
So he has managed to remove himself into driver's left there. There's not a lot of incidents that tend to happen in the halfway down the straight there. So that's absolutely gut-wrenching for Andrew and yourself, Tom, putting all the hard work in.
Yeah, very disappointing. We take a shot of McGuinness here. We've just run out of time on the clock, down to 0 seconds. So this could be the last lap, depending on if Nick McBride has passed.
Checkered flag is
now the checkered flag for your race winner Nick McBride. Second will go to McGuinness if he gets across the line ahead. We're still waiting to take that shot.
Tell you what though, that's a absolutely dominant race win by Nick McBride.
10 second win.
11.3 seconds over McGuinness on an 11 lap journey. That is dominant in Formula 4 terms as they all start to stream to the line. Malcolm Ostler doesn't get Will Faulkner as he wrestles that spot back off Malcolm Ostler at the line. So it's Faulkner in 4, Ostler in 5, Hurst in 6, Richard Davison home in 7th. And we wait for Dean Koutsamidis, who has charged out of position 12 and gets home in position number 8 for Equity One, our great supporting sponsor. And congratulations to Dean Koutsamidis on that result.
Dean's been driving brilliantly this weekend in his Ellery Motorsport prepared machine and doing a great job. See where he can come from. Position 8 in the last race of the day. We're not sure how long that race will be in duration. And then of course Reed will come off the back in 20th for the final race this afternoon.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure where that puts us because the race this afternoon is supposed to be a 30-minute affair. And we'll see how that one transpires. Race number 23, which is at 1:20. Tom, thank you so much. I'm sure you want to get down and say good day to your dad, Andrew, and get that car recovered off the side of the track. Really appreciate your comments and making your way into the commentary booth. Great to have you here, mate, and I'm sure it's a voice we'll hear in the commentary booth in years to come. Thank you for your help. We'll take a quick break here at the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024. Where we've got Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannons Insurance, Cool Drive and Grays.com out there as our major supporters. Historic touring cars on track in just a few moments. Back soon.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing.
My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannons, of course.
No, I've got 4 left and I just didn't change.
Good morning once again, folks. Darren Knight here alongside Ron Simmons to bring you this first race of the day for Heritage Touring Cars and Invited. So it's Group C and Group A Touring Cars, the genuine article. Very good morning to Ron Simmons. G'day, Ron.
G'day there, Darren, and good morning to everybody. And good to see the sun just sort of try to pop through that heavy cloud we had earlier on this morning. So making for great racing, and the circuit will warm up a little bit for these guys. And a great field of cars here today, Darren.
Certainly is, and this will be the first time that we've seen both classes combined. We saw a couple of races earlier in the program with CNA running separately, and of course we saw the smaller capacity cars have their own race this morning. Now it's one in, all in, so a very big grid of Heritage Touring Cars and a couple of invited cars as well. The biggest field we've ever seen here at the Winton Festival of Speed of Heritage Touring Cars, so great to see, and a first for the ranks down here in Victoria. A couple of invited cars are running with them. I guess you could say the forerunner to V8 supercars. We called them 5 litre touring cars back in the day, so Group 3A. We're talking about Falcons out there. David Hulk, who'll be out there in the next Komatsu-sponsored Falcon, EF Falcon, EL Falcon, I should say. And it's great to have David down here. The type of car that replaced Group A. So Group A, the International Formula, ended in 1992, and 1993 we had the homegrown Formula, which of course went on to become V8 Supercars, branded a few years later. It was an all Holden versus Ford affair.
Certainly a good mix of cars too, Darren. We've got some really big bangers there. We've got some RX-7s amongst there, a couple of Alfa Romeos, earlier model Mustangs, the Celicas, a little Chickadee Celica there. So a good variety of cars, and the Capri, of course, a couple of little Lotus Cortinas, little Lotus Escorts, and even a Gemini amongst them.
Yep, Gavin Adamson. I've butchered his name there pretty well. Hit a curb in commentary terms there. Yeah, Gavin Adamson, the little PF60 Isuzu coupe, sold as the Gemini out here, or the body shell was at least, with a Japanese spec engine that was eligible for Group C touring cars back in the day. Country dealer team, they got in a little bit of strife with their logo. The Holden dealer team took them to court. Here we go, folks. Down into turn one for the first time. David Hulk will lead the field away. Brian Henderson right with him in the Turbo Group C Bluebird. Onto the old back straight for the first time. Cole Alford in the two-wheel drive Nissan Skyline. As Steve Axisa locks the brake next. Scotty Kennedy Commodore. Hulk, though, is leading from Henderson. Adrian Alesi up into third in the Walkinshaw Commodore. Just got up inside the BMW of Trevor Schumack, the Super Touring Machine, one of the invited cars here this weekend.
Well, Hulk really ran away with it yesterday, didn't he? He sort of went off into the boondocks and left everybody else to sort themselves out. But there's the Nissan just ducking inside Hulk as they go up through the cleavage area, the top of the circuit. So at least a passing move there. Whether Hulk's got an issue, I'm not too sure, but he certainly broke away very early in the race yesterday. So let's see how they go. They come up round the top of the circuit. A good mixture of cars getting through there. The little Isis Alfa Romeo there, the beautiful car. I think it could be the ex-Alan Jones, Colin Bond type car. And here we look at them with the... now there's something coming out of the back of the Nissan that could be fuel. And yes, we've got cars spinning. Perhaps something was coming out of the back of the Nissan there. I saw it coming out with some sort of fluid.
Ed Singleton has spun the ex-Steve Harrington Roadways Commodore, and also problems for Kerry McMahon.
There's something coming out of that Nissan, I can tell you. It's getting onto the track, hence making it very slippery for who's behind. Let's have a look. Here he comes, coming down into turn one, and we'll have a look and see if there's any fluid coming out this time.
Now, looks pretty clean from here. So Henderson leading from Hulk.
Might have been on that the sweeping right-hander when it goes around a left-hander. We'll see if that happens again.
Adrian Alesi holding down third place in the Walkinshaw Commodore. Trying to reel in our lead too, as Trevor Schumack in the BMW right behind him.
keep a good eye here.
David Holt
seems clean enough now.
In the Falcon, the car making its competition return after many, many years parked on the sidelines, looking resplendent in that Komatsu livery. It's a car campaigned by Alan Jones in 1998. Didn't have a great season, Jonesy. Unfortunately, that year, no top 10s all year. Bit of an up and down career in touring cars, Jonesy. Undoubted talent, but was in and out of different teams.
Yes, a lot of talk that he did retire from Formula One too early, and he even now tells you that he did retire too early. Anyway, he came back to Australia and got stuck into the touring cars and some pretty quick Porsche cars in his day. As we've got the Nissan car 16 just getting by, that's Walkman.
Adam Workman in the Bluebird rounds up Trent Harrison in the ex-Colin Bond Alfa GTV 6. Little Group A machine, the type of car that, of course, Alan Jones was teammate to Colin Bond in that very car,
exactly
that
right.
two-car Alfa team, the first year of Group A in Australia in 1985. Those Alphas really did turn it on.
A good friend, the late Frank Porter, also bought that car and had some good runs with that car very early on before he retired. Okay.
Trent Harrison will have to keep his eyes on the rear-view mirror. He is being caught by Justin Nilsson in the Pulsar Turbo, right on his tail, the little front-wheel drive beastie turbo, around 300 horsepower coming through the front wheels. So quite a handful. Justin Nilsson's been running the car for many, many years, knows all its follables, and he's right on the tail of Harrison. Here it is, Harrison now putting a move on Workman and gets that position back. So good drive from Trent Harrison. The twisty bits at the top of the circuit really playing into that beautiful handling Alphas.
Yes, they were certainly very well balanced motor car and very, very nice handling, good braking, good gearbox. Pretty reliable in the first place. So.
Not great in the rust department though.
No.
Didn't have to worry about that with race cars, but it's really the road version.
I think some people are being a bit unkind there, but anyway, yes, they did have a bit of an issue there for a while, but they said if you stop and listen long enough, you'll hear it rusting, but that's not quite really true. The little car 60, that's an interesting little car, a little extra.
Justin Nilsson there having a great battle with with Adam Workman as Trevor Schumacher brings the BMW into the pits, unfortunately, so his race in the Super Touring Bimmer is coming to an end. Hulk still shadowing our race leader, Brian Henderson. Getting very close to the last lap for the Group A and Group C and invited heritage touring cars. Hulk right on Henderson's tail, just waiting to pounce.
Yes, I think Hulk's just holding back there. I think if we get a bit of a straight line here, he just might say, I'll see you later. I don't know. We'll see how he goes. The Nissan is certainly holding its own at this moment.
Pretty quick car in a straight line, the Turbo Bluebird, of course.
Oh, yes.
Famous machine put on pole by George Fury, the last Group C Bathurst 1984. And that, folks, is this very car you are watching now, the number 15 Bluebird of Brian Henderson.
Yes, once they sorted that turbo lag out that a lot of these turbo cars had for a start, they really got, there's still fluid coming out of that car. They'll have to look at that in scrutineering, I'm quite sure. There's, on his any left hand as he's doing, there's fluid coming out the back as is coming up to the finish, I would think, this particular time. And here's Hulk still staying in behind. And we're getting a flag. No, it's still going. So
we're thinking this will be the last lap, time certain, of course.
Like I said, Hulk would just wait his time.
I know, we've got a few minutes to go, so no laps. It's time certain this race.
Okay, so we're being a bit misled with some of the timing here today, but never mind. There's Hulk, as I said, he might just wait for his time and give it a big boot full and get past the little Nissan.
Henderson staying in with him, though. As we mentioned, very famous among the Nissan fans, that little Bluebird really did set the field on its ear when it arrived in around 1981, locally built from imported Bluebirds. Of course, we had sold them here locally, the 2-litre engine. The 1.8-litre turbo was never available here, but it was still eligible as a Group 2 touring car, and Howard Marsden and his very talented team.
Amazing, really, George Fury that came straight out of rallying and drove that car and drove it like it's always been a circuit racer. He was absolutely splendid in the car. Unknown quality, really, coming out onto a bitumen track from rally work, and he did very well indeed. The Little Exeter, of course, a very hard car to drive. They had an unusual torque steer problem with those cars.
Lots of it, not unusual, lots of it.
And the girls that drove it, of course, the Ramsons and Gibson girls, they had awful trouble trying to keep the thing on the road.
Yeah, Fred Gibson, of course, his very talented wife, Christine Gibson, drove that Exeter. Also shared a couple of drives also with a very young Glenn Seaton as well. As Holt continues to lead from Henderson, they've really scooted away from our third place man at the moment, Adrian Alisi in the Commodore. Very big gap.
Big gap to the next group of cars coming for the third, and Elsley and actually and Elford, Harrison behind him. So good gap in the field. As we watch now, Little Exeter making an inroad, yes, coming in on the inside of turn 3, gets past the Alfa, as does the lead car, Hulk, getting through up at the top end there, getting through a couple of slower cars.
Starting to move into the back markers. David Holt continues to lead from Henderson in second in the Bluebird.
As I predicted, I thought Hulk would be just waiting his time, because with his performance yesterday, as quick as he was, he's just held back there in second place for a long time, but he's off into the distance now. Hulk from Henderson and Orsley. Next car's in the group there. They come up the top of the circuit, coming probably, they've got 2 minutes to go, I think. Might just get another lap or so in.
Yeah, I was mentioning Alan Jones didn't have much of a year in 1998 in behind the wheel of that Falcon. It was run by Tony Longhurst's team. Longhurst ran a sister car that was sponsored by those famous green, white and red colours of Castrol, and but all that luck deserted Jonesy that year. As I said, highest placing of 11th. Had a driveline failure at the Sedan 500, so the Enduros didn't go too well, and of course it was also mixed up in a big accident on the top of the mountain, somebody else's accident. Alan Heath was tapped into a spin, bounced off the bank, and unfortunately the Komatsu Falcon was collected fairly heavily, so not a good year for Alan Jones and a young Adam Macro, who came straight out of Formula Ford. It was the reigning Formula Ford champion, so didn't have a great year, unfortunately. Was unlucky with Jonesy in 1998.
We're running down about a minute or so to go, so I think this probably be the last lap. As they head down to the hard left-hand, a lot of heavy braking there as they go around just near the old part of the circuit there. And Hulk just accelerating away from Henderson without too much trouble at all. And we're thanking Tilda Trailers for bringing this particular event as well.
Also Build Spec and Lloyd's, the sponsorship of the Group A and Group C Heritage Touring Cars, and invited David Hulk coming to the line.
Not sure if check a flag was just out of our sight there. I don't know that he actually did get the flag.
We're thinking this will be the last lap. 10 seconds on the board. Hulk now starting to put the foot down, opening up a bit of a gap on our second place man, Brian Henderson, in the Turbo Bluebird. Alice is still holding down third place in front of Steve Axisa, so Group A Commodore versus Group C Commodore, and that battle for the final spot on the podium. That car of David Hulk, that was back in the days when we had fairly regular parity arguments with the Commodore versus the Falcon, which there's all sorts of hand-wringing back in the day with trimming under trays and trimming gurney flaps on the spoilers, etc. So glad that's mostly out of the window these days. Ford and Holden, the factories were both heavily involved in lobbying CAMs over the years for adjustments as they're trying to get the cars together. And the EL Falcon and the VS and the VT Commodore right in the middle of that argument.
There we go. There is the checkered flag. So
David Holt takes the win in the Falcon. Successful first meeting so far for the Komatsu Falcon back on the track. Brian Henderson, a great drive to be also the first of the Group C cars in second place in the Datsun Bluebird Turbo. Showing a lot more reliability than they showed back in the day. They were very quick, but often, unfortunately, let their drivers down, screwing at the maximum amount of power out of that little 1.8 litre inline 4. Alisi took third place in the Commodore in front of Steve Axisa. Cole Alford was fifth in the Skyline. Trent Harrison sixth. Must have just got home in front of Justin Nielsen on that last lap. They had a great battle all race long. Lindsay Woolard, unfortunately, coming to a stop, and the ex-Alan Brown, Tony Edmondson, Ricard Commodore. We also saw Ed Singleton on the screen there. He had some issues in the Roadways STP Commodore. Hopefully Elvis, as that car is known, will be back out fit and fighting for the final race this afternoon.
He looked like he actually had a flat right-hand tyre there when I...
Yeah, it looks a bit down in the front corner, doesn't it, Rob?
Yeah, I think that might be the issue there.
Lindsay Woolard, a long-time campaigner in that Ricard Commodore. One of the great characters of the paddock. Good to see Ian Ross taking a finish 2 in the ex-Mike Emery XD Falcon, running without the front spoiler. Unfortunately, he had a slip off on the oil turn 1 yesterday, ripped the front splitter off in that culvert down there, which is many a splitter has come to grief down there, Ron. You ever journeyed off down there, Ron, in some of your racing exploits?
Yes.
I thought you might have. Anyone that's done a lap of Winton usually has fallen off at turn 1.
Yeah, we all had a little bit of an altercation here. Turn 1, generally being helped off by somebody else, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's the way it goes. But it's a good little circuit to race out here, and Winton's always been a favourite track of mine, certainly on the short circuit. I've not actually raced on the long circuit.
Here we have a replay coming up of spin. This should be Singleton, I'm thinking.
There's that fluid I was telling you about coming out of the car. And then that caused quite a few people to spin.
Ed Singleton just rotating the Commodore.
Yeah, so looking at that, what I assume is a flat tyre or another issue, I can't quite tell from here. But the crash crew are out to recover some of these cars.
And we'll see the Group A and Group C cars out on the track a little bit later as well. We'll see them at around, these times are provisional of course, around 12:50 originally this afternoon, so we'll see how we go. We're running a few minutes over time, but keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, so we'll probably take a break, I think, now, Darren, and we'll catch up with you a bit later on during the day.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great 2-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannons, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48 volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
Thanks again, Darren. It might be the historic weekend of 50 years of celebrating the Holden versus Ford rivalry, but walking around the paddock with the amount of Commodores on display, I think the Holdens are winning at the moment. And here I am with another one that goes right back with a real racing history, an Alan Grice special. I'm talking to Ed Singleton, who's the owner of this pristine old STP VH Commodore. Mate, looking at this thing, it's another one that's straight out of the showroom, but I believe it's got a good history behind it.
It certainly has. It started racing in 1982, so it's been almost running for 40 seasons. In period, it crashed all the time, so it got nicknamed Elvis, more hits than Elvis. Alan Grice talked about that on Racecam in 1983, and still got a sticker on the dash that you can see when it had Racecam in it, talking about it being Elvis.
So when did you take delivery of it?
I took delivery. I've been racing this car for 15 years. So I got it in 2009 and it had been restored as we see it here today. We did a full mechanical refresh and I've unfortunately kept up its reputation. So I've had a couple of big ones in it. So Grand Prix 2015 was pretty ugly. It had to have the front cut off it, the back cut off it and new ones grafted on. It was a big one.
Concrete walls don't mix, do they?
They do not. They do not. And in front of a Grand Prix crowd, it was a little bit embarrassing.
I bet you got a few cheers though.
No, not quite. I was more worried about my wife watching at home on television. Had to quickly ring her and tell her I was okay.
So did you go out hunting for this car in particular?
It probably found me more than anything. Talking about the Holden versus Ford weekend down here, I was all set on getting a Falcon hardtop. It's all I wanted to race, from remembering the 77 1-2. But in the end, the Commodore, as this one came up, got recommended to me, went and had a look at it. And of course the iconic livery, everyone knows and remembers STP. Few people can tell you actually what it is, but scientifically treated petroleum. But yeah, it found me, I bought it, and I've had such fun in it.
So what was the condition of it like when it was in pretty good condition when you got it?
This car, the body had been restored. Mechanically it was tired, so we refreshed all the running gear, but this category and the way we have to run them, they're exactly the same specification when they raced back in the 80s. So it's reasonably simple to rebuild one. They're only about 400 horsepower, give or take, and 4-speed gearbox, Salisbury rear end, very straightforward car to run and maintain.
So have you tweaked the engine very much, or with the rules you can't?
No, we can't within the rules. It's built really well, so it's got as well as it can be built, but we're not allowed to port the heads, we're not allowed to do anything really. It's got to have a standard Holden inlet manifold, standard capacity. All our engines are sealed in the class, so you've got to run to those period regulations.
And you'll be continuing it for a while, you reckon?
Well, yeah, I love it. I'm in my early 50s, maybe mid 50s. Been doing it for 15 years. I reckon I've got at least another 15 in me.
And as long as you get the adrenaline rush going, that's the main thing.
Well, that's right. And it's living vicariously through a car like this. It's great. It's all about the car. I come and race them. You know, people know it's Elvis. They don't know who Ed Singleton is. So it's very much about keeping these great old cars running and on track.
Well, keep up the buzz, mate.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank
No worries. And here's another history lesson for you, Darren, but I'm sure you know just as much about it as what Ed does. Back to you.
Braxy down there with Ed Singleton, who also was very, very rapid in the Radical series there for quite some time as well. So not only touring cars, but prototypes as well. He's been very, very quick in. Let's have a look at now as the MG and invited British cars make their way around. Phil Membry's jumped right alongside me here in the booth as well. Simon Elliott will remain on pole position like he did earlier today. Michael Trathen in the little 1300 midget will be right alongside. So it's the behemoth versus the midget on the front row of this grid. Donald Bartley to Chris Gidney. Rod Walls back to Gary Gibson, David Bagent, Anthony Vollebrecht, Paul Hogan, John Makem. Great to see John out there in the 33. Great livery on the side of that midget there as well. Jason Edwards to Murray Stevenson, Adam Aliff, Jack James Cousin out of Canberra, Keith Ondaatje from the rear of the grid in the 44, Alana Ondaatje right alongside, Trevor Dunford and Alistair Ondaatje in the Triumph. So the Ondaatje's all the way down the back there, but we get away very, very nicely indeed. In fact, it's the second row of the grid. Don Bartley gets away beautifully. Michael Trathen has just sat there on the line. You know it's not wheel spin. I wonder if he's got a clutch slipping issue there.
Could well be. You boil those clutches up pretty easily if you're sitting there for a while.
Well, Simon Elliott has just jumped away very, very cleanly there indeed, and is making a clean set of heels. There is that magnificent looking Jaguar that we touched on there yesterday.
And your Triumph Stag.
And the Stags, they're down the back of the grid. Not mine. It's certainly not my style, but I just love the way the Ondaatjes go about their racing. And the Stags, they stay very, very loyal to them. Of course, Keith with the hard top, Alana with the soft top. But we get back out to the front here. Good thing that Trathen has been able to do is a horrible start.
Yeah.
But he's managed to bottle them all up behind him for the time being while he gathers his thoughts. There goes John Makem. He goes streaming on through there as well, but Elliott has got himself the best part of 3 seconds, and we're only halfway around on the first lap. This is a short, sharp affair, this one. This is only an entirety of 10 minutes, so as they leave the marshalling area, the pit exit area, is when the time starts. So it's only about a 5-minute race we're going to see here. So every corner counts. If you could have been able to get Michael Trathen off the line, he would have made up a spot and probably saved it to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard job to get past him now that he's got the momentum going. Hopefully the clutch is playing okay now that he's up and running.
He's managed to get it underway, but so has Simon Elliott. Let's check this out on the first lap. We'll grab a split back to second place. I'll tell you what, it's all the way around. Yeah, it's huge, isn't it?
Yep, big gap back to second spot to Trathen, but what can he do? He's wearing the number 1 on the side of that car, and he's aiming to maximise as much points as he can out of this.
So we've got 2 of them there, 2 little open top type of outfits. It's the 43 of Don Bartley. He did a tremendous job yesterday. And just looking back at some timesheets from this race last year, it was Simon Elliott to Mike Trathen, Danny Siama. Sadly, Danny's not with us in the MGB GT V8. But Anthony Vollebrecht in the Rover 28 in there as well, and Don Bartley. So all of the names are fairly similar across the top of this timesheet, aren't they? The interesting one we were talking about yesterday was that Jaguar Series 3 V12E. The big black, almost Batman type of flared guards and things on that V12.
Yeah, it's sort of built to bulldoze the air out of the road of the car, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
Certainly got the front on there to push it out of the road. But beautiful looking car, as most of them out there. And of course the Vollebrecht name you mentioned, go back to Jane Vollebrecht, who was a very keen MGB competitor in the hill climb series for many years in Victoria. So a bit of a shout out to Jane. Haven't seen Princess Jane for a while. Hope she's here today, and if she is, all the best to you, Jane. But the Vollebrecht name still strong in the MG field as they come around to go past our start-finish line again, and Trentham still in second spot, pulling a bit of a gap now. He's got 1.8 seconds gap on Bartley, so that's a good thing for him, but he's 12.25 seconds behind Elliott. That's a tough one. Not going to be able to pull that back with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the race.
Simon Elliott just tipping into water tank down there as well, so just transitioning nicely off the sweep up, going around the left and then trying to switch it back right, which would probably be pretty difficult with the big V8 in the front of this car. There it is, the RV8. Something different for the MG field. But the big Rovo V8. Oh, all on his own.
Something has gone seriously wrong there.
Hope he can gather it all up, because he put his foot on the brake and it just went right and slid right along on the racing surface. No, he's pulled up.
Left front looks a bit funny, is it?
Well, he's got to get going. This is how far a lead he had. He's been able to sit there and gather his thoughts. Michael Trathen now comes through, and it'll also be Bartley and Chris Gibney in there as well. Dave Bagent will probably weigh in on that also. But they need to get it done, because there's only about 40 seconds left on the time certain clock. So car one, there you go, Phil.
Yeah.
You wait and you wait, and this is how you win car number one.
Yep, and Bartley now is going to have the work in front of him.
So let's see if they can hold off this momentum that Simon had all on his side. That car just jagged to the right. It needed to turn left, but it went right, slid along. It would have destroyed a fair whack of tyre on that as well.
Yeah, he may well be nursing a bit of a problem and being a bit concerned about what's going on, because that was really strange. He was braking ready for a left-handed corner and the car just turned right.
Here we go now, just catching up with the rest of the field. There goes Keith Andarchi. He goes through, and Keith has made his way up to position number 9, started out of 15th, so got the work to do. Now here it is, this is where the interest will come in.
Yep.
The big RV8 ranging onto the back of Bartley, and the little number 43 is in the Austin Healey Sprite, 13 or 1275 cc, so not even 1300 on board there.
And we're about to see the V8 show its teeth down the back straight.
That's 5 litres versus 1.2 right there, isn't that? That's a telling story. I hope he gets the turn left there this time. He does. Up on the ripple strip, a little bit ungainly actually there. The car's not doing what it should. It's putting its power down.
Yeah, it's putting the power down, all right, but he certainly seems to be nursing some sort of a problem, because that was nowhere near as quick through that corner as he's been going, and indeed each of the corners he's being very cautious. And of course we are into negative time, so I'd imagine it's checkered flag. Can't quite see the flag point from where
looks
I
like
am.
they're going around
again. And back into the lead is Simon Elliott. So there we go. He's been able to pull that one out of the bag quite literally.
Simon Elliott to be very grateful for the support from Aussie Soils, NPAVD, McDonald Automotive up there in Wang, and Cave Hill Engines putting their support behind this race. Of course, Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannons Insurance, Cool Drive and Grays.com, making sure that the Winton Festival of Speed 2024 is super successful. Huge entry list here for this weekend, and the Victorian Historic Racing Register doing a tremendous job to grow this event. And Mike Trathen finds his way back into position number 2 through no fault of his own.
No, it's he's try hard, get to the lead, and still going absolutely as quick as he possibly can, but find himself back into second spot.
We just got a bit of a shot off the back of this let's call it the podium finishes of Chris Gidney in car number 19, the MG ZR 2002. It's a 1796 or 1.8 litres for capacity in that car, but it is certainly a newer iteration, more of a current sort of spec road car. Look, there it is, just comes into shot.
Yep.
And Chris Gidney is currently in 4th position, and the car's coming around the final segment of this lap, and Simon puts it down the straight there. Let's see what happens on the timing note. It looks like they're going for another one.
Yep, it does. And of course, Elliott with the fastest times.
No, there is the checkered. He has got the checkered
flag is out. So there we go. We're a little bit confused here in our commentary spot, but
we have been for the last few races, haven't we? It's been, the timing sheet is not reflecting what the actual fact of going on out in the on the track. Sure, we'll rectify that as the day goes on. But another great race there for the MG and invited British cars. And I've got to say, over the last 4 or 5 seasons, these fields have grown and grown and grown, and they've been just awesome to watch how some of these older cars, but also some of the newer cars starting to mix it up and be part of the growth of the category.
Yeah, it's really pleasing to see that these categories are continuing on and growing, as you say. Great part of motorsport, and long may it continue.
I agree. The interesting thing is going to be how long the ICE, the internal combustion engine, can stick around with EVs and hybrids pushing into certainly the world of Formula 1 and Formula E, etc. But at the moment, we're not seeing too much of it sneak into general motorsport, in particular grassroots racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a problem in grassroots because nobody knows how to deal with a battery fire at the moment.
That's true. There's the 12, even though the race is over. Great to see that very interesting looking at car. Gary Bulmer was in the field there as well. So that is it. That's the race 1 or race 2 for the weekend for the MGs done and dusted. A short, sharp affair.
Absolutely. A little bit of a excitement there from Simon Elliott with his turn right when he should have been turning left. Not to his own intentions, I'm sure, but great result.
That it is. We're going to take a break now. Trackside, we'll come back with groups P, Q, R and O Sports and Racing in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48-volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Thanks, Darren. I'm down here in the pits with John Mahoney, the president of the HQ Racing Association in Victoria, with his Immaculate Beast. And as we know, HQ Racing is some of the most intense and competitive that was seen over many, many years here in Australia. John, thanks for joining us. And, mate, this meeting, this must be one of the highlights for the year for you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Big event on the calendar for the club and for the competitors. Great people. We love the historic side of things that we get to participate in these days, and good racing, good atmosphere, and yeah, really looking forward to it.
Still as many on the grid now, or are they starting to show a bit of attrition because HQs are getting so hard to find?
Look, we're, between us as a club in Victoria and the national body, we're working really hard to try and preserve the category. We're trying to, entice people to come back to the category all the time, and the numbers are solid. We'd always like to have more numbers around, and so the club's doing a lot of things in the way of incentive to try and make sure that it's financially viable for racers to go racing every weekend, and try and anticipate to get some more people back on the grid for the rest of the year.
When you're saying financially viable, this will be one of the cheaper classes because you're pretty well standardised. You've got a really rigid set of rules.
Yeah, absolutely. From what we're running here this weekend, definitely grassroots racing, and definitely a good entry level to motorsport, and certainly compared to some of the other categories here running this weekend, certainly very cost effective. But we also need to make sure that we keep it that way, so we keep people coming back.
So tell us a bit about what you can and what you can't do to a HQ.
Yeah, so pretty much out of the box, it's a standard 1972 HQ Holden, 202 engine, standard block, crank, rods, head, all that sort of stuff. We can fiddle around with things like exhaust and all the rest of it, but there's probably a list of stuff that's longer about what we can't do than what we can. And the reason we do that is so that we can keep it competitive, and that's why you see the close racing that we see out on track.
And reliability as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The cars are pretty reliable when it comes to the mechanical side of things compared to other cars, absolutely. And that's what allows us to keep going racing and have good fields on the track all the time.
There's plenty of respect shown these days, because I remember in the early days of HQ racing it was a bit of biff and barge.
Yeah, absolutely. The category was well known for its carnage as in the early days, probably when we had a lot more cars on track, and they were a bit more plentiful as parts wise. We've done a lot of work as a committee over the last few years to clean our act up, mainly because of the age of the car, trying to get parts and panels, and also allowing us to have clean racing gives us an opportunity to be on the card with other events. So a lot of work's gone.
Welcome back. We've got PQ&R Sports and Racing Group O. Sports and Racing and invited cars for their second race for the weekend. It's a short, sharp affair, as is the field. It is David Hardman off pole in his Hardman JH1. Paul Faulkner in the number 94, the Brabham BT 29. Laurie Bennett in the number 53, as he has been for a long time. Then it's Kevin West in the 75, the Norax C2. David Crabtree in the 51, the Cheetah Mark 6. Luke Warwick in the 83. And we are underway as they come charging down into the first part of this lap. Come up into the complex past the kiosk and viewing areas, and it will be the Hardman that jumps away. Ron Simmons has jumped into the booth for this one, and some beautiful looking cars. There's that number 12. Didn't get out yesterday for the entire distance. Mark Mel Vorbita, and great to have Mark out there in the BT 23C.
Yes, certainly, and Hardman, as we said, is right away again and hidden up the top there, going up through the top end of the circuit. We watch them on the screen now, we should be watching that. Laurie Bennett back in there for perhaps third place again, right behind Faulkner. He and Faulkner had a good race yesterday. As they make their way up to the top part of the circuit, there's Bennett going through. There's the Rotex there, car 75 of the West. Great sounding car with that rotary brap. He's got David Crabtree right behind him. David, very competitive driver in his different cars he's got. I think it might be one of the Cheetahs. And they make their way down the straight before they turned right to come down the big main pit straight. But the Rotex car 75 doing it nicely. That's West with David Crabtree right behind.
The Norax C2 touched on their rotary powered flames, looking out the back as they tend to do as we switch back to positions 2 and 3 on the road. Faulkner and Bennett here. So this is a couple of cars that would have known each other over many years of competition. Down the inside, Laurie Bennett goes, takes the place in the 53. Gets the job done very nicely on Paul Faulkner in the BT 29. Paul just opened the corner up for Laurie as well, saw him coming. And Laurie Bennett commands the authority in the Alfa TC R600B and holds on around the sweeper. And here
yes,
they
Laurie,
come back into shot.
Laurie was certainly being bedded by Faulkner yesterday, so whether they're making a bit of the race of it or not, we don't really know, but Faulkner certainly left it open for him there on turn 3 to get through, as does the car of Crabtree, I think, just getting through also on the Rotex. As they head off down, that's Faulkner and Bennett we're watching at the moment. Bennett, of course, all the way down from Hillsville. Oh, Hillsville, he's been living there for many, many years with his lovely wife, Jan, who is here today. So Bennett streaking away from Faulkner this time. Whether Bennett had an issue yesterday and he sorted it all out, but he's certainly going very well. Always had this colour, always running that number 53, as he's been on his Formula Fords and other cars he's had. His son Nick often drives this car as well, so Nick's having a bit of a day off, I think.
Well, it looks like Laurie's having a festival out there at the moment at the Winton Festival of Speed, doing a brilliant job as they head down to turn 3. That's where he recovered the second spot at the last lap. And the Brabham doesn't seem to have an answer for him in the BT29 of Paul Faulkner. There goes the Norax. It gets through. Looking very, very nice indeed. Down to 1987, Kevin West at the wheel. And there's that beautiful number 12. That is an absolute masterpiece. The Brabham BT23C from 1968, 1600cc. And right in behind there, that is the McLaren M1A, 4.7 litre. So giving a lot away is Mark Valmadino in the BT23C.
And again, Laurie Bennett rushing down to that hard left-hander. A lot of heavy braking goes on there. They go up this shorter of the straights. And Faulkner and Bennett certainly having a good day. And Crabtree has got past the Rotex. So Crabtree and West were having a good dice there, and Crabtree's managed to pick up another place. So it'll put him up into 4th place.
So David Crabtree doing a brilliant job in the Melbourne-built Cheetah Mark 6. And Kevin West in the Norax C2 now, just trying to chase that back down. Doesn't want him to streak away too much at this point in time. Doesn't want to give up any space, because if he does, it'll be Velma Beta in the Brabham that is next on the road, and that's not too far in the mirrors. Here's our race leader, car number 7, David Hardman, the Hardman JH1, 1600cc out of the R Racing 0 to 2 litre category.
Yeah, certainly romping it away, and unfortunately with no one to play with at the moment, but he's got, nearly more than half of the circuit before we get back to Bennett and Faulkner, who are still having a bit of a go. I've just got a feeling that Faulkner's just sort of biding his time, to be honest with you, because he was certainly a good bit quicker than Bennett yesterday. Unless Bennett's found some more horsepower somewhere.
Maybe Laurie didn't have the car quite tuned to the settings here yesterday. There's the Brabham that I touched on earlier. Magnificent, the BT23C. That has gone through a full restoration and only recently got put down on the pad to get set up for racing. And what looks good in a concourse is not always what works well out on a racetrack. So had to spend quite a lot of time and effort to get the corner weights right, get the parallels done nicely on that car as well. And this one doesn't need to be tuned up too much more at the moment. He's got a 20.88 second lead. You'd have to say that's commanding over Laurie Bennett. We've only got 4 laps done so far, and that's 5 seconds or plus per lap that he's managed to get over his fellow protagonists out there, getting around through the cleavage here at Winton, around the big gum tree, and coming around to the right-hander. Hard to set up for that right-hander if you're not flowing the car nicely through the S's there. Here's a guy doing a really good job transitioning the car from the left to the right-hand turn there. Just a nice sweeping run. Both cars line astern with each other there, almost mimicking each other's exact racing lines.
Yes, Faulkner taking a different sort of line altogether. Laurie, of course, taking a bit of a defensive line. And Faulkner being able to tuck in a little bit behind, a little bit closer this time. Might be coming into a braking spot here if they come down to the 100-yard marker. No, that doesn't go 100 metre, that would be these days. But we are a historic meeting, so perhaps it's 100 yards. But never mind. Here they go. Bennett still in front of Faulkner and just holding him off, I feel.
Yeah, Laurie's doing... Oh, look at this. There's the race leader. Withdrawn. No, the checkered flag has gone out and he's just pulled it up straight away.
Something's happened there, whether he's just made it to the line, we're not too sure. But there's Bennett just in front of Faulkner, picking up second and third. And looking back to perhaps Crabtree then Val Borbler coming in for fourth. We didn't pick that up on the camera as to why Hardman had to pull in so quickly. So he's not getting a cool down lap, so to speak.
Laurie Bennett and Faulkner just celebrating their second and third place on the podium. Be interesting to try and find out what happened with David Hardman, because he's taken the checkered flag and then basically had to turn hard left. Whether he just trickled to the line there and was out of juice or something like that, as we just see the rest of the field come through. This is how they finished. David Hardman brings it home. Laurie Bennett to Paul Faulkner, David Crabtree. Then Savell Mabita Brabham. And then we have Kevin West, Warwick, and Michael Gibson didn't take the start in the March 73S for that one. But David Hardman now being picked up around the track by the recovery teams.
Actually, from where the car is there, he would have actually had to either get on the picks pretty quickly or it had eased off further back because he had such a lead. And maybe he just rolled to that case because we didn't see the actual finish. So
I don't see a handbrake inside an open wheeler like that. You could crank it sideways.
Nothing happening like that. No.
We're seeing that out over on the skid pan with the Victorian Motorcarna Championships. But that will see the end of the PQ and Sports Racing, Group O Sports and Racing Invited race number 2. And I would suggest without too much further ado, we're going straight to Group J, K and LB. We've got Greg Smith in the wings here, ready to jump on and give us his best description. Was exceptionally entertaining and informative yesterday. So we'll take a quick break. Thank you very much, Ron.
That race brought to us by Dana Precision, by the way, down in Viewtech Place in Rowville.
Great support there. Many supporters right throughout this event, and we thank them ever so much. We'll be back with, as I said, JK and LB, Formula V, M Sports and Racing in just a moment.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48 volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In '71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
JK, LB, M Sports and Formula V cars out on track. A bit of a smaller field of these older cars, and we had a terrific time yesterday with Greg Smith. Welcome back to commentary, and we're all set to go for the second race for the weekend.
Thank you, Darren. Here the boys are coming out to line up. We're a bit of depleted field. The Alfa Mono had a self-exploding distributor, and even though the chaps had a spare one, it was not compatible. So she's a non-starter. So we've really only got one Group M car, which is coming around now, which is Noel Bryan, and all the cars behind there are either JK&L or Formula Vs. So Connor Ryan is the first Group L car on the grid in second position. A most meritorious drive yesterday, because very early in the race the clutch pedal went to the floor and with a ruptured line, and the fluid went under the rear tyres, and if you were here yesterday you would see that Connor had to contend with a very squirrely car in the corners.
He did.
But he got through and he ran second outright and first in Group J K&L. Over to Darren.
Let's just have a quick look at the grid as they make their way down. It's Noel Bryan to the aforementioned Connor Ryan in the 77, Peter Fagan in the 126, Graham Raper in that Ford Special, Max Pegram to Barry Bates, Russell Budge, Paul Doherty in the number 25, just pulling up on the spot there, and that is the Dodge Special that Paul's in. Jack Waldron in the 66 is next in the Lotus Peugeot Lotus, and Shane Bowden in the number 17 pulling up there in the Lotus 11 replica. Back off the next grid, which is the 71 of Michael Olsen, Ross McLaughlin to Callum Ross and Harold Roberts. Just off the tail end of the grid, so a couple of Formula Vs down the back there.
So we're all set here, and away we go. A lot of smoke from Graham Raper, who has about 300 horsepower in that old flathead Ford V8.
Can be quite entertaining, the Graham Raper vehicle. It really does. He's really got the handle of that car and can be very exciting to watch how he throws the thing around there. But we look out to the front now with Noel Bryant in the 63, the Renmax BN1. And we start to work our way back down through the field. A couple of specials thrown in this particular mix there as well. And there is the 66 of Jack Waldron, the Litre Peugeot Lotus out of 1958.
So here we are up into the fish hooks or thereabouts, with Connor Ryan tracking hard behind the more modern car. Maxi Pegram following the Cooper, the Thompson Lola, and other also Rans.
It's the front of the race right there, so Noel Bryant not having it all his own way. Connor Ryan going with him in this early stanza of the race. And we look back to Fagan, Graham Raper just in front of this particular group here.
So this is the Thompson Ford and the Budge brothers, who I mixed up yesterday. I gave the fast brother the slow times and the slow brother the fast times, but was reminded by their grandchildren that I'd got it wrong.
Well, you stand corrected and you've done it publicly. Full all power to you, Greg. That's a good way to do it.
So this is Russell in the black car, and he should be coming into screen fairly shortly.
So that's the Zephyrska Oscar. We did spend some time talking about that one yesterday. It does have a fair bit of interest. It's not a name that you get to pronounce very often, is it?
It's not, but it's a very powerful car with a 2.4 litre Zephyr engine with a K200 Marshall supercharger on it. So it makes a lot of horsepower and a lot of torque. Here it comes now. So this is Russell the brother, not Gavin.
Right, so Russell is the 47. Yep, that's exactly right. That's the way they're running it. But the 47 is the Zephyrska Oscar, 2.5 litre capacity. And behind is the Doherty, car number 25, the Dodge Special. This is our race leader, Connor Ryan, doing a tremendous job really wheeling that car around. Here comes the Ford Special. And that's a nice job there by Graham Raper, the George Reed Ford from 1948. How do we go with keeping these cars doing laps, Greg? What's the secret to keeping them reliable, I guess, to go racing and producing the horsepower they need?
There's only one thing you need: money, money, money. And that's what gets thrown at a lot of these cars. Some get money thrown at them, some get expertise thrown at them, some get apprentices thrown at them, and some get masters thrown at them. This one in particular gets a bit of everything thrown at it. Money, apprentices, masters, and good drivers.
So the George Reed Ford charging down the straight, been doing it for quite some time.
Here goes Connor Ryan just through there. Maybe a little bit different in the lap times today because he's got 4 gears, whereas yesterday he drove the whole race only in 3rd gear.
That makes it tough, doesn't it, when you're trying to win a race?
Now, if our cameraman can keep on to some of the other cars, we'll get the little Gemini there of Max Pegram coming through. And there's the Zeph's car again and the Thompson Lola. Checkered flag motors in England, Gemini, not a Holden Gemini.
No, there's certainly a big difference, isn't there? The Gemini Ford Mark II as opposed to the Holden Isuzu Mark whatever.
So very sweet car and very nicely balanced, like a proper little Formula car. It has a gearbox on the back of the diff to drop the tail shaft. So that is why the driver looks as though he's sitting particularly low, even though the tail shaft goes between his legs.
Like a modified type of drag car situation, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of speedway sort of car setup, but faster.
Yeah, exactly, and does longer distances and does left and right corners.
Correct.
So charging down to turn number 9, and we've got just under 2 minutes remaining in this this distance for JKLB and M Sports and Racing cars, mostly represented from the early late 1938 there for the Paul Doherty Dodge Special, and Paul is currently in 11th place, and right out to a mid-60s type of the Brabham BT11 for Peter Strauss.
So these are the group of cars, JK and L, that commenced historic racing just over 50 years ago. And when we started historic racing, these were the newest cars that could be run. And it took quite a few years before cars after 1960 were invited to run in historics. So without these old buffers, we wouldn't have had historics for all the cars that now you see this weekend.
So really the vanguard of historic racing is what we're looking at on screen now, and that's Noel Bryan in the Aussie Renmax BN1, and they call it Portsea Blue. I guess when you stand out on the Portsea Pier, that's what you're looking into in Port Phillip Bay.
Yeah, well, that could well be true if a nice northerly was blowing.
Down into turn 11, and Noel Bryan doing a pretty smart job here at the moment. In fact, he's put the gap now out to 6.33 seconds. His fastest lap at 1:38.87. Connor Ryan at 1:39.88. So right on 1 second difference between their two fastest laps between those two. Connor Ryan has just slowly but surely relinquished the grip on trying to get to the lead of this race, and with not too much time left at all in this one, he's certainly acquitting himself very well. On 1:39.88 in this particular vehicle is exceptional work, as we just watched Noel Bryan still in the Renmax.
Exceptional it is, because it is under his father's lap record and under the ostensible lap record of Nick McDonald in the Repco Holden. So he's eclipsed both of those records. So it's a fine drive by young Connor.
Having a drive in a couple of the events here this weekend, so obviously got himself tuned in nicely to this beautiful winter's day at Winton Motor Raceway, and really enjoying some fantastic weather for the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. And great to see this particular Renmax in its Portsea Blue doing a ripping job, and Connor Ryan also just had all of his accolades given to us by Greg. So tremendous to see so much attention, and we'll see these guys again later on this afternoon around about 4:20. So is it difficult to keep the car running through the amount of laps required for one of these weekends, Greg?
Look, we've had problems, but you know, we're engineers and we solve the problems, and we do a bit of bush engineering. There's Noel Bryan crossing the line, and he's used all of his 9,000 revs per minute to achieve that result.
He's done well, isn't it? 9,000 RPM in the Renmax. That's pretty special stuff. 1100 cc's. You got to give it the revs when you're down on capacity like that.
Noel's a very slight driver, so you know, a light driver helps a lot.
Yeah, it certainly does. As the rest of the cars come charging to the line, Connor Ryan has got home very nicely in the 77. Next one home is George Raper in the George Reed Ford.
Graham Raper in the George Reed
sorry,
Ford.
Graham. Raper got it round the wrong way. As they continue now to come to the line and finish this journey for the JKLB M Sports Racing. Up next is the Historic Sports Sedans and invited Supersprint. So we take on a bit of a different look at the race meeting at that point. These historic thoroughbreds, quite a few of them Australian built, but some of them with international pedigree as well, make their way into the checkered flag. So back home in fourth place is the Pegram car number 15, the Gemini Ford Mark II. And then we have the number 47 of Budge, Russell Budge there in the Zefska Oscar. Got to be careful how you say that one. It gets a bit tickly on the tongue. Then the 99 getting home there as well. That's Ross McLaughlin in the Melmark Elfin. And the rest of the field just rounding their way out there as well. Bates, Olsen, Roberts and Callum Ross, Doherty and Waldron.
On behalf of the drivers in this group, I'd like to thank all the volunteers, because without them, we don't go racing. The people on the flags, on the lights, on the recovery vehicles, and the medical team and the timing team. Without them all, we don't race, and without you spectators, we don't put on an event. So thank you very much.
Very well said, Greg. Thank you. We really appreciate all of your expertise throughout this category, and we do need to treasure guys like yourself so that we can continue on to enjoy what these cars do represent in the motorsport realm. We've got plenty to go, and as I said, Sports Sedans on track next. I'm going to take a break because we got the big bangers of Australian motorsport about to launch on the track.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48-volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
Coming out.
Historic Sports Sedans for their Supersprint rolling out onto track now. And big thanks to Performance Fits the Performance Gears and some really nice looking race cars from the rich heritage that is Australian sports sedans, a bespoke category that is only ever experienced here in Australia. Others may have things like Thunder Sports and various other saloon type racing, but nothing quite like the bespoke formula, which is sports sedans. Celebrated 50 years a number of years ago. One must be about 54 or 55 years since the category started running by itself. There was some iterations along the way where it was combined with a GT championship, and in fact the car that's leading this field around with Simon Fitzner at the wheel, the Peter Fowler built Thompson, Bow, Jones outfit, did run in that era where sports sedans were combined with GT cars, and they had to take on the likes of the Porsche 935s, the big turbocharged cars of Rusty French and so on. But certainly these historic sports sedans making their way around, just going through a warm-up process now. It is a sprint. This is not a race, so we won't see a lights to flag type of race. We'll just see these cars go through their warm-up procedures because they really do have to. The big high horsepower cars, most of them mid-mounted power plants of some description. A lot of them are being V8s, and you'll hear them as they thump around. Great shot of the tail end of this field. You can pick up the number 41, the A40 of Ian Baird. He's currently in there. Was 14th fastest, but yesterday Simon Fitz did a 132.76 to Jason Maros, so 132.87. Max Carter, the South Australian, also 132.91. Bruce Coombe in the Falcon, a 138.92. Bradley Robinson in the 77. In position 5 there, Bevan Edmonds to Nick Cressidi in the 53. Greg Painter, a 142.33, got him 8th yesterday. Lee Ball builds his own engines, I'm told, in that Mini, and doing a terrific job in the number 39. James Brock in the Tirana. Warren Colley to Rodney Wood, the reigning champion of this series. Rodney was 12th fastest yesterday, and he has made his way into 10th position as a result of that. The field now done their warm-up lap, and they are all over it, heading off on their sprint to, where were we? Stephen Rook, 13th, to Ian Baird, 14th. Ian Baird, a 144.46. David Bailey, a 144.85. Kim DeBritt, 16th. Simon Mills, out of South Australia, was in 17th. Tony Ross, back on track, I think he is. Yes, he is, in the FX. Mark Sully, huffing and puffing, mate. You've come from the marshalling area all the way up here to talk to us.
Yeah, basically we had to tow start the FX because the starter motors died.
Yep.
And yeah, it's a good run up from the other end of the paddock.
It is. You've done well. Let me just go through this first lap, and you can catch your breath. And we might just turn your microphone off. You're huffing and puffing into the microphone. Yeah. So Simon Fitzner leads them away appropriately as the Milner Tirana follows on behind. So Simon owns both those cars there, so he's really racing a car out of his own shed. Bruce Coombe is the next one in the Falcon. The super cheap auto car has spun there. That's an Anglia, the number 27. And fantastic to see Damien Johnson back on track there. Had a gearbox issue yesterday. We went through the tales of woe earlier on in the broadcast, but great to see Damo back on track and getting some laps in. He's got the full spec replica Volkswagen of Peter Thompson built. Was run by Peter Fowler. Tomo ran that car, but he's Peter Fowler's rebuilt that replica, and he's having a drive himself here this weekend.
Peter's not a slow fella either. Don't be deceptive by his looks.
Or the fact that he was famous for being the engineer, not the driver.
Yeah, very good engineer. And that car is built exactly the same as the original, with the original drawings. It's very well presented car, and the engineering work in it is unbelievable.
Simon Fitzner bouncing it off those ripple strips there. Not often you see that in a sports sedan. They like to keep them nice and flat. They can do whatever they want to put the weight wherever they want to keep them flat and get through the corners without running ripple strips. But there is the Coombe Falcon Sprint. Next thing you know, we'll see the invited 57 Chevy. No, we see the Tirana burst into screen. There's the 57 Chevy with another Tirana and the Mini ranging up the inside there. That's the 39 of Lee Ball, builds his own engines in that car. And right off the back there, Ian Baird with the very, very wide Austin A30 and running a Datsun engine.
Datsun 2-litre U, as Barry Bray built it back in the 70s.
It's had some special bits of kit added to it though. That engine is very, very nice indeed.
At one stage it ran a supercharged engine, and now it's gone back to a normally aspirated, mechanically injected. And it's very well built engine. Ian Beard hasn't broken it yet, which is a good thing.
Certainly is. Eno's quite accomplished himself as a mechanic. Worked on the cars that won the early Bathurst 12 hours and the Audis from Phoenix Motorsports, so he knows his way around, and of course helped Barry build the Gazelle and the Stanza throughout time, and his great mate Damien just getting past him coming onto the straight there in the Celica. Good to see the Celica working nicely for Damo, and they're all coming onto the straight. There's the Coombe Falcon Sprint.
I was going to suggest the one to watch in this field is Damien Johnson, starting last, and he only likes to be at one end of the field, and that's up the front. But yeah, give him time, and he may run out of laps to try and catch the two front-running cars.
Probably better known for his Tirana in the National Sports Sedan Series. He ran the S2 class, so under 4 litre, won it about 5 years in a row. The white and red Tirana. It looked like a cigarette packet sort of type of livery, but really enjoying the Celica. Of course, the Tirana, he smashed it up on the Gold Coast in a National Sports Sedans round last year. So whilst that's being fixed, wheel out the historic Celica.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's 202 powered, except running a Toyota gearbox instead of the Hollinger like the Tirana does. And the Celica is based on a Formula 3 chassis built by Doug Clark back in the 70s, and yeah, it's a very quick, well-balanced car. And Damien's not a slow driver.
No, he's a very well-accomplished driver there. He's up on the ripple strip there. He's getting very much on it. And let's have a look where he is. Currently third. Simon Fitzner to Carter, then Damien Johnson in third. James Brock in number 5. He's fourth. Robinson, fifth, and then Lee Ball.
Fourth now is James Brock, now fourth. So we've got Spitzer, Carter, Robertson, Ball. Now Johnson, Robertson as they're coming over the line, and Ball's down to fifth and Brock's down to sixth.
Just give us a rundown of what you guys do on an annual basis as far as events is concerned, mate.
We have 4 rounds per year, which normally starts off at Malala in South Australia around Anzac Day weekend. And usually we're in Queensland in July, but however this year we're down to Queensland in September at Morgan Park. And we run here at this round in August. And then the last round's at Sydney Motorsport Park in December, which is usually a great turnout. Malala and Sydney are great turnouts, and here as well. I've not been to Queensland as yet. So yeah, it's only 4 rounds for this series. We tried 5 last year, including Baskerville and Tassie, and it really didn't work.
Ian Baird there, just not letting that NASCAR replica get through on him at the moment. In fact, he's put a bit of a gap on this little group that also involves Peter Fowler. Also got the Lang Lang Automotive entry there, the first Capri of Derek Van Zelm as well, a guy that quite famous in Australian motorsport for not only putting himself on the track in sports sedans, but engineering as well.
Yeah, and Tim Craig had the car for a little while, and David Bailey's only acquired it this year, sorted a few little issues out, and yeah, he was quite surprised to be here actually. He thought he may not get here, but he's here now and running well. And he's I'm just trying to find the time. He's about the tail end of the midfield, which is pretty good for his first time out in this car.
Tony Ross is just starting to pick them off there as well in car number 8, sitting down in 8th position, a 143.8 there as well. So let's have a look. Simon Fitzner, a 131.7, Carter, a 131.7. 6 as well. In fact, those two guys have got exactly the same time, Mark. I don't know whether you picked that up.
Yeah,
on the
I have. Just looking at it now, they're both
down to the 1000s.
Basically, yeah. It's identical, and the cars are so different. And it's Max Carter's second time in this car. And he only drove it earlier this year at Malala, and he was quite surprised after stepping out of a 4-cylinder Ford Anglia, which is here. It's the old Anglia's trying to think who's driving it, but yeah.
Checkered flag has been displayed, and Fitzner and Carter have seen it. They've slowed down, so although it was a super sprint, those guys matching each other identically for times, and in the end, the fastest lap does go to Simon Fitzner at a 131.58, 131.7 for Carter. Damien Johnson is the next one that we're waiting for, and Damo is almost around to the strike there as well, so we don't have to wait too much longer to see where the Celica lands. Will it split these two? I don't think so. A 136.4 was his best lap. These guys are down to the 131, so it's fair distance apart.
Yeah, Robinson's a 39.4, and Lee Ball back in the Group U Mini is a 140.2, which is pretty quick in a little Mini.
Yeah, doing all the spanner work on that himself too. So Damien Johnson does his fastest lap on lap number 5 at 136.48. So Damo keeping it all together. They've got another session to run later on this afternoon around about that 2:45 mark. We've got a bit of time to catch up on to get this program back running on time. But certainly it's a short, sharp session, Mark.
Yeah, this one, yeah. So, yeah, they've got a few hours to do some adjustments to their cars, and hopefully they can only get quicker.
How do we get involved with this sort of this historic sports sedan?
Oh, basically anyone with a car, a historic sports sedan that has been logbooked prior to December 1985 can come and join in with us. Anything that's been logbooked after that date is in the invited category, and we sort of welcome anyone at this stage.
I guess if you're keeping in with the feel of the to quote the castle, if you're keeping the vibe and you're matching into that, then you're not doing using exotic materials and things like that. You're sort of considered.
Now we welcome period correct cars. Look at that 57 Chev. Yes, it's period correct in its age, and it's an invited, but sadly it's not a Group U sports sedan. But it's a great, beautiful looking car.
It enhances the field, doesn't it? It doesn't distract away from it. It fits in very nicely.
Fits in well.
Here we go. Cars just going now.
And you look at, we got Warren Colley's LC replica. Like that's an invited category, being it hasn't been Group U logbooked prior to December '85.
Mark, thank you very much for running up here and joining us for a short, sharp sprint with the historic sports sedans. Whereabouts are you guys in the paddock if people want to come down and have a look?
In the T garages opposite the driver's briefing room. So we're down the big...
Opposite the service station.
Opposite the service station from garages 4 to 17. We're in the big long line of garages.
And you'll find a whole lot of people that just want to talk to other people about their sports sedans, don't they?
And people just grade these cars are like big magnets to people.
Mark Sully, thank you so much for your time, mate. Really appreciate that. We'll see you again this afternoon.
Thank you, Darren, and thank you, spectators.
We'll be back in a moment with Alfa Racing. Trackside again now. Welcome back to the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024. The Alfa Racing Series is on track. This has been a long time. Both the Victorian and the New South Wales associations do a tremendous job of supporting each other, along with a fair set of South Australians and Queenslanders. Been joined by Andrew Wilson, who sadly for any race driver that has to put the helmet back in the tow car and pack up has had an issue. Andrew, welcome to commentary. Sadly you're not out in the track.
Yeah, thanks Darren. Yeah, just the clutch master cylinder. It's the first time I've had the car out. But I got yesterday in, so I was halfway there for the fun factor.
Well, you're now slung into the expert commentator role, and let's see how you do that for the first time. We'll run through this grid sheet pretty quickly because they're forming up. Michael Aaron's Victorian on pole to Simon Grierson, the New South Walesman. Alfio Musameki, a name synonymous in the past with the Veloce Racing Series. Carmelo Mirabella, David Caparo, then Andrew Wilson, who's sitting right here next to me, not in position number 6. Well, it looked like you were going pretty well until things failed out there for you.
It felt like it.
David Parkin from South Australia out of number 7. Phil Basket to John Floyd. Richard Magaffin, Robert Panetta, James Ashby, Peter Axford, Bradley Wilson, Urs Muller. Back to Stephen Ahrens, Dale Ashby, Matt Krazia, Raymond Pignataro, David McKee, Bruce Field, Richard McKee, Nigel Catchlove, and we are away and off pole position. The number 51, Michael Ahrens, just goes back a spot there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. So we've got 3 V6s up front and a turbo 2 litre behind them. Then a modern 1.4 turbo behind them.
Now there is a class description, I guess, if you like, for the Alphas as they continue around on this opening lap, and all the field streams their way through. No dust up in the air, no smoke in the air at the moment, so everybody's got away very cleanly. Gee, that mid-pack is very much congested up, isn't it? They are doing...
Yeah, we've got some older Group S cars mixed in with the Twin Spark 2 litre cars, which are a fairly big group in our series. And then we've got the one unusual car is a Sud from back in the day up near the back there. So
interestingly enough, there's some of the stats coming through to me. Like there's 50 years between the newest and the oldest cars in this race, and the lap times don't suggest 50 years of difference there as well. Then there's plenty. There's 4 classes of cars. Class A, the invited class with modifications that do not comply with the other controlled classes. Under 2 litre class, usually 116 Alfetta, Julietta 75 and Alfa Sud. The Class S or Group S compliant, the 105s and the 116, which I guess is probably the most synonymous Alphas with racing, if you think about it. The 105s with all of the racing they've done around, and the Twin Spark Cup, the compliant with 3E, the 147, 156 GTV and Spider cars make up that aspect of it. This is pretty willing racing out the front, isn't it, for enthusiasts, that's for sure.
Yeah. Simon's a keen punter, and Mick's a local who knows this track backwards, and he usually hunts down the New South Wales guys by the end of the race. Always fun to watch these two.
Yeah, this is getting very willing to the GTV, I guess, style of wedge-shaped sports car, which, I don't know, I guess outside of the 105 type shape, this is the shape that did them so well through the 70s and 80s, really, isn't it?
Yeah, both 2 litre and V6 cars in that body style. I noticed Carl Mirabella's dropped back a bit. He's normally up with the front runners in his GTA V6.
Number 707 we're talking about there.
Yes. Coming through the pack from the rear is Mark Ghetto. He's got a turbo 2 litre car that's very fast. It's a front runner, and he did a gearbox yesterday, so he started from the back of the pack.
So the V6 and the 4-cylinder, and the very coveted Twin Spark Cup, which is quite a lot to do with how this class of racing, being that it is a category with classes weighing in on equal points for championships right throughout the field.
Yeah, very similar cars, so very tight racing in that group. And it's a cheap entry to the Alfa racing as well. That's why it's so popular.
The twin spark cup cars,
Yes.
they get the 16 valve, 2 spark plugs per cylinder, obviously the twin spark side of things, and were available in Australia from the late 90s to the late noughties, and that's what we're seeing in the 147, 156 GTV and Spider cars. But these cars out in front doing a ripping job.
Yeah, so V6, then you've got a 2-litre turbo, and then a 1.4 turbo in the little Mito, which is a very modern car.
So that's the blue car we're just seeing in the back of shot?
No, the red with the
One
white
after it.
front,
Yep,
yeah.
sorry.
The modern Alfa, probably mid-teens. And then behind that's a GTA, which is the same as the 147 twin spark, but with a V6 motor.
Oh, Aaron's is looking right up the inside there. That's getting very willing here between Grierson and Aaron's. Musumeci not being able to weigh in on this, but certainly coming under fire from Capraro. And this is getting exceptionally willing. A very short, sharp sprint this one will be. I guess they'll get 5 laps in with just under 2 minutes left to go. Maybe only 4, but I'll tell you what, Aaron's is not letting get away with it, is he?
Yeah, he's a specialist around here, especially in the tight sections. Simon might have slightly more legs on him in the straight, so it'll be a great battle.
So Simon Grierson, Michael Aaron's out in the front of this field. This is absolutely riveting stuff at the moment. Michael Aaron's is putting the car left and right. He's ranging right up under brakes there. And there's been a swap for third.
Oh, yes.
A swap for third there, though. So
Yeah.
Musumeci has not been able to hang on and will drop back that one spot. So that's a shame.
Yeah, so that's David Capraro. He's usually up with the front pack, and he won't give up till the end of the race. He'll try and track these guys down.
There's Alfio Musumeci there in the blue car. Just disappearing back again. Have a look at this. Oh, 2 different lines here.
Is he going to try the over-under?
Oh, that's a long way around from out there.
There's Alfio sometimes, he has to rely on the brakes a bit too much, and they start to go off towards the end of the race. So otherwise, I can't understand why he's not right up with these guys.
Great skill here being applied by Michael Aaron's and Simon Grierson, not succumbing at this point in time, but you get the feeling now that we weigh into 3, 1, 2 and 3, you can throw a blanket over them now as they work out of turn 10 up to 11. The
little Mito, he's chasing down Mick.
It's all over the back of him, isn't it? So Mick Aaron's has been pretty much the protagonist. He's been all over the back of Simon Grierson, but now he has got his mirrors filled.
Yeah, it's amazing, the 1.4 turbo, how they can tune those things.
There's the checkered flag.
There it is.
How did we finish there? It was very, very close in the end. Oh, Capraro got through on the line. Aaron's just failing on the line there, 0.01 of a second. So Grierson takes the chocolates in P1. The number 15 of Capraro gets through there by 0.01 of a second to... Actually, no, we're getting it swapped around now on the timing. So Aaron's now has been given P2, Capraro third, Musumeci fourth, Mirabella to Bagato, Parkin, Panetti, Floyd, Magafin rounds out our top 10 as they continue streaming to the line. Wow, that was a not really sure what happened out throughout the rest of the field, but the top 3 were putting on a ding-dong battle for the win on that one, weren't they?
Yeah, very much so, and that's what they usually do. So it'll be interesting with the last race of the day, with those grid positions, and Mark Bagetto starting up with the front runners. He's even quicker on the straights than those guys we were just watching.
Gee, it makes you wonder if Andrew Wilson in the 280 out of position number 6 had been out there, how much fun he would have had. Oh, that's right, you're Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Darren.
No problems at all. We've got another Alfa race coming up at 3:20 or thereabouts. this afternoon. Really appreciate your time, Andrew, just to give us a brief description of how Alfa Racing works, and of course the all-important Twin Spark Cup mixed up amongst all of that field there as well. Really appreciate it.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get you back up here for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, I'll try and improve for this afternoon. Yeah, okay.
No, it's good stuff. We get you brought all the right information which we needed for the Festival of Speed.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. We'll be back with more trackside. That sees the Alphas out for the morning race. We go to HQ's, their first race for the day. They've been waiting patiently. 12:15, about another 5 minutes we'll see a start for the HQs. I'm going to take a quick break. HQ's on track in just a few moments.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space.
The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
Race 2 for the weekend for the HQs. They're already out making their formation lap round to the grid. A pretty compact field in the world of HQs when you look out there, and there's 10 cars.
Yeah, it certainly is, Darren. Not as many as we're used to seeing in the HQ fields, but the racing's good.
There has been plenty of racing for the HQs around over the last month or two as well, all over the countryside, up into Darwin as well. So people tend to burn a bit of money when they're doing those big interstate travels and to go racing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the grid as the cars make their way out on track. Ryan Woods had a tremendous win yesterday, and fastest lap of a 1:46.28. So he gave a really clean set of heels to Rod Rogers, albeit by 0.2 of a second. That's a clean set of heels in HQ racing.
Yeah. Or a clean set of bumper bars or tail lights or something.
Chrome bumper bars. Rod Rogers in position number 2 with the bright yellow wheels. Andrew McLeod is the next one on the grid there in position number 3. Perry Becker's in the number 89. Stephen Banks in 76. We'll see how the plumber goes in this one. Ray Jardine in the number 8. And he wants to improve on position number 6. Glenn McDonald, the Ready Roasts outfit. Graham Crawford in the AW Automatics, the Andrew Williams Automatics entry. And then we go to John Mahoney, Tracy Molden and Rebecca Verhoeven, who had a shocking run at Phillip Island at the state round just a few weeks ago, but has obviously managed to get rid of that. It was a missing car. Every time they thought they got it right, it would fail again, and she ran it around the whole place. Sounded like it was pinging for the entire weekend, and you have days like that.
Yeah, I've got a new word for that. Those intermittent problems that keep driving you nuts into mental.
Yes, and I think that's what was driving them absolutely crazy. But field getting themselves set, and it's a time certain 10-minute race. So we're about to get underway. 5-second board being displayed. Red lights are on. Out they go, and we are away. Ryan Woods gets away nicely. Big plume of smoke out of Stephen Banks's car there. Pretty sure it wasn't wheel spin. It might have come out of the exhaust pipe, but sweeping across is Rod Rogers.
Yeah, brilliant move by Rogers there. Worked really hard yesterday and was only able to pull in the second spot, but he's jumped into the lead in this as they come down into turn 3.
Field line astern with each other into 3. They know not to get too much banging of door handles through that part of the track because it's they're big, wide Kingswoods, and the track has been certainly improved through there, but you don't want to go too wide. Ryan Woods does not want to see the back of Rod Rogers for any more corners than he actually has to. Let's see how they transition the weight through here. Up on the ripple strip, they can do that. These cars are quite compliant, so you do find them riding ripple strips all around the place.
Yeah, the big straight 6, a single Stromberg carburettor powering the fueling system on these. There's not much finesse in the way that they were originally built. They were a pretty basic sort of a car, but all of them the same. Straight 6-cylinder, 3-speed gearbox, and not too much finesse, but get rid of the negative caster, put in a bit of positive caster, and that'll help with the turn-in ability.
I tell you what, though, what GM didn't put masterly into these cars, these guys, when they prepare these cars, they are absolutely vernier perfect. They are better than what the General rolled them out off the production line, and they are absolutely magnificent. Controlled cams, controlled carburetors, controlled suspension, controlled tyres, all these bits and pieces. And as David Amor, who has been the series category commentator for quite some time, he always says the only difference in a HQ is the space between the steering wheel and the headrest. I wouldn't be so rude.
Not a bad line.
I wouldn't be so rude, but I'll quote David Amor on that. No, I'm quoting David Amor.
Hey, quoting, yes, okay, that's
absolutely.
all right then.
I'll get a message in a minute. Look at that, the number one down the inside.
Back to the lead he goes. He's pulled it off into turn 3. Woods successfully making off that move and pulling a little bit of a gap as they head on up to the sweeper. Rogers will try and come back on him as they work their way around there, but Woods already got at least a good car length, maybe 2, as they come around the dogleg and head down for the tank.
We'll say Rod Rogers wouldn't have given that up easy, but he did open the corner up. He knew he wasn't going to be able to fight on too hard there. And full credit to Rod Rogers. He could have made that a real dust up, but he knew that Ryan was coming at him, and it's exactly what Ryan did.
Yeah, it's all working their way through the twiddly bits down the bottom there. Onto the back straight they come up and power their way down there. There's a great long string of them. All of the cars, of course, are pretty much the same. There's no variations, regulated class, and away they go onto the extended part. Woods from Rogers, and Rogers is pulling a good gap onto third, being Beckers, sorry. And as they come onto the start-finish straight, Woods still in the front from Rogers.
Tell you what's quite interesting there is a slight difference, and that is Rod Rogers has got the Premier twin headlight front. I wonder if that carries more weight.
That extra headlight is, slowing him down.
Yeah, and they've had a lot of racing up here over the years, and of course every year the 4-hour race is held here at Winton, and that's a really big celebration of HQ racing. Ryan Woods leads lap number 3. And we'll probably get a 5-lapper out of this one with these guys as Graham Crawford goes to the dirt in the AW. No, sorry, that's Perry Beckers. Perry Beckers in there as well. Andrew McLeod. And Andrew McLeod would really like to get through, I would suggest, on Beckers at the moment.
For sure. Woods happily doing it all out the front, though. He's just dancing the car around beautifully. Rogers doing what he can to try and close it up, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it, not from what we saw yesterday. Woods had the wood on him, so to speak.
Yeah, Ray Jardine just off the back of Banks there. Doesn't look like he's got too much to threaten him with there at the moment. There's Ray Jardine in the number 8, and needs to get onto the back of Steve Banks because he's starting to lose touch with Banks now. McLeod in front of him, Perry Beckers to Rogers, and Woods leading the way, and Banks now just getting away from Ray Jardine.
Yeah, the two boys out the front pulling quite a gap on that third spot. Woods from Rogers as they come into this start-finish straight again for another circuit around the track. Spreading out a little bit, that makes it a little bit harder for the guys further back you are. If there's a gap in front, then and you're pushing to try and get past the bloke in front of you, you see that gap opening up in front of the man that's in front of you, and you're going, come on.
Yeah, Steve Banks has just got himself a handy sort of gap in this lead group. Now Ray Jardine has all but lost touch. You can see him, he's got the twin headlight front just off the back of the 76 here of Steve Banks. But Ray Jardine started right behind, or right beside him in 6th grid position. So he hasn't lost any positions. He's just not really going with the pack that he has to be with to make some sort of move maybe later on in this race. No moves being done between these two. They remain line astern with each other.
But Rogers with the fastest lap time at the moment, a 1:46.71, and Woods a 1:46.75, so there's not very much in it as they work their way around, coming onto the back straight again. Does we see a bit more of a gap there to backers, and the rest of the field coming around the old gum tree.
John Mahoney on the back there in the, I guess that's I'm not sure what you call that, a purpley kind of colour, but he is ranging up into the back now of Crawford, and they're having their own little battle there, albeit just inside the top 10. McDonald, Crawford, Mahoney. The Crawford-Mahoney battle that we're watching is for positions 8 and 9.
Yep.
As we go to Perry Beckers, who's currently 3rd on the road. So this is the live battle for the last spot on the podium. Checkered flag has been waved, and it is Ryan Woods that takes the victory there over Rod Rogers. Perry Beckers home in P3.
Yeah, McLeod, Banks, Jardine, McDonald, Crawford, Mahoney, and it looks like position 10 is yet to get to the finish line.
Tracy Molden and Rebecca Verhaven not taking any part, didn't take her spot on the grid after we spoke about her tales of woe at Phillip Island. Let's hope that they're not the same tales of woe. I thought she had joined on with the field, but that is a shame. The HQ's winding themselves down after that 4-lapper, a real sprint type of race there. We've got a bit of a break now with the Shannons Show and Shine Parade coming out on track in just a couple of moments. I'm going to take a break, Phil, and rest my voice for this afternoon's running. Ron Simmons has just come jogging into the commentary booth with the Shannons Show and Shine Parade. So I'll hand it over to you boys. I'm sure there'll be an ad break and we'll be into the Show and Shine Parade.
No worries.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world. Back then you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Thanks, Darren. While I've been wandering around looking at all the bits of history and having fun at a racetrack, watching guys and girls going around circles really fast, plenty of fun to be had, but there is a bit of a serious nature to this meeting as well. And it's something we don't talk about a lot, especially men's health, and more specifically prostate cancer and the effects of that. And I'm here with Matt Dozzi, who's part of the Blue Man Group. That's a spokesman for what prostate cancer. So tell us a bit more about it.
Yeah, look, what we're trying to roll out is change the awareness side of prostate cancer with men, and to know that they're not alone. I think, look, I've had prostate cancer. I went through the journey and know all the struggles, and I've just found out that there's just not enough awareness amongst men and families and that about.
Is that embarrassment or just ignorance?
It could be a bit of both. I think it's not out there. So I think awareness is a key that they're not aware. 1 in 5 men will get prostate cancer, which is a scary thought by the time they're 85. So that's why I've come up with the idea of the Blue Man, like the Pink Lady, as a new awareness symbol for prostate cancer, so everyone can identify with it, and to know that men should be having their blood tests. It's as simple as a blood test regularly to get your PSA level, and to know that there's support groups out there. There's 34 support groups around Melbourne, Victoria.
All Blue Man?
Well, we've just formed a committee with the Blue Man, with all support groups. It's called the Victorian Council for Prostate Support Groups. So they're all we're going to.
Okay, thanks very much as we come back to live commentary with the Shannons Parade on board here. Shannons, of course, sharing our passion with all things motorsport. And the Shannons Parade's been a regular event here over the years. And somebody there just showing how quickly a Falcon can accelerate away. It's just a parade, it's not a race. I don't know when somebody didn't tell that guy about that. But anyway, Phil Mimry on board with me. Good afternoon to you, Phil.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ron. Good to be here and look at some of these cars out there. Just looking on screen, we got one of the old early Mustangs coming down, followed by one of the later model Mustangs. And then a car, the good old Aussie car, the Falcon, that doesn't exist anymore, sadly, in Australia. The manufacturer of those pulled away.
Driving a classic yourself there, Phil.
Pretty much.
The old XR6.
435,000 Ks and still going strong.
Fantastic.
So I'll jump in it and go anywhere in that. But yeah, look at some of these cars. Some of the cars dressed up to look like race cars of the days gone by.
The old American car carrier there, big Chevy cab there with the old FC Holden, I think, on the back there.
Yeah, I saw that out in the paddock earlier on, and what a great setup that is.
Well, the Americans used to tow their cars around on those sort of flat-top vehicles well before we had them out here in Australia.
Well, they were still using trailers or driving them to the events.
No, I think, from memory, I think Alan Moffat was probably about one of the first to have that flat-top type truck, but it had quite a steep not a flat top, but a steel tray to go up, and very efficient sort of a way to move a car about.
Yeah, of course, the old transporters have moved a long way since then. They're pretty flash things these days.
Oh, my goodness, yes. I just, a while ago, had a look at the Cool Drive transporters and like B-double with extra bits and pieces on. Fantastic combination they've got. Look at the little Morris Special going by. That's with young Rachel Brown driving that car.
Okay.
She has actually been racing that, or running in Regularity, I should say, but no, an unusual looking little car, but that's what she's got.
Yep, that's fine.
She's actually one of our juniors for the VHRR and has been doing very, very well. She often runs a T-model Ford.
Yes, that now it comes back, the early 1900s vehicle.
Yeah.
Puttering around in irregularities. I've seen that numerous times. Of course, big thank you to Shannons for putting on this particular part of the event.
It's not on screen at the moment. That looks like the Series 2 Jag there, but there's one that's about 3 or 4 cars back from that. It's a long wheelbase XJ Series Jag. I don't believe I've actually seen one. It's almost like a limo style Jag.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Quite large, and good collection of the Volvos here. My good friend Andy White would be pretty happy to see all the Volvos running around.
Yeah, a bit of a cheerio to Andy. We haven't seen you around for a little while. We need you back.
He's kind of given away the circuit racing things. He might do a few hill climbs, he tells me.
Ah, good. I'll see plenty of him then.
You may do, you may do. Yes, these last of the XR6s, as you say, I reckon it is a shame, isn't it, with the motor car industry here in Australia. Holden got it pretty right at the finish. Ford got it right at the finish with their quality control and their shape and their design, their engines. And bang, we're not there anymore, unfortunately.
Well, I was talking to someone in the industry, the new car industry, a little while ago, and he said, how many cars have you got on your car? And I said, 435. He said, you won't get that out of the next one.
No, exactly right. That's quite true. That is a fantastic combination, that big Chevy truck.
Yeah, I'm quite envious of that. It's something I'd like to have parked in my driveway.
Yeah, you park it on your front lawn there when you've got front lawn.
Well, it'd make a better garden ornament than the garden that I've got.
Yeah, I think that's all we're getting, because we're actually running behind time. These guys usually get about 10 or 15 minutes rocking around the circuit, but I see they've got a safety car and what have you across the track now to divert these cars off into the old pit lane there.
Yep.
That's a shame, really, because Shannons put a lot of effort into this. And whilst we've got a little bit of quietness too, I did hear Greg mention about the officials and people that are out there making these events come to fruition. Just so many people, there's hundreds of people involved with getting this a meeting underway, starting, of course, with the VHRR long track meeting, with the committee that works so hard to get these things going. Ian Ross heading up that. But look, they do so much work behind the scenes. And as we just said, the safety car crew, the crash crew guys out there with all the safety vehicles, they always do a fantastic job. Flaggies out here, because the used to be, of course, the VADC, but of course now it's the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team. They put a great crew of people together for events, not just here, but everywhere else. Every weekend there's some sort of motorsport going on, and it needs flag marshals, fire rescue guys, the Victorian Fire Rescue Squad. Don't appear to be here this weekend, but they are normally here. So great, all those people have put an event together. We've got doctors and ambulance people, the people that are doing the grid marshalling, all that type of thing. There's a lot of stuff that goes on.
It's just such a large range. Really good to have all of those people to give up their time weekend after weekend.
David and Jean Bellinger, they do endless hours of getting these sort of events up to speed the way we see it here this weekend. So thanks to all those guys and ladies that help to put these events on board. We're up here just to sort of guide things as to what's happening, but there's also a good crew of commentators here for this particular weekend as well. We've managed to get various people up for their different categories. I mean, we know quite a fair bit about most things that are going on, but if you get a category commentator come up, he'll know the intimate bits and pieces of all the cars and know who's changed the gearbox and who's done this and who's done that. So
yeah,
it's very, very good to have all that sort of thing on board. So those cars are now just going off. There'll be a bit of a break for a short time before our next event comes up, which should be the Group N and invited Just Cars Touring Car Cup event. It's over 50 Ks, that particular one. So that's a fairly long event, so they'll start lining those cars up very, very soon. So thanks to Shannons for, again, coming on board to give us the Shannons parade. So we'll probably take a short break for a moment or two, Phil, whilst all that comes together.
No worries, Ron. Thank you.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've took the opportunity to check out the Shannons Show and Shine cars go around. Grab yourself a bit of a feed, because this is going to be the race of the weekend, the Just Cars Touring Car Cup, 50 Ks. Now, that doesn't sound too much, but Andrew Baird's already got damage on the front of his car. We damaged a couple yesterday in a first lap melee as well. And we're about to go live with this 50k plate. We've been talking about this in the background for a few weeks, haven't we, Dazza? And we're about to go live. I say Dazza, I mean Darren Knight, the fullest respect expert on his touring cars.
Talking about yourself, where are you, Darren?
Yeah, talking about myself in the mirror is what I do best.
Yeah, so, yeah, just outlining that there are two Darrens behind the microphone, folks. So good afternoon, everyone. Great to have you on board too.
That's Darren Knight.
Yes. Is this so we know who to blame when we make all these mistakes?
That's right.
Post-race?
Yep.
Just Cars Magazine, Historic Touring Car Cup, 50k. So the longest journey that this category has all season long. So those tanks will be filled to the brim. You don't want to run out of juice on the last lap, which occasionally happens in motorsport. And the guys will be locked and loaded, ready for this big event.
I don't fear that anyone's going to run out of fuel, though. Is that like the Camaros and stuff that'll be quite thirsty? They'll be able to carry enough fuel for it, won't they?
Oh, they're marginal sometimes. Just a bit. You've got to sometimes be vigilant with the pedal.
Let me colour it in blue for you here. The Mustangs with their big V8s, they've got enough fuel tank to get to the end, haven't they?
Well, Brad Tilley, the winner from this morning, was telling me a story about last year's race. He was taking a little bit easier on the juice, and he came back and he still had 18 litres left in the tank last year. So he won't be doing that this year, I can tell you.
Let loose. Let's have a look at the grid, because Brad Tilley will be away from pole position with Aldo Di Poli. So we've got as it says on the front of our program, Ford versus Holden, and that's what they do. Perfectly script written and adhered to by both Brad Tilley and Aldo Di Poli. Adam Walton next to Adrian Moyle. Peter McNiven, for those Rotary fans, out of position number 5. Dominic Leo. Adam Bressington in the first of the minis. Andrew Baird in his Camaro. Mark Tesori in the HQ Coupe. Brent Trengove in the Camaro. Jeff Mundy in the Camaro. Steve Pillikers, David Street, Bill Trengove. 15th is Peter Muleman, slowly making his way back up in the black Mustang. Was down at 19th earlier today, making his way back up through the field. Rob James, then we've got Leo Tobin, Chris Crow, Francis Meyer, Dean McLaughlin, Don Knight, Gordon Cox, Gary Finnemore in the number 9. Great to see Gary fighting his way back too in the number 9. Where were we? So Steve Russell Clark to Philip Barrow, Chris Finlayson, Peter Oliver, John Clark, Robert Burns, Neil Crow, Richard Hill, Graham Wakefield won't be there, and Tony Hubbard won't be there either. So they were off the back of the grid. Cars forming up. It's a big field of cars, and we're going to get a good look at all of them throughout this 50k race. It's going to be a ripper. We're waiting for it. Darren Knight, over to you for the start of this one.
Race winner this morning, Brad Tilley in the white and blue Falcon, number 28 alongside the Chev Camaro of the West Australian, Aldo Di Pioli. His first visit to Winton. Very strong race this morning, coming from 10th on the grid as Gordon Cox has retired his Mark II Cortina GT, unfortunately. So the man from Racer Industries looks like he'll be going no further. He's well off the race circuit, so we should get a race start.
Race control certainly watching what that car's trying to achieve by making his way down the road. I hope he's not trying to make it back to the pits, but we're underway.
Tilley, Di Pioli off the line into turn one for the first time. The Mustang on the inside. Di Pioli's made a great start though, and he'll sweep across Brad Tilley to lead through the S's for the first time. Adrian Moyle, a much better start in the black Camaro than the first race this morning. He's up into third already as Tilley makes a move on Di Pioli, so he's not mucking around, into the lead after only 3 corners.
Geez, Di Pioli, cold tyres, understeered into turn 1, understeered turn 2, and ultimately understeered at 3, and that's what opened the door up for Brad Tilley. I don't think it was a deliberate door opening, but when your car's understeering on cold tyres like that, they sat on the grid for a long time, so a lot of temperature came out. But Brad Tilley, you do not want to give him a millimetre, let alone an inch, because he'll take a metre.
Took the lap record this morning too, which he was quite surprised about, being a fairly cool track surface, but early sun a lot earlier than yesterday. We had a bit of cloud cover, so Brad Tilley lowering his lap record yesterday, so that car and driver are definitely hooked up for this weekend.
Peter Millman just there in the Mustang mid-pack. He's chasing down the Capri there as well. Haven't quite got to the bottom of why Pete sort of got buried down in the pack earlier on this weekend, but certainly not where he normally reigns in the black Mustang. Not going to say he takes it up to Brad Tilley on a regular basis, but he certainly runs with Adrian Moyle and Niven and Baird as well there, but we'll see how he battles it out in this longer race.
McNiven on screen now in the fourth of those cars in the queue there, the red two-door RX2, number 13, well up there in fourth place, right behind the black Camaro of Adrian Moyle. So McNiven, that lightweight Mazda, will certainly be looking after its tyres a lot easier than the big V8s ahead of him, so he's a guy to keep an eye on. Adam Walton not far behind. McNiven too in the next of the Mustangs there in fifth place, number 57.
Gee, McNiven, that little 12A, just absolutely screaming its brains out going up the straight there. And that's what you've got to do when you've got a Mustang ranging up there in Walton behind you. Adam Walton, who started out at P3, he's gone back a couple of spots, and he would like to get that all back under control there. This is Tilley out in front. These guys know how to do it, whether it be in Group N trim or in a Touring Car Masters type trim. They certainly got the piece of equipment they need to go racing with in this style of circuit racing. Look up the inside there, the 111. That's a very big look by Robert James.
The Capri from Queensland having a big look. Another man having a big look is that diminutive Cooper S of Adam Bressington. Just saw him briefly there. He's in 8th place, but for how much longer? He's right on the tail of our 7th place car, Brent Trengrove, the red Camaro, number 22.
A couple of Tiranas mixing it up here. In fact, that's the Capri there, the gold Capri of car number 111, Robert James, doing a ripping job throwing down the challenge there. You never know till you give it a go, and that's what he did. Threw at the big one at car number 14, which is Steve Pillickers, a guy that has been around for a very long time in this style of racing.
Second generation Tirana racer, of course. Father John piloted a Tirana for many, many years.
They wouldn't have liked to see a blue oval come past, I would suggest. Opposite to you, Dazza, you're smiling from ear to ear to see the Capri go through.
I am completely unbiased when I'm in the commentary box, Darren. Don't you believe that? You're shaking your head vigorously.
No, I am. I've seen you. I've heard you before, but I'm not gonna. I won't drag you any further into it. There's Peter Muleman now. He ranges up behind Stephen Pillickers. So we're talking for about 16th on the road. So Chris Crowe is just in front of him there. So Chris Crowe, a guy that raced in club cars all through the 90s, has found his way into this historic touring cars, the Group N type of field, and he's doing a brilliant job. We look back over to the sweeper now. There's Dominic Leo streaming on through. Dominic Leo currently in 6th. Brent Trengove behind, and Bressington in that Mini hanging on with that group.
Richard Hill also coming through the field in the number 12 Coupe S. He unfortunately had a coming together with the Phil Barrow FJ Holden in this morning's race. He was quite cross with himself. Richard, a very clean driver, but he's moving through the field, so we'll keep an eye on the diminutive number 12 machine as we watch Tilly leading in the number 28 Mustang from Di Paoli in the Chev Camaro. Looking after his tyres, I would think, Aldo, with quite some time to go in this race. 20 laps, hasn't been getting the car sideways, and he's just keeping a little thing in his pocket there to try and perhaps pressure Tilly towards the end of this race, Darren.
Oh, sadly, Gary Finnemore has retired to the pit lane, or gone into the pit lane, so that wasn't part of his plan for this one, but Gary Finnemore in number 9 heads back into the pits. Leo Tobin currently now in 17th and challenging, but this is our race leader, Brad Tilley. Doesn't leave too much of the imagination when you see a white pony silhouette like that with the blue stripes over the top. You're talking Ford and you're talking a race car.
This Mustang, original shape Mustang, so probably the lightest of the early generation Mustangs for sure. Running a little 289 Windsor under the bonnet, but is running to NC specs, so that car is allowed to run an 8-inch wide wheel in NC specs, whereas the NB cars, the pre-65 cars, must run a 6-inch wheel, which makes it quite exciting through the tricky bits, Darren.
Certainly does, and it'll certainly play out best at the end of this journey for this race, that they're having a little bit more extra rubber. Of course, the 289 was very, very well used for many, many years by John Mann. He was kept at the front of the Group N field in the previous, the strictly Group N type of category, but that 289 used to scream its brains out, and generally right behind it was Teddy Brewster in the Mini, and that was screaming its brains out too.
It certainly was. It's like Brent Trengove has got past Dom Leo. They had a great battle in this morning's race. Here comes Mark Desari in the big HQ Monaro number 8. Similar colour to the ex-Bob Jane Racing John Harvey driven HQ Monaro. Problems for one of the XU1s. That could be Crow.
It could be, yeah, the green in colour car coming off there. So Chris Crow just parking it up there. We think it was. We didn't get a picture from the side of the car, but can't quite see where it stopped on track. Oh no, slowing now.
Brent Trengove.
That is not good. He's waving out the window. The 84 of Dominic Leo goes streaming on through. Tassari goes on through.
Brent was in 6th place when he had struck that trouble in the number 22 Camaro.
The Tassari car, who had that one prior to him? It's not a Kent Youlden car, is it?
No, that's in the Leo family.
Yep, thought so. Sorry.
Tassari, of course, HQ champion in Victoria, HQ 6-cylinder champion before he moved into the wild and wacky world of historic touring cars.
Probably Kevin Stoopman's car or something, was it? Maybe. He had the yellow and black one and a red one at one stage. But that's neither here nor there, because we're well and truly entrenched into this particular race. 4 laps down. It's going to be a good journey.
Adam Walton on screen now, chasing the Mazda RX-2 of Peter McNiven. Walton looking very racy on his first visit to Winton Motor Raceway. Had a great start in this morning's race off the second row of the grid. Was soon into 2nd place, and he's right with McNiven now. This is the battle on screen for 4th place.
The Touring Car Cup, the Just Cars Touring Car Cup 50k. Smack bang in the middle of our program. To the outside now, rounds him up. Nothing short of cubic inches will solve every problem when you're going charging down a straight like that, but McNiven hasn't given up. He's going to crest the hill here, right in behind that Mustang.
Walton made the move, so big run on McNiven going into the S's, got him around the outside and has come out cleanly to now move up into 4th place. McNiven back to 5th.
Adrian Moyle now in that black car, had a massive run at Phillip Island a few weeks ago in the state round. Tilly now catching some back markers That's the 54 there.
Peter Olver driving next, Mick Stupka Cortina GT. McNiven now fighting back.
Of course, that was one
Walton.
of the more general stream type of race cars for Mick Stupka. He's had a number of interesting
It was too
race
normal.
cars.
It was too normal.
It was too normal. That was too many of them.
He races a 1950 Citroen front-wheel drive. Had Hillman Imps over the years as well. Rear-wheel drive, rear-engine car. Then he had a front-engine, rear-wheel drive car, Cortina. No good.
No good. Can't do that. That's too conventional. But pedalled it pretty hard. So I remember that Citroen. It was like, wow, how does he do that?
Yeah, Michael Stupka always well-presented cars, but has moved it on, and Peter Olver take up the mantle behind the wheel of that 54 Cortina now, as we see Walton trying to stay ahead of McNiven. McNiven makes up all sorts of ground, of course, when we get to the corners.
Brad Tilley now leading the way. He's doing it a convincing lead now out over Pioli.
Fastest lap so far for Tilley on lap 4, 135.89. Next fastest man is Di Pioli, 136.4. So plenty of speed in hand for Brad Tilley.
Interestingly enough, when you listen to the Tilley car, it doesn't sound like it's stretching. It's just easing it through the gears. It doesn't sound like it's being worked too hard. And then when you hear Pioli coming on through behind him in the Chevy, it sounds like it's working hard, like he's giving it an extra couple of hundred revs or maybe even an extra 1,000 revs compared to Tilley. But they just produce a good race car, this Tilley family, don't they?
Well, they've been doing it for 100 years, drivers and preparers themselves, so they certainly know how to screw together a very good race car. A couple of weeks ago, of course, we saw Jamie Tilley, Brad's son. He had a great run at the Touring Car Masters round at Eastern Creek, took out the round win in his TCM Mustang, so certainly well prepared motor cars, and Brad Tilley is showing the fruits of that today.
Great to see the number 25 Adrian Moore currently in P3. Certainly lost touch with the leader, 6.2 seconds back, but 3.7 seconds to Pioli in second place here, and they're both in fairly like machinery, being Camaros, and certainly getting a good look at them.
So Morrill in third, hasn't really been able to make any ground on our second place man, Aldo Di Pioli. McNiven has got past Walton, so Peter McNiven back into fourth place, Adam Walton back to fifth. Is he suffering from a bit of tyre degradation? So good drive there from McNiven. As I suggested, the Mazda will be looking after its tyres a lot better than the big V8s ahead of him, and he's now back up into fourth. Les Walmsley in the Cortina just ahead of Francis Meyer in the Cooper S. Les Walmsley best presented car this weekend, and that is not a surprise at all, with some fantastic preparation work from Liam Reid and his team. Francis Meyer now gets a good run on Walmsley, so Cortina versus Mini. Francis Meyer, the number 188 machine, he's just had a really good exit on that corner and a slingshot past Walmsley.
How good's this group here, Darren? We've got a Mini, we've got a Cortina, there's a Mustang ranging in the background, there's a Mustang in front, and there's two more Minis and Cortinas off the back of them here. So this is, just trying to pick up where we are in the field here. It's in the 20s somewhere, Walmsley. So 19, 20, 21 is where we're watching here, and these guys are having an absolute ding-dong battle, aren't they?
They certainly are. Leo Tobin in the number 46 Mustang making a return to the category after dabbling in TCM for a few years. Had a very quick Tirana in years gone by, so good to see Leo back in the category.
Datsun 1600 off the back there. I think that's David Brown, isn't it?
No, that is Dean McLaughlin in the silver Datsun 1600. He's trying to reel in that, well, you can't miss it, purple and yellow Cortina GT of John Harrison. Finlayson looks like he is retiring. Chris Finlayson in the number 6 Cooper S, unfortunately.
Started out at 29th, had not made too much up there. There's the number 50 McLaughlin car. Good to see a Datsun out there. Dean doing a tremendous job. Started out of position number 22 and is currently in position 22, so hasn't lost any positions in the little Datto. There'll be a lot of people that will have at some point in time started driving in one of these cars as a...
some of it legally and some of it illegally in the paddocks.
Yeah, on the rally stages, whatever it might be. Close off a road and away you go. As we're just getting a good look now through these cars. There's that number 89 Cortina also in that mix. That's John Harrison. It's good to see a bit of a mix up there. Of course, you touched on the yellow and purple scheme. It's probably something straight out of the swinging 60s, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, we call it the Violet Crumble. A car previously campaigned by Darren Pearce in Tasmania. John Harrison previously ran Mustangs in Group N and decided to jump into the Cortina fray. And is getting right stuck into it, trying to reel in that number 99 machine of Les Walmsley, who's the leading Cortina at the moment. Tilly rounds up McLaughlin. Very big lead now for Brad Tilley. DiPioli, has he got a problem? He just pulled onto the inside of the old front straight.
Certainly has.
Yeah, he has. Moyle has gone past.
Right down, yeah.
So Adrian Moyle up into second place.
McNiven's not too far away as well, so he'll be pouncing on that as DiPioli as well. So the Western Australian things starting to come unstuck a bit there.
Yeah, still continuing, but don't know for how much longer. Much reduced pace. So problems for the West Australian. It looks like his race will be going no further. Disappointing after running a very strong second place in that Chevy Camaro, as meanwhile Harrison and Tobin are mixing it up on screen.
This is a good battle, isn't it? This is for 20 and 21 on the road. Les Walmsley just up the road a little bit from them, but we've also got the number 50, the Datsun there as well of Dean McLaughlin, mixing it up. You don't have to be at the front of the field to have a battle, do you?
No, there's always battles through the field in historic touring cars with that great variety of machines that we're used to seeing out there, and no greater variety here than the V8 of Tobin, the little four-cylinder of Harrison.
So Pioli just disappearing back a couple of spots at this point in time, and that is not going to plan, that's for sure, because Brad Tilley is absolutely streaming away with it now. He's gone across the line. Moyle has gone up a spot. Pioli down 2, 3, 4, 5 now. And McNiven, Walton all going through. And I guess we'll see that car with a highlight on the timing screen in the not too distant future, because I would suggest it might be pit bound if it hasn't already gone in. Or stopped on the side of the road, because Tesori in the HQ has now gone through as well.
On screen, Jeff Mundy in the 68 model, number 68 Chevy Camaro, trying to stay ahead of Stephen Pillikers in the number 14 XU1. Then there's the Gold Capri of James from Queensland. Very keen, the Queenslanders, to come down here. A big drive to get down to Winton. Great to have them here. They wouldn't have enjoyed the cold start this morning.
It would certainly plays to a disadvantage to them, doesn't it, when they come here? But no different to us when we go to Queensland racing, Darren. You get a bit sweaty in the armpits and on the brow. It all swings and balances, doesn't it? This is a really good battle here. Peter Mullerman just off the back of this group as well, so he's trying to return fire, trying to haul something out of this weekend. This is the position 14.
Yeah, this is the battle for 11th place. So Monday in 11th, and Pillikers in the Tirana number 14 is trying to take that over from Jeff and make a move into the top 10. Pillikers up the inside. Jeff says, I don't think so. Goes wide, good move from Stephen Pillikers, the little nimble XU1. Monday fighting back though. They're side by side through the cleavage, as we used to call it.
We still do. And the
trouble.
Tirana has got a massive lock-up, didn't it, into Tank down there that time, so he'll be dealing with that. The 111, this is a really good run here for Rob James. He's holding on to these positions like there's no tomorrow. Peter Mullerman into the back of this group as well, but it just looks like that Camaro is sort of starting to come a little bit unstuck, isn't it? A bit of understeer on the that corner there. You've got to line that one up as Mullerman goes through on the 111 of Rob James, and he'll steal another spot back there as well. So that'll bring him up into 13th place.
So 350 Chev in the Camaro, 202 Holden 6 under the bonnet of the Pillikers Tirana, 289 Windsor under the bonnet of the Muleman Mustang, and of course 3 litre Essex V6 under that gold bonnet of Robert James. Fantastic battle for 11th.
Got a few laps still remaining in this 50k race for Group N's, and I tell you what, they have done an exceptional job so far. This has been a great, entertaining race. Wherever you look, there is plenty going on, and there is our race leader coming across the strike now. It's complete lap number 12, so it's a good old distance. It's as Dick Johnson said, it's like running around the clothesline, and that was on the old track. This is the new and extended track, and we say new and extended 25 years ago.
Is it really?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So there he is, race leader Brad Tilley. Give him his time in the sun. This is a commanding race lead, 12.5 seconds over Adrian Moyle to McNiven. And Moyle and McNiven are on the old pit straight going down into turn 3 now, as we're having a good look at the side of one of the Lotus Cortinas.
We saw Brad Tilley running a couple of weeks ago at Eastern Creek, the old green XY Falcon that was a big poster car for a lot of Ford fans back in the old Bianchi Historic Touring Car Series days. Not quite at the point in as it used to be, because Touring Car Masters, the regs have really gone further down the road than what they used to run in the Bianchi series. But
when you're seeing VC Commodores and things like XD Falcons running, they've moved on, haven't they?
They certainly have.
Interestingly enough, we haven't got any GTHOs here this weekend.
Yeah, the Falcon, a little bit of a disadvantage with the weights these days. They are forced to run a little bit heavier than the Mustangs, and not blessed with the most efficient aerodynamics either. It's hard work running a Falcon in historic touring cars, but it'd be great to see a few XWs and a few XYs get back out onto the track.
Just trying to pick up where Aldo Pioli has gone. Certainly hasn't gone into the pits, but has disappeared off the competitive timesheets. Yes, has gone into the lane. Thank you, Darren, picking that up on the timesheet. So certainly that's sad. It's a long way to come and finish off your weekend like that, that's for sure.
Moyle still holding down second, or is he? McNiven, we're showing on the timing screen, has moved up. So what has happened to Adrian Moyle? Trying to pick up the black and silver Chevy Camaro number 13. He's showing on our timing screens as falling back to third.
There's a lot of dust up around the sweeper there as well. There he is.
So Peter McNiven, the Mazda, second place outright. What a drive. Moyle now has his hands full around the sweeper with Adam Walton right behind him in that battle for third place. Problems for Jeff Mundy in the 68 Camaro.
Yeah, that's a big problem, isn't it? That's
that does not look
oil
healthy.
pouring out of somewhere. Gearbox, back of the engine. It's sort of underneath the driver's feet, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that does not look healthy for Jeff Mundy, unfortunately, and he'll be coming into the pits.
Let's hope that smoke just burning off and wasn't hitting onto the track. There's little mini streams on through, and they continue to motor on very, very reliably, the minis. There's Muleman coming through turn 3. He's cleared the group he was in and now into P10, so he's burst the bubble into the 10. Great to see the 43 ranging back up into the 10, probably where he should have been all along. And there goes one of the red Camaros as well, being chased down by the Datsun. Our leader again coming onto the straight there, Brad Tilley, just not even sliding the car yet, just pointing it directly at the apex, driving off the wheel rather than off the throttle, which he can do from time to time with a Group N type of car.
A man who is not easing up on the throttle is Peter McNiven. He's really pushing hard in the Mazda, that engine note that is so famous. He's up there in second place trying to hunt down Till. He's got a fair way to go though, but nevertheless a great drive. The real battle though is between Moyle and Walton through the sweeper there. the black Camaro being chased by the red Mustang number 57. That's a great battle for third place.
You'd have to say, Darren, that Moyle has got an issue. There's something that he's relinquished second place in the race over to the Mazda, and I mean that with the utmost of respect, because he did have to drive through, but it wasn't that hard a thing to do. But this guy is just wringing the neck of the NC number 13 out there. No
Tilley
way!
off. Brad Tilley, our race leader, has fallen off the new, or we call it new in inverted commas, back straight.
Turn 10.
Turn 10.
He's got enough of a lead, though. He can gather it all back up. It won't drop the lead of the race, but what Peter McNiven will have now
and here
smelt
he is.
will be the blood in the water like a killer shark.
He is right behind the number 28 race leader, Brad Tilley. Just got to round up one of the back markers there, and he will be right on the Mustang's tail as we head towards the end of this Just Cars Magazine 50K Cup.
I'm going to say we've got one more lap. This is likely to be the final lap of this race. So Peter McNiven, he can smell the blood in the water, can't he? Look, he's throwing it up onto the ripple strips, trying to get around, got the headlights ablaze, letting everyone know that he is on a charge. There it is, first and second on the road. A lap ago, it was out to over 12 seconds, that lead. Brad Tilley had an off, and there's yellow flags being waved down at the sweeper. There's one of the silver, is that Robert Baird, who's now parked the silver Camaro off to driver's left on the entry to the sweeper. We ignore that for the moment because now it is lit up at the front of this race. The Just Cars Touring Car Cup over 50 Ks. There it is. That's the lead. Tilley to McNiven.
I can't remember the last time Brad Tilley went off the track. Been watching him race for probably close to 30 years. Just had dropped the ball there, I guess you could say. McNiven now making a run on Brad Tilley. This is the battle for the lead, folks. Peter McNiven into the lead for the first time. The first time Brad Tilley's been headed all weekend. Can he fight back?
There's something not quite right about the 28, isn't there, Darren, at the moment? McNiven, an RX2, a rotary-powered car, about to win a Group N race.
Don't put the mocker on him.
Have a look at this.
We're good at it.
Car number 13, mark the day. The happy hunting ground for the lower capacity cars. I'm not going to say lower revving because Pete's given it to it. He's showing it all the revs on the planet. There it is. Check and flag. And he takes it. Pete McNiven, 0.08 on the line. Brad Tilley spears off. Absolutely out of brakes. That is nasty. We saw Luke Gretsch Gumbo do that in the HSV at the state round earlier on this year.
That's got to be a brake issue.
Yeah,
surely.
That is definitely a brake issue. But let's not take it away. That's very Peter Jansen with Brock coming across the line, isn't it? Spinning in the background.
Brad not impressed at all.
But, wow, Pete McNiven. He is already around through to the sweeper now. What a, well, that's I'm going to throw it out there, a race for the ages. It wasn't a Mustang, it wasn't a Camaro, it wasn't a GDHO, and it wasn't a Tirana. It was a Mazda RX-2. Gee, hasn't Pete McNiven and Darren Hossack's cars just gone up in value all of a sudden?
Yeah, Jason Humble too. I'm sure he'd be watching that. A long-time RX2 campaigner. He would have been cheering for Peter there, but what a drive for McNiven. Obviously, Tilley with some car issues, but McNiven did not let up all race. Drove very hard, wrung the neck of that little RX2, and deservedly took the victory. What a race.
Just hearing we're going to see a replay of... Brad Tilley, who led Planet 15 of the 16 laps, came out of the final corner. There's all the horsepower starting to get put down at the ground. There it is. Just gets to the line, and it's literally 0.08 of a second. And he takes. And the RX2 took the victory. It's absolutely not being arrested for speed at all, is it? He just goes spearing off. Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
That's nasty. And Pete McNiven's watching that going, cheapers. Throwing it all at me, and the race was over. The Equity One replay shows it all there. Brad Tilley, I hope he hasn't damaged that car at all. Those some of those access roads for recovery crews and things like that when you start to get airborne.
Not the smoothest runoff area either.
No, that is for sure.
And in all the excitement too, Adam Walton got onto the podium on that last lap there in the number 57 Ford Mustang. So two Tilley prepared Mustangs finishing second and third. So Adrian Moyle just dipping out there on the last lap. Finished fourth. Dom Leo, strong 5th in the Camaro. Mark Desari, the big HQ, finished 6th. Brent Trengrove brought the number 22 Chevy Camaro home in 7th. Adam Bressington, yet another great drive from Bresso in the little Coupe S, finished 8th. David Street from Queensland in the XU1 was 9th. And Pete Muhlman broke into the top 10 in the Mustang.
Well, that was a terrific race. They've done a terrific job there, and I'm not sure how many people would have had money on the fact that Pete McNiven would come out of P5 to take the win there. I reckon probably some smart people that maybe had some inside running there, but when you look at the gravity of the competition around Darren, with Aldo Pioli bowing out, Walton obviously getting there in the end, Adrian Moyle, you know, he fell off to the wayside. Adam Bressington, where did the Mini end up? Not
8th, in fact.
8th, good stuff there. Hey, we've got a Heritage Touring Car race combined rolling start coming our way. This is a longer distance race as well. We're going to take a quick break because we've got a couple of recoveries going on.
And thank you very much to Just Cars magazine.
Absolutely.
The latest issue is out now including Just Parts. The separate magazine it used to be was just purely parts. Now it's combined with Just Cars magazine, so no doubt there'll be some bargains in there.
Absolutely, keep your eye out. It's like the old days, isn't it? Thursday morning, down to the trading post. Yep. Everyone around the morning tea table.
Yep.
Tell him he's dreaming.
Jousting sticks.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, we'll take a quick break. Darren Smith and Darren Knott, we're going to take a rest for a moment because we're about to have the Heritage Touring Cars come out, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Heritage Touring Cars making their way out onto track now. Looking forward to this one. Can David Holk take 3 from 3 with the Heritage Touring Cars? Really good field of Heritage Touring Cars as well. They've really done a terrific job getting this category up to where it really should be. Darren Smith and Darren Knight remaining with you on the track side and on the live streaming. Hope you're enjoying it via the V8 Sleuth website and also the VHRR website as well. Check it all out. We're going deep into this afternoon's racing, and this is really something that's going to get everyone. Look at everyone starting to make their way to the fences. Everyone's starting to fill up that streaming and get on with this. David Holk's had a really good run in that Falcon right throughout this weekend, and I would suggest on this morning's results where his best lap time was a 1:32.78 and he was 3/4 of a second faster than the Nissan Bluebird of Brian Henderson. We might see a little bit more of that. Certainly plenty of Commodores in this race, Darren.
Speaking of Commodores, I caught up with Peter Zibris, Premier Supercar team owner, of course. He's out there in the ex-Graham Crosby, Bob Jane T-Mart's liveried VK Group A Commodore, having his very first circuit race with the car. So he's learning how to turn corners very quickly. We know how quick he is in a straight line, one of the fastest men in the top fuels in the country, but now having a go at circuit racing, really enjoying it, super enthusiastic. The team, Chad Parrish suggested this, the team have put a little badge on the inside of his Momo steering wheel. It's the Hello Kitty symbol. And they've told Peter that if you get under a 140, we'll take that badge off.
Well, there you go. That's a fair old motivational factor. I like that. That's good. You don't want that on your steering wheel. No, that's for sure. Okay, so David Holk on pole, Brian Henderson right next to him, Adrian Asley, then Stephen Axisa, who has been doing a ripping job in his Commodore, Kyle Alford, and we'll see Kyle out there as well. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. Trent Harrison, Justin Nilsson in the little Exa. There's the Exa, yes, and they're coming down. This is a rolling start, so we'll get through this. Adam Workman to Jeffrey Trembath, Chad Parrish, Ian Ross in the Falcon, Christopher Oxley, Anthony Alford to Carl Muller, Peter Zibris in that orange Commodore which we just mentioned, Peter Woods, Thomas Vonsek, and then we have David Patterson, Kerry McMahon watching for the number 72 where Kerry can push through to Gary Chick, Cole Spender, Jason Delaney, Gavin Adamson, Peter Abud, Lindsay Woolard, Ed Singleton in the STP car, Trevor Schumacher in the BMW. I haven't actually seen Trevor.
Trev not taking the start. He's got a family commitment, unfortunately.
Yep. Glenn Gertzel, Shane Nicholson and Derek Wickett. Rolling start. David Holk will hold the field here. Red lights are on. We are about to charge down into turn one. Away we go. Well done by the starter there. Held them all the way down to the line. David Holk holds out the 15 of Brian Henderson, the Nissan, the Bluebird. Looking to the inside, Holk understeering off cold tyres. Alford just ranging into the back there as well.
Adrian Ellis in the Walkinshaw Commodore there, number 40, trying to stay ahead of Steve Axisa. That a great battle in this morning's race. The Walkie just got it home over the Group C Commodore of Axisa as they're all through the first couple of corners safely. David Holk is our race leader from Brian Henderson in the Turbo Bluebird.
Everyone just letting each other sort themselves out, that mid to rear pack there. No one wanting to come together here, but David Holk has shown a clean set of heels so far this weekend. This is a longer distance race. The turbocharged Nissans may start to become a little bit vulnerable. There's an RX-7 mixed in there. We've already had a rotary win today. It's not unknown that they might not have an RX-7 come through from mid-pack there as well. It's probably a bit too far away, but
Chad Parrish coming through the field in the Berkeley, one of the privateer RX-7s, had a few teething issues in earlier runs, so we'll keep an eye on the diminutive yellow and white Berkeley-sponsored rotary.
There's Peter Zibris holding up the couple of the ex-Capri and Mustang of Laurie Nelson as they get through there. So plenty, as this field is called Heritage, plenty of heritage here in Australian touring cars as we, I think it's the old Neville K Commodore, is it, or coming around there?
One of the ex-Wilmington, Adrian has a couple of Walkinshaw Commodores at his disposal. Kyle Alford now, the two-wheel drive Nissan Skyline, trying to put a move on Adam Workman in the second of the Bluebird turbos out there. Good to see Lindsay Woolard take to the track after suffering a puncture in this morning's race.
Chad Parrish down the inside of the Exit Turbo there of Justin Nilsson. There's been concerns with Justin's car right throughout this weekend. The Berkeley exhaust car Coming through for Chad, that number 65. Nissan looks up the inside again, but it's they're trying to get through on the number 16 there.
Parrish had a big moment there exiting the old turn 2. Had a bit of a flick and catch manoeuvre there, and that's allowed Justin Nielsen to come through in the little pulsar. So Parrish falls back to 10th, and we'll soon come under pressure from Ian Ross and the big XD Falcon.
Adrian Ainsley just streeping through there. Justin Nielsen locking up a left coming into water tank. So the transition from hard left around the sweeper, then swinging it back to right can call you out. There's Ian Ross getting a good look at the back end of his big Falcon. He'll be really looking forward to this longer race to stretch the legs of the Falcon there. But we're getting a good shot of a really good snapshot of Australian motorsport from sort of late 70s through to the early 90s or even late 80s. Sorry, right there with the VH Commodore, the DR I think Skyline there in the mix as well. There's the
Ian Ross
XD.
and the Falcon.
Yep.
Minus its front spoiler.
Sans front spoiler. He lost that yesterday in a coming together in turn 1.
Spun off on the oil and went through that big culvert down there at turn 1, so no front spoiler. So looks a little bit like the XD when it first hit the tracks at the hands of Gary Wilmington. Had very little aero in it, 0 aero in fact. And the front of the Falcon looks a bit like that.
I'm going to suggest probably around Winton you don't need too much of an aero package there as well. So he might actually find it's driving a little bit better in a straight line. But he has got Ed Singleton. This guy knows how to drive fast. Raced radicals for a number of seasons with full aero. Now the Roadways STP Commodore made famous by Alan Grice, but driven very, very well over a number of seasons now by Ed Singleton. And he's got Ian Ross in front of him. Ian just holding the ultimate racing line, and Singleton having to look left, look right. But the 49 Falcon, look at that, just gets up in the rev range a little bit there, pulls clear, and this is where the tricky Falcon will make its way around, changing direction. This is it right there. That's where it does it nicely. Very, very well poised. The ex-Mike Imrie car.
A car only with a handful of races. To its credit, back in the day, a full-on privateer machine, as you can tell by the lack of sponsorship signage on the car. Spent also some time as a sports sedan once Group C went by the wayside. And loves that Falcon. And Son has also raced that car when it first came out of the garage. Fraser now racing GT cars in the Middle East. So Ian having a great time at the wheel of that Falcon. Having to work hard though in front of Singleton in the STP Commodore, which had a gearbox change after the first race this morning. All systems go at the moment, as it is for our race leader David Hulk in the ex-Alan Jones, Adam Macrow Komatsu EL Falcon, the car that Jonesy ran at Bathurst in '98. Not very successfully, unfortunately for Alan, that whole year. Was caught up in somebody else's accident at Bathurst. And that was basically the end of Jonesy's full-time career in touring cars in this country.
Screens filled now with the big lurching coupe of Rusty French and Leonard, and it's got the Morley Ford sign down the side. I'm pretty sure that ran at some point. It might have been actually the next generation of car that he ran with John Sands sponsorship down the side as well. But certainly that XA doing very well. Really good to see that Henderson is sticking with this. He's still got him in sight there. It is the French and Leonard car.
Ex-Rusty French machine. Shared the car with the great Kiwi, Leo Leonard, at Bathurst all those years ago.
Thomas Monstrak now doing a really good job, but that doesn't look good, that telltale smoke out of the back there. But if I do remember correctly, you could probably do about 900 Ks at Bathurst with smoke coming out of the back of one of these things.
It's a pretty tough old beast, the 351 Cleveland under the bonnet. Less and less reliable as the years went on, unfortunately, but certainly they knew how to put them together. A good battle here on the screen between Derek Wickett in the Escort, Pira Abood in the VL Commodore, a car originally built by the Holden dealer team for John Farrell in Western Australia.
In fact, I think that's the Toyota Sprinter in the back there too, the ex-Bob Holden car there as well.
David Patterson trying to reel in the Commodore of Peter Abood.
David Patterson's doing a ripping job actually. That's staying with those two cars. No, this is not what we wanted to see.
Vondrasek off the end of the new back straight there in the XC hardtop. Might be coming in to retire.
Definitely not, yeah. Well, I guess we've seen smoke out of it. I did say he could run Bathurst for 900 Ks of a 1,000 K race with smoke coming out of the back, but I guess Winton Motor Raceway is a fair bit demanding on the left-right stuff. And continuing on actually, just getting out of the way there. So he might be might have just started to become aware of the smoke when you get it start to come back into the cabin, or one of the gauges has gone into the red or something like that. He's grabbed his attention.
Wicket in the Escort leads Patterson, and then Vondrasek in the hard top. Cole Spender, a little twin cam Escort as well. Good to see Wicket back in the saddle. Hasn't seen that car on the circuit for some years. Very popular little car in the class wars of the mid to late 70s, the Ford Escort, and like the Datsun 1600 in Group N, that was a very formidable rally car on the stage as the Mark II Escort.
Yeah, it certainly was, and some of the good footage of like British rallying and stuff like that really does show. And there's a car running a British number plate on it as well. We probably can't say what it says on TV, but on broadcasting, but certainly a number plate off a European car. Have a look at this now. The attacks are coming from Commodore's left, right and centre at the moment with Ian Ross. He's got the ex-Grice Harrington car, I think it was, the car, maybe not. Harrington.
Lindsay Woolard, that's the team car of the Grice machine, so that's Alan Brown, the team owner.
It. Yep.
The Recar, those famous Recar colours. He's putting the pressure on Ian Ross at the moment with Trembath right behind him as well. Traditional Group C battle here through the S's.
Isn't it?
Trembath putting a move on Woolard. A very neat move from Jeff Trembath in the VH Commodore. That car now running to 84 specs. That was originally run for many years by Michael West with that Advanced Australia bonnet.
And just in the background there, another Grice car, the Craven Tirana.
Tony Sawford
weighing in.
Long-time campaigner in that A9X hatchback, one of the original Grice machines. Those famous gold, white and black colours. Right on the tail of Lindsay Woolard as they head up towards the top part of the circuit.
Picked up on a really good part of the race here. Ian Ross has just let Ed Singleton get through. In fact, didn't let him through. Ed Singleton had to fight for it, but he's driven away from this battle now at the moment. Ian Ross 11th, so we've got 11, 12, 13 and 14 on screen now, and the Tirana's gone through.
Sawford gets through on Woolard. I think Woolard might have an issue. He just slowed down a little bit there, or maybe missed a gear, I'm not sure, but he's dropped right back from that battle between Trembath, Ross and now Sawford.
Gee, the Group C trim, you sort of forget how big those guards were when they pumped them out at the end of that Group C era, didn't you? They really did push the limits to get the bigger rubber underneath these cars.
Rubber, particularly the Falcons, the XC, right at the end of Group C. They were massively wide.
I remember the arguments about trying to get the wider wheels so that they could keep it up, the Ford and the Commodore. The arguments, they just raged. But Tirana looking around the outside now as well, so look at those pumped arches out there. A very Australian way to do it, wasn't it, the Group C era?
Trembath gets through on Ian Ross, so good drive there from Jeff Trembath. He's trying to track down the STP Commodore of Ed Singleton. Tony Sawford now trying to round up the Falcon of Ian Ross, so the Falcon might be feeling the pinch in the tyre department for Ian Ross, and that's allowed the Holdens through.
I wonder if the missing front splitter was directing some air to something around the car as well. May have had brake ducts or something off it as well, which would come astray, because that's normally what you mounted off a front splitter or front air dam. You see it in the Commodores, just the little opening underneath the headlights there on the yellow bumper. But they come through there. The number 4 looks up the inside there, doesn't manage to get through. So Lindsay Woolard, he started out of 25th, Lindsay Woolard, now got himself up to 14th. So that's a good 10 spots has made up.
Trembath right on the tail of Ed Singleton. 2 VH Commodores going at it. Hammer and tong. 308 Holden V8 under the bonnet of both of these cars.
Sealed engines too in these cars as well, so you can't go around and play any hanky-panky with them. Ed Singleton, we had a really good story on the broadcast. He walked us through bits and pieces of that car, and he did point out that yes, we have sealed engines, so they are expected to be run exactly in the period of the vehicle that it's been nominated at.
Adam Workman in the second of the Bluebird Turbos out there, number 15, trying to chase down the escort of Jason Delaney. Beautiful little escort, the Delaney machine, having its first year back in competition, built by Ray Cutchy in Alan Moffat Racing's workshops in the late 70s.
There's Peter Zibris gone through, and he's got race leader David Holk ranging up here as well. So David Holk is swathing his way through the field here. And, well, it is a newer iteration of a race car with a full effective aero kit. Rear wing, under tray on the front. And I would suggest probably the only car out there with an effective under tray, one that was there and actually did something and changed the aspects of the car, because I remember also when you look at these cars, they were trimming 10 millimetres of under tray off them and 15 millimetres of under tray off them.
It was pretty tedious,
wasn't it?
Every time they did those parity adjustments, as I'm sure they were for the teams, but it was a regular occurrence. I guess it was too in the Group C days, because one car would be given some sort of concession in the Group C days, and then all the other brands would get what they wanted as well. So it sort of cancelled each other out, really.
Yeah, you're not running a heater core, yeah, but I'm running a glove box.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's given me a performance gain.
Which is really what I suppose in a way drove Cams to adopt Group A, the international formula, in 1985, because it took away all the Holden and Ford and all the other manufacturers lobbying Cams all the time to get concessions to run in Group C. Group A was an international formula, and what the rule book said, that's what went. So Paris was a long way away from Sandown, so
I like your trusting in the system there, Darren.
Yeah,
they still lobbied. They still wanted more than the other.
Well, and there's some various things that happened in some cars that came from Europe too, which wasn't happening to cars in Australia, which is well documented. As David Holt continues to lead in the Komatsu Falcon.
Oh, where's the Ricar Commodore parked off to driver's right?
Lindsay Woolard, yeah, I thought he might have had an issue. No, he's rejoining the circuit.
Not at full speed though, is he? He's come off, spun to the driver's right, coming through turn 3, so that's probably a full loop there. Powered on and gone round in a circle as Peter Zibris just goes through and claims that unlapped spot. And there is our car number 2 on the road. 4.8 seconds, that's the Henderson car, number 15. And closing at the moment, that gap is just slightly ticking back. Our race leader now moving up onto Ian Ross. And there is the 15 of Henderson as well. So great battle here. This has changed for spot here. Yeah, Singleton goes back one.
Jeff Trembrath in the number 52 machine. I beg your pardon. That is Glenn Gerstle in the ex-Fred Geisler machine. Been calling in Trembrath. They're both yellow. I need a new prescription. I have to go and see Bill Cutler, I think. So Glenn Gerstle getting a good run on Ed Singleton. Up into 10th, into the top 10 for Gerstle for the first time this weekend. Singleton fighting back, the Commodore side by side into the S's. Tony Sawford just waiting for the two Commodores to do something silly, and he'll be through in the A&IX. Gerstle, Singleton, neck and neck.
This is riveting stuff, isn't it? So not really sure how this one's going to play out. Ed Singleton seems to be responding with some pace. He started off out of 26th, currently in 11th. So Gerstle has just managed to squeeze on through, and Sawford not quite in striking range, but at the moment Ed Singleton's getting very racy in the number 6. And I'm going to say, Darren, he just showed, oh, look, hopefully that's not, it's the 15.
Our second place
car number
driver,
2 on the road.
Brian Henderson has gone off the circuit. He's rejoining.
There's an RX-7 parked up over there as well.
Chad Parrish retired a bit earlier, unfortunately, in the Berkeley RX-7. So where will that shake out? Can Brian Henderson rejoin in second place? He's still showing as second on the timing screens. Obviously went over the edge a little bit there in his pursuit of our race leader, David Hulk. There is Henderson on screen at the moment, the number 15 Bluebird. Adam Workman is also out there too, and another Bluebird, number 16.
Oh, it's got issues. There's something dragging under, I'm going to say, a trailing arm. Or is it a Panhard rod? Or not Panhard rod, Watts link under the back of that car. Yeah,
that
it's
car is
definitely
not happy.
retiring, isn't it?
Yep. Well, disappointing there for Brian Henderson, the number 15, after a very strong showing in the Turbo Bluebird this morning. Finished second behind David Holt. Looks like his race is coming to an end. Meanwhile, Ed Singleton has got past Glenn Gerstle. So Singleton on the charge in the ex-Steve Harrington Roadways SDP Commodore. So Gerstle back to 11th, Singleton up to 10th, and now Gerstle has his mirror full of the ex-Crover Mould Racing A9X of Tony Sawford.
Justin Nielsen is the next one for Ed Singleton, and I can tell you he is now on heading up to turn 11, so I think that might be a bridge too far away with 3.5 minutes left in this race. Sawtell has been just sitting off the back of this battle, and he hasn't really pounced in any way, shape or form, just enjoying a lovely Sunday afternoon race around Winton Motor Raceway. If it comes to him, it comes to him as the Gemini, the CDT Gemini, just coming out there. Don't worry about that smoke in the background. That's part of the Victorian Motorcarna Championship off on the skid pan on driver's left at the sweeper. David Holt not getting out of the corner there nicely in the 9. Gets up and running initially, so I reckon he might have missed a gear. Not that it's going to be of any issue.
Having its first meeting since 2001, this car. So David getting used to the car after the car being parked for many, many years. Ran in the Konica series after Jonesy ran it in the main game. So its last race was 2001 at Bathurst. So long time between drinks, as Gerstle now starting to fight back on Ed Singleton in that battle for the final place in the top 10.
This is a good drive here, and I guess David's going to have to have an understanding at some point. You can't just leave a car lying around for 23 years and bring it out and expect you're going to win every race, although so far 3 from 3 is looking pretty cool, isn't it?
Yep, and he's been driving well within himself as well, just looking after the machinery, getting used to it. Previously campaigned a Group A Commodore, a Walkinshaw, the ex-Bob Forbes Racing GAO Commodore, which won a race in England, its new home, last weekend, which is great to hear. So David, a long-time campaigner in heritage touring cars, and now branching out into the next step, I guess you could say, of the forerunner of V8 supercars. So 5-litre touring cars.
There's a lot of our local series type cars in the UK these days, isn't there?
Very popular. Bit of a contrast to the usual little 2-litre touring cars that the English have been so fond of over the years.
Yeah, certainly throw the big 5-litre into it, and it's twice as big as what they're used to. Gives it some sound, but I've got to say the English know how to use the engineering around a 2-litre car with its ability to change directions as well and take it up to it. But we do see quite a lot of these cars when they come on the market, getting in auctions and things like that, getting swooped on by English collectors or English racers as well. You know, like the boss of McLaren's got a couple of supercars even before he owned half of Walkinshaw United.
Zach Brown, a very avid car collector, and uses them too, which is exactly what Peter Zibris is doing out there too. In his Bob Jane T-Mart sponsored VK Commodore. Great to see it out there instead of in a man shed somewhere. So well done to Zibris' team for getting it out there.
Sawtell's gone through in the Tirana.
Singleton lost a couple of places on that lap, so Gerstle and Sawford have both got past Ed Singleton, and he's running out of time now to get those places back and get back into the top 10. So Gerstle now 10th in front of Sawford.
Yeah, that's a big change there. The Sprinter just getting out of the way as these cars come on through. The 54 Escort there has no real battle to be waged with these guys.
Sawford trying to put a move on Singleton as we head towards the end of this race, with our race leader David Holk well out in front.
Comes back down through the gearbox. It's the turns back on itself, left-hander. Difficult corner to get right, that one. The corner has no camber to it whatsoever. Very flat corner, and turn the car in. And it really is a wait, and then apply the power. This guy has been not waiting. In fact, he's been applying the power with absolute authority. Checkered flag is being waved, and David Holk what a celebration. That is going to be a wonderful trip home for David Holk as he gets the number 9 through to the victory.
Adrian Alesi will take second place in the Walkinshaw Commodore.
That's a good result too, really. The Walkinshaw is much maligned as a car. Had some success sporadically. As we watch some of the other battles are now finished. Ed Singleton actually got home in front of Gersel and Sawford as well for 9th, 10th and 11th. So Singleton pushed into the 10 for that result.
Steve Vaxisa was the final step on the podium in the VH Commodore. He'll be happy with that. Well done to the Heritage Touring Car guys, Group A and Group C. And of course, the invited Falcon of David Holk. Surely it's only a matter of time before we see more of these early 5-litre touring cars out of the sheds and onto the track where they should be. So well done to David and his team.
Darren, well done to you too. Thank you very much for all of your years of knowledge and expertise helping us with these cars.
Jason Delaney had an interesting last lap there. He's fallen off on the very last lap in that little Mark II Escort.
It's a shame, isn't it?
And Peter Zubris yet has not been able to get into a 140, unfortunately. So the Hello Kitty logo will stay in the middle of Peter's steering wheel for the time being, but I'm sure he won't be far off a 141. So he's getting there for the first time out there in that car, and one of his very few circuit races, doing an excellent job.
Certainly has been. Hands out the window, as is tradition, acknowledging the trackside marshals. And we've got to do exactly the same from here. All of our officials around the track, whether it be in the race control tower and the pit and paddock area, sometimes can be a thankless task, as people want to do what they want to do and not what the organisers of the event want to do. So we do thank them very much, all of the trackside officials as well, recovery drivers, Lloyd's Metal Fabrication and Build Spec Constructions for their support here at the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed for the Heritage Touring Cars combined. Darren, thank you for your help with the Group Ends, that Just Cars Touring Car Cup race and the Historic Touring Cars combined rolling start race. And it's the last time we see both of those cars, those fields out on track for this edition of the Winton Festival of Speed.
Thank you very much, Darren. Thank you very much to the VHRR, of course, and Equity One. And speaking of Equity One, they'll be the naming rights partner of Winton Sandown Historics, the 9th and 10th of November. So make sure you head down to the historic Sandown circuit for the annual historic meeting there, the 9th and 10th of November.
Looking forward to that. We've got Formula Fords on track next. They're all poised down in the marshalling area. We're going to take a break. Formula Fords on track in just a moment.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Formula Ford's now on their formation lap, heading around to the grid, and Tom Reed has joined me. I'm Darren Smith for the last time for this weekend for the Formula Fords, strictly in their category racing here this weekend. We had a little bit of controversy in the race earlier on where there was some competitors unaware of a change in the program, and that has played out in the background as well. But welcome, Tom. We're about to go racing again.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, slight communication error by the fraternity in the last event, but we press on, move on to the final race of the weekend, which should be a 20-minute race, which the time has already started counting down. We've got 18 minutes remaining. But we'll run you through the starting grid here. We've got McBride off pole, who's won the first and second race by a considerate margin. McGuinness starts second. Tom Tweedy, Will Faulkner off the second row. Malcolm Osler, the first FB car, will start off fifth. Jared Hurst in the 88 Blanchard team, Van Diemen, will start sixth. It'll be Richard Davison and Dean Coots-Meady's, a pair of Ellery Motorsport cars, off the fourth row. Neil Richardson from South Australia and Evan Farrell off 9th and 10th. Johnny Greig from Victoria and Luke Warwick, another Ellery Motorsport car, off 12th. Sean Williams, South Australian, off 13th. Sean Turnbull, the New South Welshman, off 14th. Then we go back to Matt Scott in the Larry Perkins FA car, Eric Bellamy in 16th. Warwick Folletta, 17th. Craig Degatardi from New South Wales off 18th. Chris O'Connor in 31, 19th. Andrew Reid off the rear of the grid off 20th, and a non-starter, John Miles.
Looks that ex-Perkins Matt car, Matthew Scott, that Alfa 600 orange and green out of 1970. You can't get too much further back in Formula Fording. That's around about when it started in Australia, and an Alfa 600. And I've got to say, where Matthew is in position number 15, he's done a tremendous job driving it absolutely brilliantly. We're poised for a race start, and just waiting for the red light on the gantry just above where you can see the driver's little red light there. It is 5 seconds until the start of this one, and the red light will come on. There it is, gone out, and that was a quick response to that start there. So we look down. Nick McBride wants to try and win the drag race with Andrew McGuinness. Andrew McGuinness doesn't want McBride to get an advantage. No interlocking wheels, but McBride does the switchback. Cold tyres there for Andrew McGuinness, and he has got it. He's holding on tight into turn 3. He's going to have to keep holding on tight now, because right in behind the rear valance of Nick McBride is Thomas Tweedy and Will Faulkner weighing in on it as well. But McGuinness getting great drive off turn 4, using it distinctly to his advantage and getting away to a very, very nice start there indeed. Challenge up the inside, no. No, McBride holds on. There is always an opportunity to throw a dive bomb down there, as we're watching Andrew Reid plucking his way through the field as well. He's made up 5 or 6 cars in the first half lap.
Yeah, McGuinness covered beautifully into tank corner. He got the jump on McBride and slowed it up beautifully through the sweeper so that McBride couldn't get down the inside. As we take a look at the rear of the field, Sean Turnbull, Graham Degatardi and Chris O'Connor rounding it out. And if we pan to the front, we've got McGuinness leading McBride from Tweedy, from Faulkner. Malcolm Osler, the first FB car, doing a brilliant job in 5th position. McBride will be looking to get past the number 2 ex-Russell Ingall RF89.
Yeah, this is good. Andrew McGuinness will be enjoying this. He's getting some fresh air out in front, and it really throws it down to Nick McBride, and he is going to take this very, very seriously indeed, as is Tom Tweedy and Will Faulkner. Will Faulkner fighting very, very hard, and I tell you what, if any of them make any sort of slip up at all, Malcolm Osler in that Lola, which gives away decades of performance or engineering gains, and he's staying with them. So this is testament to Malcolm Osler as a race driver and a guy that can prep a car, whether it be in Formula 1, IndyCar, or here at the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed.
McGuinness through the sweeper, leading McBride. He'll have to do the same trick he applied on lap 1, slow it up through this right-hander, park it down the left, but he's let the door open. McBride's going to have a look down the inside, can't get it done on the 89 Van Diemen. Through under the gum tree, he holds the lead as we look back between Reed. He's jumped up to position 13 off the back of the grid.
I tell you what, that run up into 7 there with Andrew McGuinness there, it was a low percentage move there, but what it enabled him to do was to flow the car, and it made Nick McBride sort of check the car up a little bit, but it's certainly worked out for McGuinness. He's managed to carry the speed all the way around through the S's at the top of the track and carry it down the old back straight. Side by side now with Tweedy and also William Faulkner.
McBride's had a slight mistake there, and it's allowed McGuinness to get away. So these guys will be looking to tow past Nick down the front straight. Will Faulkner tucks right into the slipstream of the 86 Van Diemen, pulls out to the side, draws alongside him into turn 1, the left-hander. Can he go the long way around? He can't. Malcolm Osler tucked right up the gearbox of Will Faulkner there in the yellow car. No position change there between the top 4 or 5. So McGuinness holding a 1.1 second lead on our timing screens at the moment. But McBride is strong through the second sector of this racetrack, through the sweeper. Seems to gain a margin on McGuinness as we head through the tricky little right-hander, and then a hard braking effort down a couple of gears into Tank Corner, and then under the gum tree, Will Faulkner applying immense pressure to the back of Tom Tweedy's 86 Van Diemen.
A whole lot of dust has gone up around through the sweeper there. I can't see that anyone has gone off, but certainly you can see someone.
I think it might be Richard Davison in the 89 Van Diemen prepared by Ellery's.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a darker coloured car sitting behind the sign there. Can't quite pick that one up, but we're working our way from 9, 10 up to 11 now, and Andrew McGuinness, there it is. Yeah,
it is Richard Davison.
Davo, certainly is.
The nose cone plucked off the side, front of that car. It would have been through bottoming out through the sweeper, and then, yeah, it just would have ripped off when he went over a slight bit of elevation change off the edge of the track. But McBride is right behind McGuinness now, this time by, with 11 minutes 50 seconds remaining into turn 1. Gets up the back of McGuinness. McBride is extremely strong through sectors 1 and 2. McGuinness holds the edge on him down the straight.
You get the feeling now that this is something inevitable happening here, because McBride has definitely got more speed that last lap around. In fact, he was 0.7 of a second faster on that lap, so that's why he's been able to range up under the gearbox of McGuinness. McGuinness gets good drive out of turn 4, but by the time they get to the sweeper, McBride is right in the draft there, and they're welcoming Tom Tweedy into that draft as well. And if Tweedy's going to be in there, Will Faulkner's also going to be in there.
This is a great battle between the front 4. McGuinness is defending as he should, perfectly, and McBride is finding it hard and harder to get past that 89 Van Diemen, as Tweedy and Will Faulkner have a slight scrap behind these two. Front 2 checked out by 3 or 4 car lengths over third position. McBride's going to fake down the inside, try and get McGuinness to go deep on the brakes. Can't get it done now. He's right up the gearbox of McGuinness, going down the back straight into penultimate corner. Can he get the tow? No, he can't. McGuinness has got a superior engine in that 89 Van Diemen and holds the lead.
Certainly is. It's a power race, isn't it? It's only a matter of 1 or 2 kilowatts there as well for McGuinness. Certainly got it on there. Notice the last time around there, Richard Davison hasn't moved either, so he will be taking no further part in this contest. McGuinness leads lap number 4. Still got a decent journey left to go. 10.5 minutes left in this race for them, so this is going to feel exceptionally long for Andrew McGuinness, as he's got a white car and a blue car and a yellow car that are diving left and right, filling his mirrors on each side of the car every time he comes up to a braking point. Gets good drive again out of turn 4. It's only half the car length, but that's what's holding it in there for him. Nick McBride looks to the inside there, puts the nose into a different line. He's going to go in tight here. No, he's not. Holds station. What this is doing while these guys battle is that it's allowing Andrew Reed to start to push his way through the field as well. They're not swapping spots up the front, but Andrew's now up to position number 9. So come from tail of the field to get up to position 9. That's 10 spots, 11 spots since the start of this race. So he's working very, very hard.
I'm liking this by Andrew. He's backing the top 6 or so up and allowing Reed to get back into this battle. But as we see again, McGuinness he's just got the edge down the straights. McBride's got to force him into an issue, otherwise he just won't get by. McGuinness is positioning his car exactly where he should, and McBride cannot find a way through. Tweedy's there as well, pouncing if these two make a collision together.
Yeah, let's hope there's no coming together at all. We've had enough of that with Formula Fords. The interlocking wheels do end up with two cars out. Oh, McGuinness, big under brakes there, just holding off McBride. But this is massive pressure. In fact, we had this now 5 laps now. These guys are operating under extreme conditions here. McBride gets it in there because that is a big understeer by McGuinness, and Tweedy goes through as well. So it's like the race earlier on yesterday, where Tweedy got home in second to Nick McBride. But at the moment, Nick McBride has just cleared away nicely there. Tom Tweedy in there. Will Faulkner looking through now to try and get through on McGuinness.
So we'll say goodbye to McBride. He most likely will run away with this, but Tweedy's sticking with him for now. That was that mistake I was talking about that McGuinness made. It allowed the 2 cars behind him to pounce and capitalise. So McBride leading with 7 minutes 40 seconds remaining down the back straight. There shouldn't be a position change within this top 6 for a while.
This is exceptional Formula Ford racing. We've got 6 competitors weighing in on it. It's McGuinness, McBride, Tweedy, Faulkner, Osler, Hurst, and Kutsumides not too far about from weighing in on this as well. Andrew Reid's right now with Kutsumides. So these two came together yesterday. Reid has come from the rear of the grid and now up to 8th position. Kutsumides, he started out of 8th and remains in, got up to 7th. So Reid is doing a tremendous job surging through this field, but out in front.
Tweedy!
No way, Tweedy has just ripped the wheel off the car, gone wide, sucked into the wall, and that has destroyed Tom Tweedy's car. And that wheel is just abandoned, running through the middle of the infield at the moment, and he has parked up on the wall right in front of the flag point on the run into turn 2. So that'll be yellows down at turn 1. He is out, and Tom Tweedy, that is a horrible way to exit a race.
It's devastating for that family team. They work so hard on that car. They're a little down on engine performance, but that's just exactly not what you want to see.
2 corners off an RF86, and that is not ideal at all. So not really sure what happened there, but just ran wide in the Van Diemen RF86,
so
and that's it.
Flag.
We've gone red flag. So that will probably see the end of this race, being that 6 minutes left in it. We're well and truly at 75% mark. Richard Davison just nursing a broken front of his car. And Tom Tweedy, that is absolutely horrible what we've just seen there. I don't like seeing race cars torn up at the best of times, but that just went wide. And the sucker punch into that wall there, now that's horrible, isn't it? That's not nice vision.
No, it's devastating for Tom. I really feel for him here.
I think we're going to get another look at that. We might be able to dissect this a little bit. I guess the main thing here, Tom, is that the driver's out of the car.
Tom's
jumped straight away there as well. And I dare say he's huffing and puffing a little bit. Here we go. Corner, understeer, yep, and no one else involved there. Luckily he didn't bounce back onto the track, and that ended up in Andrew McGuinness. Had bounced off the back of Andrew McGuinness's car, and Will Faulkner had a full view of exactly what happened there.
That wheel's ended all the way up on the infield in between turn 3 and 4, and it's bounced straight across the path of Will Faulkner, who's incredibly lucky. So we go red flag. Assume that's race done.
I would suggest with this this pickup here, we've got 2 cars there. There's Richard Davison trying to get the nose cone on there. 7 minutes and 14 seconds remaining. I would suggest this one's probably going to be called, and we might not see any more Formula Ford racing. Although the recovery crews are very quickly onto the Tom Tweedy outfit. We might just grab a quick cold drink whilst these recoveries go on and see if we can find out from race control if we're going to go racing again. If something changes, we'll jump straight back on the mics. But for the time being, Tom, we'll just have a quick rest.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Well, thanks, Darren. And just as you were talking about that, I've got the man himself, Pete Muleman, here as well with his, what would you call it, the Black Stallion, the Black Beauty, but whatever it is, Pete, this is an immaculate-looking bit of engineering.
Mate, this has become quite a passion for me. It's been a car evolution project, and I built this thing. I started building it back in 2017 or something. Got it logbooked at the start of 2019, started campaigning at the start of 2020, and it's gone through several reiterations throughout that time. It's the car that would be the epitome of it ain't done right till it's done 3 times.
So is there any racing history to this, or did you buy it privately and then you've always wanted to race one, I take it?
I kind of just thought I'd fulfil the boyhood dream, and I built my own race car, you know, so it was a road car prior to that. I probably came into it quite naively. I thought, oh, I'll build my own and it'll be cheaper, you know, because there's lots on My 105 that you could buy. And honestly, that was such a wrong turn, you know. Here I am so far down the rabbit hole with this one. I can look back and go, man, you probably would have been better off to just buy one second hand or buy one that's already used and already sorted and developed.
So you haven't looked at the costing, you haven't added it all up?
I don't even want to think about it, you know. I just go, yep, that's what it is and that's what it cost, and if you want to do it, that's what you pay.
So were you doing much racing beforehand that you've finally got your pot of gold?
No, I was a mechanic by trade, so I'd worked on other people's cars, and at some stage, you know, once it's affordable, so this is the good old boys category, so, you know, once you're out of debt, your mortgage is paid off, your kids have moved out of home, and then you go, well, it's time to indulge a little bit of your passion into it.
So tell us a bit about what you've done to it to bring it up to speed, because obviously it's not a standard car.
So, built from the ground up, we acid dip the body, we design and build a roll cage, get that certified by CAMS. Dick Savvy from Savvy Motorsport to build the engine for it. It's been a strong little unit, so a 289, and it hasn't failed us. You know, the engine is absolutely killer. Really proud of what he's built for us there. Race prepared top loader gearbox, race products, floater, 9-inch rear end. Some brake stuff, some suspension stuff. There's not much of the original car left on it.
Well, I suppose when you've got to turn into a race car, you've got to do that stuff with it. So in your category, I've noticed you've got the MB category and the NC category from Brad Tilley. What's the slight differences in that?
So we all race under the banner of Group N, and then there's effectively three subclasses within that Group N. So there's NC cars, which are 1966 through to 1973, NB cars from 1958 through to 65, and NA cars from 58 prior. So for us, being a 65 Mustang, as opposed to Brad being a 66, we run under the NB rules. And the differences there really is probably only the wheel size. So I run these little 6-inch rims because that's what they ran back in the day. Brad runs 8-inch rims because that's what they evolved to. So there's not too many differences, but we have got a few constraints. You know, back in 1965, the biggest engine they ran was a 289, so that's the biggest engine we can run. They ran cast iron heads, so we've got to run cast iron heads. There's a controlled valve size. So there's quite a lot of compliance that we have to build the cars to.
So you're basically...
Okay, so thanks to Darren Smith and to Tom for bringing us those last rather eventful Formula Ford race.
Yeah, that was a little bit exciting at the end. Unfortunately, not an ideal way to end a race. But we are back with the HQs, Ron.
Yes, the HQ Holdens, and what a fantastic category this has been over the years. It's just one of those categories. Started in Tasmania many years ago now, and it's a bit of a tryout, and it just snowballed from there. And oh gosh, they had them out at the Holden Calder Thunderdome for many years, destroyed many out there, I will tell you as well. And if you're in the HQ Holden spare parts business, you're probably sitting on the beach up at Service Paradise right now, because they sold heaps and heaps of spare parts for HQ Holdens. And it's been a good category. It was a bit of a toe in the water category for a lot of guys that started out, and some have stayed in it all the time, and some have gone on to other categories. But it was a good category to get into. Just a 3-speed manual shift. They put them on the floor, of course, these days. They're not 3 on the tree. Although I think some of them originally started with just the 3 on the tree.
Yeah, I'm sure they started with 3 on the tree, Ron, and some of them have got a Premier front on them, but we worry that maybe that's a little bit heavy.
Well, interesting, I'm sort of remembering things back when they first started. If you actually got yourself a Belmont body, there was some story about the Belmonts not having as much sound deadening and all the other bits and pieces on them, hence being a tiny bit lighter. But
no, not the Kingswood.
Not the Kingswood. And of course they had a metal pressed grille and not a chromed grille like these other ones have got.
Yep.
But it's been a good category. They even tried, they were going to convert them to V8s at one stage.
Thankfully they didn't.
All the mechanicals or things they've got would be quite good. So we've got about a 10-second board coming up. And on the pole position, Ryan Woods. Next to him is Rod Genitus. And away they go. Nice, easy kind of start.
Good start. Genitus down the outside into turn 1, and Woods being gobbled up on the inside as well. Not the same as what he's been the man in the front for at the end of the races so far this weekend, and finds himself in 3rd spot as they head on down into turn 3, and he's being challenged on the inside as well. So Wood is going to be working hard through this race to try and get back. Once he gets in front, he tends to walk away, but he's got the work job in front of him here, Ron.
He certainly has. Yes, he's not used to being back there. So what is he lying about 3rd or something at the moment, I think. So he come up through to the top of the circuit. Up to the tank corner, as we used to call it. There's the old tank still there.
And then the old gum tree. Rajas, heading his way around the old gum tree and making his way to
somebody had a bit of an upsie there, I think, on out of turn.
Looks like it was coming off the sweeper.
Yes, I think so. So anyway, there's number 1 going through there. He's that was that our leader, Woods? Was that had a loop there?
Well,
Looked very similar car. But anyway, look, there he is.
He's still in position 3.
The same. Going up that short little straight now before they do the right-hand turn up the top of the circuit. Great dice there between 68, which is Graham Crawford. And they go, heavy braking here.
He's going to hold it on the inside.
That line.
If you want to pass me on the outside.
And
they have a little bit of a touch there.
76 at Stephen Banks. Oh, getting a bit sideways at HQ, my goodness me.
Yeah,
really drifting him
to
through.
Pull it off. It was a brave move around the outside.
Fantastic stuff.
Rajas got the lead well and truly sorted at the moment, but Woods has managed to come down the inside of Becker's and take that 2nd spot. Now he's got to chase out and try and bring back Rajas. Now, Woods has been a very quick car for the series of the weekend. I think he's got enough petrol in the tank, so they say. to get there, but only time will tell. It will be interesting. Has he got the tyre power? This race brought to us by Tyre Power. Has he got the tyre power to do it?
We can hope so. I mean, he's got a good lead now, 33. What is he? About a second and a half or so in front of everybody else. And in HQ language, that's quite a fair bit.
Yeah, Woods is pretty handy at pulling it back, though. And the previous races, he did Rogers did get in front, but Woods managed to be the fastest and in the front at the final corner on the final race.
Car 81 there is John Mahoney running at the back of the field along, I see, perhaps a lady driver, Tracy Malden, is also in the event. She was about second last there at one stage, but she might be catching up a little bit, but good little dice. We normally have a field of about 30 of these things running. Today we've only got a very small field.
Yes.
I heard someone saying before they have had a lot of racing with these cars just recently, and I guess the terrible dollar value comes into play a fair bit.
Yep.
So
cost of living and interstate races, it all chews into the money belt. So
already saving their money for Sandown and some other events coming up.
Right, just now on to the start finish, the old start finish straight. Woods hot in pursuit. Those two guys have been pulling away from the rest of the field in each and every race so far this weekend, and it looks like it's going to happen again. Normally it's Woods in front, but he's got to chase down Rogers.
Well, Woods, Phil, has got the fastest lap at the time, but we're at 47.0, so he's really got that pedal to the metal, if you call it, in a HQ Holden. He's actually gaining. You can see him gaining on the road on Rogers as they come up onto the top part of the circuit. The rest of the field is luring their way through. A bit of a lock up there from 87, which is the car by Glenn McDonald.
Yep.
And that next car coming in behind him and quite picked that number up. But there we've got the last group of this cars coming through. They go past the screen with a bit of a blue. You can't quite pick up the number.
Yeah.
But there's 81 again. That's, as I said, Mahoney doing it nicely. Just trying to pick up car 68, which is Graham Crawford. So they head off down towards the hard left hand. A lot of hard braking. Always you can see a bit of lock up there from Mahoney just as they go into that sweeper.
Yeah, and of course they disc brakes on the front, drum brakes on the rear.
Bit of a passing move going up on the top there. I didn't quite see who that was. Could be Beckers and McLeod, I think, having a bit of a dive.
Yeah, Woods is certainly reeling in Rogers. Let's see what happens as they cross the line. Well, they've both done their fastest lap so far for the race in the last time around. Rogers was a 147.018 and Woods was a 146.0.89.
76 getting through there. That's the Stephen Banks car. He's going quite nicely. Car 10 we can see on screen, and that's Andrew McLeod from Victoria.
Yeah, all of these guys are Victorian, but I've noticed throughout the weekend there's a number of cars that are from well and truly interstate, Queensland and the like, so well done to those guys too, coming down to Victoria and competing at this Winton Festival of Speed.
89 and 10 still having their little go. It's Beckers and McLeod. They started next to each other on the grid, so they're at it hammer and tongs to get the benefit of who's going to actually win out of that little group, which might get them up into third place, those two cars.
Yeah, they'll be having a great time out there, and they'll get out of the car at the end of the race and be smiles all around, I'm sure. Very enjoyable when you can do the, chrome bumper bar to chrome bumper bar racing, I guess.
Now have a look here. We've got the Woods car gaining very quickly on Rogers, is it? In the red car.
Rogers,
so
yeah.
Rogers, they come onto the straight.
Rogers still in the lead, but Woods now right on the back bumper of him, able to draw it in, making every little bit of use that he can out of the windbreak in front of him.
Suddenly becomes about 2 foot wide of that HQ that he's trying to pass. They swing up onto the old pit straight. Out of our sight for a second. Here they come. Woods getting a little bit bumpy there as he came out of the corner, hit those ripple strips, which the 4-metre forward hit before. So he's really going to give him a push along as they swing around to the right hand or on that little short strip to the big sweeper. And he'll be
very interesting
right over his bumper bar.
Yeah, going to become very interesting as they come out of the sweeper through the dog leg and down into tank corner. Let's see how this pans out. Woods looking for the inside line, has a bit of a dip, has a look, puts the nose in.
Oh, no bumping.
And a little bit of a tap, but nothing serious. Wasn't able to pull off the move, but a really good try.
There wasn't even any nudge, wink, say no more.
I know, good and clean racing. There's a slight touch, but it was only slight. There was nothing malicious in any of that. As they ride the boom, coming out of that corner onto the old back straight. Up they go to the left-hander. Ray just jumps onto the brakes. Woods right behind him. Hook it to the left and head down the extension here at this Winton Motor Raceway.
I think Woods got just a little bit of a break up there somewhere. He quite lost a little bit of pace. So he's dropped back just a little bit. He was right on the bumper bar before of Raja. So onto the main straight again. They do it all over again.
It could be that Rajas has gone, hey, that's a bit close. I'll go a bit harder. Maybe he's found a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think Woods, I wouldn't say either he missed a gear because I only got 3 gears to choose.
Yeah,
they may be using second and top
gear.
I know on the old circuit, a couple of the old guys used to just come through all the way through there in top gear.
Yep.
Just to keep the momentum of the car going.
They still do, and it depends on exactly how they're trying to position the car.
That's right.
Sometimes they'll go back to second, sometimes they'll stay in third. It's one of those odd situations where there's a slight variance in advantage depending on what the racing is around you. Here we go with car 66 and 81, still hammer and tong. Mahoney
and
Crawford.
They've been. Now here we go. Here's Woods again looking for another passing move. He'll be right on his tail coming down that little short straight before the hard braking and left-hand turn. And Woods getting a little bit untidy there, really sort of pushing it hard. And that's dropped him back another little notch, which the Rajas will be quite happy to have seen that happen.
Yeah, he'll be happy to. But look at him close up under brakes. Woods able to close that gap quite easily under brakes as they come down there.
Those DS11s will be burning red hot, I would say.
Yep.
Assuming that's the pattern they use. A lot of race cars do use them. But he's holding his own. He's had a fair bit of curry from Woods, and he's doing very well to keep himself where he is without looking in the mirror too much. So many guys in this situation start looking in the mirror, overcook it, lose their braking spot and mess things up completely. But he's doing it very, very well indeed.
Yeah, Rajas is still holding the lead, which he wasn't able to do in the previous race. He got to the lead, but had to relinquish it to Woods. Woods will be playing really hard on this time around because this could very well be the last lap. I'm not sure. I didn't see the last lap board presented, but according to the time on my screen, I would think that this will possibly be the last lap as the guys...
89 is Beckers and McLeod still having a great dice there.
Yep.
They're equally as close as our leader cars are. And Woods just looking for that way through. I don't think he's going to get it through this time, as the Knox Panel service car is in the lead.
Yep.
And if that's not tapping, it's very close if it is. You'll hear someone knocking on the boot, let me get in.
Yeah, Woods is trying everything he can to upset Rajas in the lead, but Rajas is having none of it. He's playing the safe game. If you want to go around me, you're going to have to do it the hard way.
Woods, of course, got a lot of experience. He's been around for a long, long time in this particular category, so he's doing very well just to get as close as he can to the lead car. And he does race up, and lead car locking up a little bit. He's, as I say, perhaps looked in his rear mirror just that little bit too long. Only need a split second, and suddenly you're running out of braking area. But this could be
checkered flag.
Our checkered flag. Yes, it is. Well, a good race there for the Formula for the
Formula
Holden, yes, for the HQ Holdens. They've done very, very well indeed. A great win there to
and Rogers will be absolutely thrilled to bits with managed to win that last race.
Well, holding off Woods, who's generally the top dog in that. That's why he's carrying number one.
Exactly.
So he'll be very pleased about that. No doubt there'll be a couple of beers drunk over all that chatter tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a good debrief in the pits later on.
Absolutely, a very hospitable sort of crew, the HQ Holden people, who help each other out if need be. So we're very privileged to see the HQs in this at this particular event, as I say, because they have had a lot of racing over the last little while. So glad that we were able to get that amount of cars here today.
Yeah, and a big thank you to Tyre Power for bringing us the HQs this weekend. It's been an absolute privilege to have them on board. They've done a great job for a number of years with the HQ racing. So we just watching those cars parade around.
A big thank you also to Wonderland for bringing us that particular event, the HQ event. Wonderland, of course, adventure your way. So there's a wonderland.com.au site if you wish to go and see about your next caravan. So we'll take a break for a short time and we'll see you very soon.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world. Back then you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
No one knows your passion like Shannons. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48 volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
Welcome back trackside here for the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. We have still got tons of action coming your way here on Sunday afternoon. The regularity for the tribute cars, they're rolling out on track right now on their warm-up lap. Historic sports sedans and inviteds for their Supersprint. MG and invited British sports cars have been enthralling with their racing right throughout this weekend. Alfa racing, then we go back to some historic categories as well, groups PQR and O racing, the Group S and invited. That'll be an absolute ripper. Very short, sharp race. They've been turning it on for us this weekend. Groups JKLB, Formula B and M&O sports racing and invited, and a regularity of a traditional sense to round out the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. We thank all of the people from behind the scenes at the VHRR for organising these fantastic events. Well turned out, well entered events. and they do such a tremendous job. I'm Darren Smith, been joined right alongside me, Brett Francis, who is kind of like a proud granddad, probably not old enough to be a granddad just yet, but certainly a proud father of this category and someone who's been instrumental in making sure that these cars have a place to entertain us.
Thanks, Darren. Yes, this category is growing and growing each year. You know, we started it 4 years ago, and slowly but surely we've got more and more cars. You know, we started out with about 12 cars, and now we're up to 33. So, and there's plenty in the wind being built, which is fantastic. So,
there's plenty of motivation for people. Like I touched on it earlier, where you see something and as a kid you really enjoyed it, and then you can't get the real thing because it's been sold to the UK or it was wrecked or whatever it might be. The very next thing you can do in your life is to turn around and build one.
No, well, that's exactly right. I was just talking to Aaron Noonan from V8 Sleuth just earlier, and you know, like Aaron pointed out, the Persing Grice VN out there is now, you know, the 015 car, the 94 spec car. You know, we'll never see that car again, and here it is out here having, you know, a run. So, and there's plenty of that stuff out here, which is great. And these guys are doing a regularity, and they're doing a fast time as well. So where the traditional regularity is up around that 150 mark, these guys are down to 136, which is a quick speed around here.
Well, and it doesn't come easily as well. You've got to prove your wares. You can't just be given the grace to do that, can you? You've just got to show that you're going to be sensible about it, and there's not going to be some high-speed comings together and bits and pieces like that. And I think what we're talking about here with the tribute cars as well, and the Group U sports sedans are doing the same thing. They're slowly being allowed, because they're being sensible. Yeah, you can pass, but it's making sure the guy in front sees you and you make the pass. And that, look, that's part of the, I guess, the thrill of doing it as well.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you've got, like you said earlier, you've got Nick Higgins out there in that Corolla, and he's been doing IPRA racing, which is
under 2 litre sports sedans, IPRA, and now tribute racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Something every weekend in the little Corolla.
Yeah, which is a fantastic car. Look, it's out here and it looks the part, which is great.
And I've got to say, Nick is one of the more enthusiastic people around motorsport. He gets you G'd up. You follow him with his passion and enthusiasm. It's a cool thing.
Yeah, it is. And you know, like that VN that I was just talking about, that Percy Grice HRT car. That car actually started out as an old rally car.
Yeah, right.
And Paddy Kirby refurbed it, and you know, there's some old Commodore Cup cars in there, and so it's a way of getting those categories who have since died back out on the track in a different format.
Yep, yeah, we're seeing it across the screen now. Who didn't love something P. Brock sort of based there, and that's the real basic first of the Group A Commodores. No bonnet bulges, no rear spoilers, no side skirts, not even just a front bumper really off a VK SS.
You know, that's the very 85, you know, that 85 look. So from Bathurst, you know.
Didn't even have the blue meanie type grille in it. It's just got the 3-4 slats from the factory, and away you go.
You know, closely followed by the year after. And this, as you know, this car's got Johnny Ippolito's old sports sedan engine in it. It's a quick thing, this one.
This car embodies something about Australian motorsport which we all love, and that is that someone could have gone to the biggest race in the country at the time, at Mount Panorama, and had a go.
That's right.
We can't do that anymore, sadly. You know, you can go there at Easter and you can do the 6 hour and join with 70 other cars on the track and be crowded, but it's not the 1,000. And there was many privateers with so many great stories here. You talk of so many different competitors, John English and you know, all these, Brett Youlden and all these other names that did it. I spoke to Brett Youlden about his experience there on the Grassroots Racing podcast, and he said we were sponsored by Marathon Dim Sims. We were the Dim Sim car of all things.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, like you're right, and we've encouraged a lot of the guys with these cars to, you know, even though we've got the mobile liveries, you know, we've got a lot of the guys are now starting to look for the round by round change livery, the privateer livery, you know, that, so it's not the, you know, the normal Dick Johnson, you know, Peter Brock type thing. They're starting to look left of field, which is great.
I'm looking for a Cherry Ripe car, a bit of Peter Jansen sort of work and stuff like that. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Schweppes and Cherry Ripe and bits and pieces like that. The formation finish of the last of the big bangers, the VKs, with Jansen spinning down mountain straight in the back of the shot.
Absolutely. I said to these guys with the 3 mobile cars, like, come down the main straight 3x3 and recreate Spa from 86.
The King's Cup.
Yeah. So.
But look, it's an avenue of accessing motorsport, isn't it? Not everyone's enthralled by a go-kart or a Formula V or a Formula Ford or a one-make XL or anything like that. They want to run what excites them.
That's exactly right, and it's given these guys an opportunity to get out there. The cars are fantastic. They look great, and they sound the part. So, and you look at the VL there, the Perkins Engineering car. Like, that's exceptional. Anyone that is in the crowd here today, go and have a look at that car. It is exceptional.
Yeah, Dylan's done a ripping job on that. We touched on it yesterday, didn't we? It was a quiet little COVID project that got pretty serious pretty quickly, and
sure
they've
has.
just rolled out a magic-looking race car, and in all intents and purposes, it's one step from the actual real thing, and that's motivated him to build it. It's motivated him to bring the car to the track and run it, and run it hard.
Yeah.
On that note, let's have a bit of a look, because we are here competing for something. The 53 of Jones has gone through with the fastest time, was second fastest behind David Rowell. So Phil Jones is in the 53.
Then you've got Graham Wincup in the Bob Jane XU1. You've got Trav Kirby, and he's in the Citizen Watches Commodore. Hayden Ivers. It's actually just changed. It's gone to Carl Gibbs. It's running the Starion. Kim DeBritt is running around in the FJ Holden, and that's an interesting car. That car was built by Dave Ryan from Rare Spares, and Dave ran that in Targa in Mexico before he's returned it back here to Australia, and it's a fantastic, quick car. And speaking of Nick Higgins, he's up into 7th. And Shane McDonald's in 8th. Gary Barker, who's a good friend of Graham Wincup's, is in 9th, and then Nick Taylor's in 10th in another Commodore.
Here's one of the things which you just touched on there. Friends of someone, and they've gone, I'd like to go racing, but I'd really like to race the XYZ car. It doesn't exist anymore, mate. You can't even find the shell to give it any provenance or anything like that.
That's right.
Oh, well, let's go and find some photos. Like you said, contact the V8 Sleuth and see if he's got some photos, and you put the word out on social media in these days, and the whole community sort of swings behind it. You'll find that there's 2 or 3 other like-minded people that might even help you do it.
That's right, and the beauty of Facebook, and the groups that are connected to, Heritage Touring Cars or this group, there's always the odd photo that pops up, and someone goes, oh, geez, that's your car.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. So, Philip Jones in the black and yellow car. We've seen a lot of that Transalloy car this weekend. He's the fastest out on track. The number 7 is the Holden Tirana
of Graham
Wincup is 3rd. Kirby, who's been across the top of the timesheets as well. Travis in the red, white and blue Commodore. You just touched on the Citizen livery. Back to Gibbs in the 64, which is the Starion. And that is also something very different. I've got to say, it's probably, I loved the Starions when KB was running them, and they ran them in the Mitsubishi Works liveries. They were very cool, but certainly this is a one-off type of car that these guys are running with that. And going straight up to position number 2 now is Travis Kirby in the Citizen Commodore. Nick Higgins into 5. Wincup down now outside the top 5 there. So the little Corolla. The great leveller is the ticking the boxes in regularity, and I think someone might have sat down with Nick and explained to him how regularity works between yesterday and today, and he's nominated the right time for him, so he's ticking the boxes, isn't he?
He sure is.
The 326 out there, Vincent Neville as well. That's the Jaguar XJS, the black one, which looks quite menacing around in the invited British and MG cars, and they're coming up in 2 events' time. That's actually evil looking, like a Batmobile type of thing. But Neville now into 6th. And the number 15, David Thomas, now in the Nissan Bluebird. So he was up a little bit further yesterday in that car. Certainly the in the Group C. The 15 and the 16 cars have been going very well.
They sure have, and David's done a good job with that car. He spent a lot of time, as I said earlier, with George Fury and getting some advice on car setup and how to run it and building it to period specs. So he's gone to that extreme where other guys have sort of taken their own engineering, I suppose, view on things.
Slowing down now in the 53 here for Phil Jones is now being pushed off the top spot. In fact, where has Phil ended up now? Locked down to 20th. So there you go, you have a hiccup and you get pushed back down. So it's not of great concern that he is slowing on this particular lap because he's set his regularity times over 4 laps or 5 laps now, so can certainly slow down. It's not going to harm the result. It's not like we're racing to the checkered flag.
No, that's right.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, exactly. And, look, it's a category that could potentially go that way.
So Nick Higgins now into 3. It's the number 6 of Cameron Smith in the 911 IROC, the blue car, which has just such a distinctive, that flat 6 sound. It's almost like if you close your eyes, you could be in a French countryside listening to a 24-hour race in the 70s, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. And interesting, this yellow and black 69 Mustang's a genuine Boss 302. He's from Swan Hill, and every now and again he's a wheat farmer, and he'll pose a photo with the Mustang towing a combine harvester.
Got to get it unbogged with something.
Yeah, exactly.
Throw the grunt at it. There's the Commodore we're talking about in the Danny Holm livery, and there is the Starion we're talking about, the Gibbs car, Recar outfit, Group E sort of trim. There were some fearsome races with 50 and 60 cars in Group E. I remember the Winton 300 here, back in '89. We were running a VN V8 with Max Bonney and another guy from Ballarat. I can't remember who was driving it, and those Starions were in that race as well in the Group E spec.
And they were fast little cars.
They were very fast, yeah. Yeah, in that time, the rules had been written around getting the EA and the VN up and running, so the Ford and Holden battle could be waged. But certainly they hung in there. And even to a greater extent, the Swift GTIs were quite prevalent in there as well. This Escort's doing a brilliant job. In fact, recently up as far as 5 in the field now, just been knocked back out to 20 just as I was watching that car get dropped out. So missed the target or gone out too fast in the last lap.
And you've only got to get balked by, a dice, and that'll throw you right out. So, this Rover, this is a cool car.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Factory livery. Looks really good. Pretty simple Rover livery there, and it was certainly a car, particularly in the British Touring Car Championship, which was dominant for quite some time with the Walkinshaw Racing outfit and others. There was others that were very good at it. It wasn't just Walkinshaw that owned everything Rover.
And you see plenty of those racing at the Spa historic events these days.
Here comes the 15 Bluebird. There's the Starion, and here comes Nick Higgins in the 77 Corolla. Gone to great effort to get those graphics period correct. John Faulkner, John Smith, Paul Stokel, Andrew Smith driving those cars in the 1000 back in the class battle era.
Nick's taking great pride in himself, lifting the wheel all the time through the corners.
Keeps saying he's saving tyres. He's been listening to the commentators for too long. Keep all paws on the road, mate. You're faster.
But he runs that in many, many categories. There he goes.
Yeah. You see Macca's business on the back there, the Pro Cut outfit. They're running a Monaro in improved production here in Victoria, in McLennan. Pro Cut services. So that's testament to how many events he's doing. He's got to run each and every different categories series sponsors. He's got to find space on the car.
But he has a ball. That's the main thing.
And I'm pretty sure they're all having an absolute ball. You're not going to go car racing if you're not. It's no matter what way you look at it, it's expensive, even if you're doing it on a shoestring. Interesting iteration and a rear wing on that one.
Yes, this car does run in IPRA actually. Stuart Jearden. He normally runs a XB Falcon Coupe in the Moffat 25 livery.
Oh, yep.
City Ford livery. But it's had a bit of an engine issue, so he dragged out the EA to keep his spot.
Why not, if you can do it? That's an amazing tribute livery, that one, isn't it? The battles that we saw Alan Moffat in the Coke Mustang wage over so many years.
That's
Checkered
right.
flag has been waved.
It looks like Travis Kirby came in first with Carl Gibson the Starion, and Nick Higgins came in third. You've got Vincent Neville, by the look of it, who's come in fourth. Cam Smith in the Porsche, fifth. Shane McDonald in the Bluebird is sixth. Ian Smith in a Commodore is seventh. Graham Wincup in the Tirana XU1, eighth. Stewie Dearden in ninth. And Max McKay rounds out the 10 in another Commodore.
Just noticed Hayden Ivers in that number 9 Alan Moffat Racing liveried. He's coming to 13th there as well.
That's right, mate. Looks like someone's had an off right at the end.
Bit of dust up in the air. Well done, Brett. Like I said, you're the father, or one of the fathers, or surrogate dad to all of these guys out there. Worked very, very hard. I know when I was talking to Aaron Noonan about this, he was glowing in your endorsement of the way you've been going here, and I guess you're sending customers to him as well to research their cars.
Yeah, look, yeah, there's another guy that helped us out at the beginning of this, Neville Cattels. He's a local Benalla guy, and he was one of the first guys to actually build a tribute car, and he's not running at the moment, but yeah, he's equally as responsible for creating what we have here as well.
Well, thank you very much, Brett. That's been fantastic to see these tribute cars. It is the first time I've seen them live. Read a lot about them, read them where they've been going and the builds and different bits and pieces. But full credit to everyone that's running these cars. They've done a brilliant job. No matter what way anyone looks at it, going car racing is not easy. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it.
That's right.
It's certainly a path less tread, and it always amuses me when people go, "Oh, if someone just gave me a car, I'm sure I could race it to a win." It's like, because yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, exactly. I wish we could all do
that.
that.
Yeah, I'll just give me the car. I'm sure I can drive it for you, buddy. Yeah.
I know. I'd like that too.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I'd just like to rock up with the helmet and driving suit and go and drive, and then at the end wander away.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Don't worry about the work.
Well, we have got Sports Sedans up for their regularity coming up on, or sprint coming up on next, as we bid the tribute cars adieu for this particular event. Been great having them on as part of the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024. Sports Sedans will be on track next. Thank you very much, Brett.
Thanks, mate.
No problem. Back soon.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
So we go from the regularity on the tribute cars and we go now to a super sprint for the sports sedans. Got to say, Simon and Max giving us a bit of entertainment, warming up the rear tyres of their cars coming up the hill out of turn number 2, past the viewing areas at the kiosk and beyond down into turn number 3. Darren Smith with you here, and thank goodness being joined by Mark Sully, who super passionate about this form of sports sedan racing. I've got to say I do join him, but I guess I'm a little bit more involved with the state series and the national series of sports sedan racing, but certainly all these cars were state series and national series cars of some time in their particular era. Welcome, Mark.
Hey, well, thank you, Darren, and thank you, listeners. Yeah, they were, a lot of them were back in the 70s and early 80s, even back to some of them back to the 60s, being state national cars and very quick in their day, and a couple of our front-running guys are still quick today. But yeah, the rest of them are still good valued cars.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I think the Merc would probably acquit itself quite well in a state round. It would probably be a mid to front pack runner. And just watching the pace out of this Tirana that Max is being able to drag out of it as well, that could probably also mix it up. And I would say Damien Johnson, now he would be the best one to gauge that on in the Celica, because he does have a car that's been run in national series for many years and state series as well. Whether the Celica would match the pace required there, but this is a sprint for all intents and purposes against the clock here, and Simon just holding everyone at a certain pace to get them a bit of a look around. The clock is ticking, so this is a longer sprint, this one. This is a 15-minute one, so Simon will apply the pressure now. There is the green flag, and they will head off and try and clock their best lap time. It's not about passing others, but if someone is in your way, it's the onus to you to get on by safely.
Yeah, I would put my money on Damien Johnson, being he's got the most amount of experience in driving around here and amongst all these other guys. And looks like Tony Ross has made a moving up the field, which is very good.
Tony Ross is in a bit of a hurry, isn't he?
Tony Ross has had an interesting weekend to where his car still needs tow starting because his starter motor broke, and to fix it, it's almost impossible at a racetrack. So he's in a hurry, man on a mission.
Sort of 24 months ago that car finished its full restoration, didn't it? It was well and truly torn down, as this one. This is only a new finished project, the Milner number 43 Tirana, HB Tirana.
Milner HB Tirana spent probably the last 2 or 3 years in restoration, and it's still slow ongoing, just sorting out the niggly bits now, but in the hands of Max, it is a very quick car.
Getting a bit of pad knock off there, sort of a couple of taps on the pedal there before he gave a good look at it. There's Damien Johnson in the background there in the Celica, and a fearsome competitor in sports sedan is Damo. There's no other way to put it. He goes out there, he's very serious about his own safety, he's very serious about his own competitiveness as well, so always like seeing Damo go about it. Certainly the Celica's growing on me, but his Tirana is certainly something that I love watching going around at a racetrack.
Yeah, sadly his Tirana can't run in this category. It's just too radically modified, too newer in the historic sports sedans version. So yeah, he's got the Celica, and it's Holden powered again. He loves his Holdens.
Doesn't take my love for it at all, because it's an interesting one. You can be a Holden and a Ford man with his Tirana, because it's a Holden bottom end and he's got a Ford head on it, facing the wrong way around.
Yeah, where this Toyota has got a Holden engine based on a Formula 3 chassis, a Toyota body on it, and it's a good combination. Just watching can't think who's driving this green 77 Tirana, Mr. Robertson. Just nice and smoothly just cruising around. And he's doing quite a nice job of it, actually.
Brad Robertson out of New South Wales. He's doing a good job, isn't he?
And he's Lee Ball in his Mini. Tony Ross again. And Tony will be happy that hopefully he'll finish the day. He hasn't had a pleasant yesterday.
I love the see-through Perspex uprights on the rear wing of this thing. Just looks like the wing is just floating off the back of the car on the long shot there. Look at it, just looks like it's sitting in the middle of the air.
Yeah, he did that back in the late 70s, early 80s, and he'd done it for a bit of a joke.
I'm not sure about the integrity of it all, but that's it grabs a bit of attention, doesn't it?
It doesn't move, and it's very effective.
Yeah, okay.
It is wide in, crosswise, and scrutineers have had a good look at it, and they're happy with it, and the spectators love it.
Simon Fitzner now, 128.89. He's got the logbooks of a good half a dozen of these historic sports sedans these days. The Clem Smith Charger, which I actually haven't seen the Charger out on track this session.
The Charger broke a bearing in the transaxle late yesterday, and to fix it is just it won't be happening at the racetrack. There's a lot of work involved. It's a Hewland transaxle, and yeah, to get it all out of the car, then fix it, and then do all the tolerances again. They just sort of said, no, put it away.
So Bruce Coombe in the 64 there, the Falcon Sprint guy who has been thereabouts in the timesheets right throughout this weekend. I guess this morning went back as far as 8th, which was probably the furthest he's been back in the timesheets throughout this weekend. So just seeing the Falcon Sprint working around there, and a car, a very, very famous silhouette and indeed livery right in behind here with the Peter Fowler Thompson raced car, but neither of them in the car at the moment.
No, it's Greg Painted driving at the end. So yeah, earlier I did think it was Peter, but no, Peter has handed the steering wheel over to Greg, and Greg's doing a great job. Brings it back in one piece and looks after it nicely.
What an honour though to have had a drive of this car, even though it is a replica, but absolutely, as you said earlier on, true to that replica.
True to back to the original drawings. And Peter and his team have just done a fantastic job in building this thing. It's just a work of art, including almost original looking seat. The gauges in the dash look original dash, and he's tried to just keep it as good as. And
I think the steering wheel they ran at one point in this was the original Volkswagen steering wheel.
It still has.
It still has, does it?
Still has.
Yeah, right. Oh, Simon Fitzner off in car number 1.
Yeah.
The Tomo Merc, the Brad Jones Merc, the John Bow Merc.
That'll give a chance for Charlie to certainly get stuck in it and try and beat him.
So Max Carter in the number 43 Tirana. Now just getting on the back there. It's not a problem for Simon, he owns both those.
Yeah, as long as the drivers bring them back in one piece. Here we got Simon Mills in his Tate B&H Wreckers LJ Tirana running a 202. That was a good South Australia running sports sedan back in the late 70s, early 80s. And Simon's no slow driver. He's been running with us for the last 5 or 6 years now, which is really good to see it out there. A few niggly bits at Sandown last year, but they've sorted all that out.
Currently coming into this one, the 22 was out in 16th and remains in 16th at the moment. So he's done 4 laps in this session and not being able to get too much further up the timesheets.
Here we got the Stephen Rook in the X-Ray Malloy Mini. This Mini in the wet around here is unbelievably quick. 2 years ago it ran second in the wet consistently, and with Keith Carling out in front, and not many of us could catch it. It was just so good. It is so good in the wet. And this is another Victorian car, and it's presented back in the day of I think early 70s, I think.
Looks the goods, doesn't it? Those colours doing very, very well in Paris at the moment with the Australian Olympic team. The green and gold, or green and yellow as it turns out.
Yes,
looking very, very good.
So back to Max Carter again. He's still knocking out a 1:30.9, and Simon's still on a 1 minute 28.3, and they're well ahead of the whole field.
So it's Damien Johnson next on a 1:34. He's in the red Celica, and Tony Ross in the blue FX. Then we go back to Bradley Robinson, who was 4th coming into this, now 5th. James Brock in 6th. Ball in the little Mini in 7th. Then it's Bailey in the
X-Van Capri.
The green Capri. Then Bruce Edmonds, Bruce Coombe, Rodney Wood, the reigning champion of the series in the red Humpy.
Yep.
And Ian Baird currently sitting in 12th place there as well. Where was Enos this morning? He was 10th, so he's just dropped a couple of regularity spots.
Yeah, he's normally up in sort of pointy end of the midfield. But yeah,
getting a little bit weary on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, maybe old age is getting to him.
Don't tell him that. For Tough Mounts McDonald Automotive in Wangaratta, old car radios fixed.
And Rapid
That's
Smash
you.
Repairs. That's me.
That's you. Old car radios repaired, repair, rebuild, refurbish. And with the way things are going with restorations of old cars, you must be a pretty busy boy these days.
Yeah, it's seriously busy. If I wasn't here, I'd be probably repairing car radios, but I need to be here.
You do.
To join this great motorsport fraternity is really worth it.
There's the Rodney Wood car with Ian Baird right in front. The cars we're both just talking about. The 41. Oh, we've got us Tony Ross being picked up by the tow rope there, being removed off to the driver's left.
Yeah, sadly, if Tony has stalled that, he won't be able to restart it.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that right now.
No.
Be a flat toe back to the pits. We're just having a good look at that little yellow A30 with the Humpy behind it, Rodney Woods. Twice the reigning champion.
Twice last year and the year before. They done it. The team done every round last year and the year before, and they collected the most amount of points.
Every lap, every session.
Every lap, every session. They even went out in the old Holden series as well. They did that in a couple of race meetings, and this car's done certainly some kilometres at race meetings.
It's really cool to watch how the Humpy can't catch the A30 coming down the straight there. You would have thought that maybe the Humpy just had it in a straight line, but I guess it's only a little dot of a car, the A30, and gets through the air nicely.
The A30 under brakes and cornering is very quick.
Here it is now, just appearing in screen, and there it is, the A30 coming under there.
What it lacks in horsepower down a straight line, it picks up in corners and brakes. That is just, it's very well balanced car, built by Barry Bray back in the 70s.
Interestingly enough, the tyres on this car, this is probably another secret to its success, comes off an Australian Formula 3 car. So some really good latest technology. And Enos goes out the back of the tyre dump there at the Formula 3 races, picks out the 4 best ones. Yeah, and there are his next race tyres.
And also Bev and Edmonds in the Super Cheap Anglia, they use ex-Formula 3 tyres as well. And they've got good success out of them. So whatever these Formula 3 guys are running, it works well.
Certainly does. There is the checkered flag for the last time for the Historic Sports Sedans, an invited sprint number 3, and that rounds out the weekend. Simon Fitzner will take the fastest lap in the sprint with a 128.38 to Max Carter, a 131.91, and Damien Johnson a 134.2335. Tony Ross withdrawn from that, but 4th Robinson to Brock, Edmonds, Ball in the Mini, Bailey, Painter, Bruce Coombe out of South Australia, Rodney Wood still ticking off those the boxes, trying to get another one of the McCormack trophies, and doing a good job. Ian Baird in 13th there, back to Mills and Britt, and they are the qualifiers for the finish of that particular session.
Yeah, which is pretty good. And look at these two side by side all the way around. It is seriously good stuff.
Bit of formation stuff there, and Simon's saying, "Yeah, get back, buddy. I'll take this. I'll take it from here."
That's it. But yeah, the good thing is with Max Carter driving that Tirana, that it's kept in a straight line. When Charlie Milner drove it, Charlie was always working hard on that, and it was pointing every direction, but it was still out the front.
Here they come. There's Rodney Wood.
Ian Baird. And Kim DeBritt in the excellent Carrera Mexico rally car.
Yeah, it's got some heritage, hasn't it?
Yeah, It's done some serious kilometres in other facets of motorsport.
Mark Sully from Old Car Radio's
Fixed. And Historic Sports Sedans.
And Historic Sports Sedans, of course. I guess there's a plethora of awards that you've got to give out down there in the paddock now once racing's over.
We did that earlier today.
Done it earlier.
Yeah.
Everyone packs up and heads back to where they've come from, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Mark, thank you very much for lending us with your passion, your enthusiasm and all your knowledge about these great cars.
Thank you, Darren, and thank you, spectators, for being here.
Awesome. We'll take a quick break because we are starting to close in on the end of the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. We have still got coming up on track next the MG and invited British cars, which have been fantastic, Alfa racing and some other historic and traditional categories still to come, and Group S mixed up in the middle of all that as well. Back in a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance. This is my SL63, my most prized possession. Friends say it's more like an obsession. It's my car, and I absolutely love it. I'm a motoring enthusiast, and Shannons is my insurance company.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
MG and invited British cars out on track now. They have absolutely thrilled us right throughout this weekend, and I'll go so far as to say as they thrill us right throughout each and every season that we get to see these cars. They're certainly very specific in the MGs. Everyone knows what an MGB looks like. There's many others out there. There's a great variation of MGs that do go racing and really enjoy watching how they all go about it. Some of these cars are quite old and can be a bit difficult to keep going, but then again, they can be awesome and spectacular. And the guy sitting on the front row of the grid in the RV8, Simon Elliott, will he take 3 from 3 is the question, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's I think the only reason he won't will be if he has a major mishap. It'll be interesting to see what happens with his braking. I'd love to know the background story behind what happened at the end of the old back straight there when he went to turn left, but the car jagged to the right quite violently.
Indeed it did. Yeah, it wasn't a pretty thing to watch actually, because if there had been another car or a wall or something there, the result wouldn't have been quite as good as what it was for him, where he did manage to gather it all up and get to the finish line. Michael Trathen will start right next to him, so we watch for the behemoth versus the midget on the start line, literally, and that's how it will play out. Michael Trathen in the MG midget, Donald Bartley next, Chris Gidney. Now Chris Gidney in the MG ZR, something I guess more synonymous with a modern day MG. Rodney Wells in car number 60. He's in the MG midget from the Bug-Eye Barn, appropriately sponsored there as well. David Bagent to Gary Gibson. Anthony Vollebrecht in the 48. Tony in the MG ZR as well. So keeping a good eye on where some of those cars go. Keith Ondaatje in the number 40, who started from the rear of the grid. worked pretty hard to get up inside the top 10 in the race earlier on today. So let's keep an eye on the 40 where he goes. Paul Hogan will start out of 10th to Jason Edwards. John Makem in the 33. Alistair Ondaatje there as well in the 45. Watching for Alistair in the Triumph TR7 2-litre power plant there. Then it is James Cousin in the number 12 to Alana Ondaatje in the white 44 Stag. Murray Stevenson out of South Australia in the 61, the MG ZS 180. Different iteration there as we're well and truly underway into turn 1, and it will be Simon Elliott that's shown a clean set of hills to Michael Trathen. They all climb the hill, fan out across the track in front. Here comes Keith Ondaatje in the number 40. The Stag looks to the inside there, just holds one of the midgets out wide there, and John Makem has gone right down to the back of the field, and in fact we've got the ZS 180 down the back of the field there as well of Murray Stevenson. Murray started out of 16th.
Elliott certainly pulled a brilliant start there, got the car off the line beautifully and was a long way in front by turn 1. Trathen just was not able to get off the line anywhere near as quick, so paying the penalty, and that penalty is going to be made worse as the race continues on unless there's something drastically goes wrong with Simon's car. As they make their way now up the back straight and they're already turning on to the extension here at Winton Motor Raceway. Looking at the cars coming through that tight left-hander, that's more than 90 degrees. It's an awkward corner. No banking in that corner for you to be able to lean the car into and assist you around as we see Elliott making his way across the start line.
It's interesting over the years with this MG and invited British category in the Mark sort of type of racing, how we had domination by Tom Hutchinson in his Triumph. We had domination by Maud Fitzgerald in his version of an MGB GT V8. We've also had Phil Chester in that magnificent Monty Power outfit, the MGB GT V8. Vince Gucciardi also in the GB Galvanisers car. He's recently got a Porsche and running in GT4 in a national series, but each and every different era seems to have an all-dominant V8 that gets out in the front.
Certainly
and, does a beautiful job, and that car is a masterpiece of engineering. I saw it at a display at one of those cars and coffee events down at Shannons Insurance in Heatherton, which they run sort of on a monthly basis down there, and boy, they get some nice bits of kit down at the Shannons, the old auction rooms there.
Certainly do, but number 1 is on the side of the MG Midget, which is a long way from being a V8.
It's so far. It's missing the other 4 in a V configuration and about 3.5 litres as well.
And some weight.
Yeah, well, that would probably come if you add the other 4 cylinders to it, wouldn't it? It'd be away with the front axles. That gets tricky in itself.
And unfortunately, he lost out 6.42 seconds on the opening lap was the gap from Elliott to Trathen by the time they'd gone round the first time, and I think that's going to be extended this time. Elliott is not going to allow a situation where a slight mishap is going to put him in the danger of slipping back a spot.
Well, I guess at this point in time in the weekend, you're really self-motivated, aren't you? You haven't got someone breathing down your neck, unless he has an off like he did in the last race. And at the end of that race, everyone was very, very close indeed, and that was because he had an off. But otherwise, it was he was only within 4.5 seconds to Michael Trathen, and right here, right now, the gap is out to 12 seconds. In 2 laps.
So 41 there, trying to make his way around the car in front. That's a bit of a difficult one, but down the bottom of the track, past the old gum tree, around the right-hander and onto the back straight goes Elliott. He's now made it to the extension as Trathen just gets back to that right-hander onto the back straight, so big gap there opening up at the lead of this race. Good to see the Triumphs out there as well. Quite a few other cars out there, so they're obviously the invited.
Yeah, the invited British cars, I guess, is where that falls into it. So that certainly is how those bits and pieces play out with these invitation classes. There's the Triumph TR, or the GT, sorry, the GT6, which has been, Trevor Lindsay out of South Australia has been very, very fast, and in fact fell into P1 in 2 seasons ago. South Australian joined the Victorian MG and invited British Championship, and I think that series in fact had one of their rounds over at Tailem Bend as well. There's the guy we've been talking about.
Yep.
Have a look at him. Picture of concentration. I like the way that he leans his head in. It's almost like he's on a motorbike. The head's giving that extra bit of weight in the right direction of where he wants to go.
Well, he sits very low in the car too, and
it is good though when you get the close shot or even on the head-on shot, and you can see his hands making those, those vernier perfect sort of movements, because he can't soar away at the wheel, otherwise he just washes off too much speed.
That's right. You've got to keep the car as straight as possible, and as soon as you get out of shape, you're losing speed.
So yeah, he gives the steering wheel one set in the corner, and he sort of has to hang on to it there as well. Gets through the corners, 15 kilometres an hour faster than the bigger V8 cars. It's just a matter of that straight line advantage. Here comes Keith Ondaatje. Yes, it's a very, very special looking Stag.
You love the Stag.
I love the Stag. I think I'm more like the Ondaatjes. They've done something different. They've gone out there. They come to the racetrack for all the right reasons, Phil. They come here to have a good time, and let me tell you, they do.
Yep. Well, there's no point in coming. So there's no good coming to a race meeting if you're not going to have fun. It's going to be a miserable weekend if you're just going to be here to be miserable.
That's exactly right. This looks like Chris Gidney in the yellow car. It's a long shot coming onto the straight there, getting around the TR. Oh, sorry, the GT. I keep calling it TR. It's a GT6.
I made the same mistake earlier. It's an easy mistake to make.
It is.
But the GT6 comes back, and is there going to be a dive down the inside? Ooh, I thought there was, but no, luckily not the case. As they make their way up the old start-finish straight.
In fact, that's Anthony Vollebrecht, not Chris Gidney, in the yellow car, the MG ZR 2001 that we're looking at. Chris Gidney's further up the field. In fact, he's in P3 at the moment, so we're looking back down the field here. This is Gibson, Vollebrecht and David Bagent, and it will be Alistair Ondaatje in the 45 off the back of those. That's the TR Triumph.
Well, Anthony Vollebrecht is certainly putting in a pretty fair sort of a show there, a much heavier style car up against sports cars, so well done to Anthony.
Here's our race leader. No, it's not.
Nope.
There's that's Alistair Ondaatje in the TR7.
And I think I saw a Stag briefly in the background there, but we're back to Trotham as he comes on to the start-finish straight. Time remaining, according to our clock here, is 3 minutes and 10 seconds exactly. Trentham now through turn 2, makes his way up onto the old start-finish straight. Powering past our commentary position, down into turn 3, out of there, nice and smooth. Car's working well as he makes his way around the track. Gidney right behind him, doing a great job also, but not able to close that gap. The lead of this race is sort of spaced out a bit. Makes it a bit of a lonely race, Darren. Lonely race
out there wandering around on the track.
Yeah. So,
but he's ticking the boxes, like a 134.1.
Yeah.
And continuing on with a 137 and then a 138. That might just be the car sort of slowly getting up and over required temperature. But Phil, I've got to say that he's having as much fun as anyone else out there on the track at the moment.
But look, with an 18.4 second lead, he's probably also going, well, conserve the car a little bit.
Yeah, it depends what motivates him, doesn't it? If he might want to set the lap record and chase down some of the greats that have gone before him. In fact, he owns the lap record, so it's just his own mind game at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. There's one race driver I know that he considers that if there's nobody around him, he tends to go to sleep a bit and his lap times fall off. As soon as there's somebody around him, the lights come on and away he goes.
There's a lot of race drivers that can't lead a race as well. They like to have the carrot dangled in front of them, then respond to that, and then, in the last lap or two, be able to straight through to the lead. They, like you said, they tend to lose motivation or lose concentration.
Yeah, there's a bit of a whisper that's floated around many years that it's easier to drive from behind. So you drive off the guy in front, you watch his lights and watch where he's placing his wheels. Just wait for that, or you try and spot that weak spot that they may have on the track where they're vulnerable.
Well, sadly at the moment, no one's within cooey of getting onto Simon to be able to work out his vulnerabilities, aren't they? So Trathen and Gidney, they're within 3 seconds of each other, and Bartley is a further 3 seconds back. Keith Ondarchi's 7 seconds back from that, so they can see each other. They've got a great idea of where each one of them are and where they're placing themselves on track. But checkered flag.
Wonderful.
And we have got...
It's going to be Elliott that's going to take that by over 20 seconds.
The winner there as well. So done a terrific job with the MG and invited British cars. They've presented a terrific field here this weekend and done a great job entertaining us.
So Trenton now coming onto the start-finish straight and comes through in second spot with 21 seconds, 21.86 seconds behind Elliott, which is a big gap.
Big gap in a 7-lap race, that is for sure. We'll look back to Chris Gidney. Chris done a terrific job. It's a completely different sort of car, the MG ZR out of 2002 compared to the cars in front of him, the more traditional, I guess, open-top MG sports cars. These are more like hot hatch.
Yep.
Is what they're definitely more like. Bartley back to Keith Ondarchi, so he's fought back hard this weekend to get into position number 5 in car 40. Car number 60 is Rodney Wells, the MG Midget, the X-Power car, so that's the grey with the green stripe over the top in true style with the TV game or the computer games, the X-Power outfit. And the rest of the field streaming on through to Tony Vollerbrecht, Gibson, David Bajent, Alistair Ondarchi, Paul Hogan, John Makem, Edwards, Alana Ondarchi, Stevenson, and a couple of non-finishers in the mix there as well. There's John Makem in the 33.
Yep.
And he's a big guy, shoehorns himself into that little car. Has a ball. Actually, another one of the guys that goes to the racetrack for all the right reasons, just happy to be part of the community and enjoys a day at the races. We've got the Alfas on track next for the Alfa Romeo Racing. We'll be closing in on PQ&R Sports Racing, then the Group S invited, LJ, KLB and Formula V invited, and a Regularity to round out the Equity 1 2024 Winton Festival of Speed, brought to you by the Victorian Historic Racing Register and streamed across the VHRR website and V8 Sleuth website and Facebook pages as well. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying yourself here at the track. Great to see a great crowd still hanging around right to the end of the day. All of our vendors around the place seem to have had a good time. And this good weather is just staying on and on and on. I get a feeling it's just starting to get a bit of a chill about the air, though.
Yeah, it's just starting to get that little bit of a chill. Although we've got cloud cover, so when there's no cloud cover by about now, it's really starting to chill. But with a little bit of cloud cover, that'll try and keep it a little bit warmer a little bit later.
Okay, we'll take a break because the Alphas are lined up in pit lane and they are getting themselves ready, set to go. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, lining up now, and I've got Andrew on board. Andrew normally runs in these events, and good afternoon to you, Andrew.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ron. Thanks for having me.
That's okay, and you're at a malfunction in your car?
Yeah, clutch master cylinder's out. I'm out for the day, but
All right.
Here to enjoy watching these guys.
Well, thanks for coming up and giving us an expert opinion on the Alfa Romeo race. So cars on the line, 10 seconds or so there to go. We've got Greason, Harrison, Capario and
Musumeci.
Yeah, on the grid there. Away they go. Pretty good start there. And the little Alfettas seem to have the line. That would be a V6 one, wasn't it, about in front?
Yep, we've got 3 V6s going into turn 1 first, the two 116s and a GTA, followed by a little 1.4 turbo Mito. Then a 2-litre turbo behind them. And we should see this front group pull away during the race, and then there'll be a mid group of a mixture of twin spark cars and the Group S cars, the older cars. So there's 50 years between the oldest and newest car in this race.
Fantastic, and good clean start by everybody too, which is good to see. We've had some shenanigans going on during the day on that first turn 1, as we would call it today. So up to the top end of the track they go. We've watched them on the screen, and some of the Alfa Sedan type cars and the 105 series, your twin spark ones you're talking about, and even a couple of Alfa Suds I see there.
There's a Sud in there, yeah. Ray Pignataro, he's been racing that for many years.
Good little car, the Alfa Sud. They had a terrific series years ago with the Alfa series, with quite a few well-known racing drivers managing to destroy a few of those cars.
Yes, yeah, we remember Tony Longhurst. He had a good rollover, I think.
He did too, yes, my word.
All right, here we go. The front runners, these group of 4 cars particularly, will tend to run as a bunch, and they're all very competitive. Very competitive.
Well, Grierson certainly, as I say, with that horsepower of the V6. Then Aaron's also with the V6, coming raging up on the inside. It's a really long way to go around, and if you're going to try and go around that side. No, he's dropped back a little bit. And Carr, is that Carapro coming in there?
Capraro, yes, in the Mito, the modern car.
That's got some neat. What sort of motor are they running?
It's a 1.4 turbo, that one, and it's highly tuned, and as you can see, it's got plenty of pace.
My word, that's fantastic. Going really well on the inside. He's picking up second place there as they go through turn 3. Oh, he might just miss out a little bit there. They go up into the sweeper. And the white car.
The white car's Mick Aaron's. Yep. He's a local. He's a specialist at this track, and even though he's a little bit down on power, his ability to get around the track and the corners is outstanding. So he'll keep them honest.
Just a nice little hot hatch for Mum to go down the shops in.
Yes. And the car at the tail of that group is Mark Bigetto. He's got a 2-litre turbo twin spark in a 116, and when we get on the straight, I think he'll demonstrate that he's got plenty of punch as well. Here we go, fight into this corner, and I don't know if Mick will be able to hold them off on the straights, but he'll certainly catch them on the twisty bits again.
Bit of darting and diving going on there as they head up into the big braking area for the short little straight before they come onto the main straight. And that's Aaron's trying to hold out Bigetto there as they come down onto the main straight. And Bigetto seems to have a little bit more grunt than Aaron's as they come down the long straight, coming into the S's.
Yeah, so these guys are way out in front, and then we've got Carl Mirabella in a GT 147 GTA, which is a V6, and just not quite on the pace of the front guys. Following them, we've got Rob Panetta in a 75 twin spark, and then a V6. One of our South Australian competitors is right there, David Parkin.
And there's Benetto in what I was saying before, one of the is that a Julia type car, the square car?
It's actually 75, that one. Alfa
75, okay.
Yeah. So they're a rear gearbox, rear transaxle car, like the 116s.
Looks very much upright opposed to the other cars that are fairly sleek looking around the track here.
Yeah, but Rob Panetta's been doing this for a long, long time, so we never underestimate him.
No, he's going particularly well.
Yeah, we've got the beautiful little 105s, Bill McGoffin being chased by James Ashby, and that looks like a great little battle.
Superb car under little 105 series. I love driving those cars. They're beautifully balanced, and what are they, about a sort of 60-40 something sort of split in the way they're set up. Just beautiful.
And they're beautiful examples too, those two cars. They're outstanding examples. They're probably some of the most valuable cars in the field because of...
Well, of course, value of these cars is just going up and up.
Yeah. So the front one's a 1750. I think the second one is also a 1750.
Yes, they
or
look
it's
like
a 2-litre, sorry.
So a bit of passing going on though. Didn't quite get through there. The dark upright, as I'm calling it, Alfa is really pegging away.
Yeah, well, he's up against a V6 with a lot more power, so it just shows how well the car handles around the back part to keep the V6 honest.
Yes, I think this is a 1750. This one looks like a 1600.
It's actually a 1750, the yellow striped car. And
is it really?
Yeah.
Single headlights, okay.
Yes, it is unusual in that respect.
So sitting on the road, absolutely beautiful. So Caprio with the quickest lap of 137.7, then Baguetto back not that far, 137.9, so fairly level pegging there.
Yeah, so we've got 2 turbo cars out front, followed by 2 V6s, or 3 V6s, 4 V6s, sorry, in the next group.
How many we got?
Yeah, and then we're back to the 2 litre cars and 1750s, and behind them there'll be the twin spark cars, which are 2 litre, probably around the era of 2000 to 2003 cars, which is our inexpensive area for joining the Alfa racing. Buy these cars very cheaply and get them on the track. Okay, here we go. Robert Panetta's trying to keep Dave Parkin honest, but once we get on the straight, we'll see Dave pull away, I'd imagine.
So I think we've had a lead change here.
Oh, okay. David Capraro's got in front of Mark Baguetto.
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, well in front now. He's got a good lead. As in Alfa Romeo terms, that is.
Yes, yes. So here we go. So on camera, the 105s are still duelling. The one coming through the S's now is another 105. Oh, here we go. Here's the leader. He's little Alfa Mito 1.4 turbo, followed by a 116 Alfa with a twin spark turbo motor, Mark Baguetto. And Mark's been developing that car for a number of years now, and I'd say he's finally got it where he wants it, because he's driving really well.
Taking a typical mini stance going round there with one wheel tucked up in the air.
Yes.
Dog leg, as we used to call it. That was good to see. That'd be a nice photo if they've got someone there taking photos.
Yeah, very much so. So this is pure Alfa turbo power, old and new. And these guys are very serious racers. They won't give anything away, so we should see a bit of action here.
Well,
Yeah.
car 515, has really got the legs on it, hasn't it? You see the 1.4 litre.
1.4 turbo, yeah. So there are...
As against, what, nearly 3 litres with the other car?
No, the other car's a 2 litre turbo, yeah.
2 litre turbo.
Yeah. So both these guys make sure their cars are spot on for the racing. They're very serious and both good behind the wheel, as you can see.
My word, they're doing a good exhibition of how to do it and how to lead. Grierson and Aaron's back there in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, they're always battling, those two. They enjoy
right
racing
on each
together.
other's tail too.
Yeah.
Oops, we lost the camera all over the shop there. But there we
There
are.
we
There
go.
we are.
Yep.
Fantastic effort.
Got a shot. Okay, we've got that was Nigel Catchlove, just a glimpse of him in a 116 2 litre. Here we go, the 2 front guys, bit of a duel in the braking area. You would think the modern car should be better under brakes. It's a lighter car, but Mark's not giving him any quarter.
Give the old DS11's a bit of a caning, I think. They use that sort of.
Well, I'll be running Yokohama Rayo 50s on these things.
Oh,
so
right, okay.
no expense spared. Make sure you get the best grip, you know. Oh, I'm really...
Yes, Caprio seems to have just that, as you say, a little bit better around the bends than the other car, Baguetto. So,
yes, and he's been developing that and getting the suspension just right, and it looks like he has got it right, because
my word.
He's doing very well indeed. And in terms of power, they seem to be quite similar. It's just I think the Mito's just got him around the corners. Yeah. And here's these two. Now what we'll see here is Mick Aaron's in the white car. Give Simon a bit of a hurry up through the tight bits, whereas Simon's got a little bit more legs on the straights. But always a good battle between these two.
Yes, 51, as you say, Aaron's is the car really sitting on the road so flat.
Yeah.
Whereas the other car's got a little bit more ball. Try to get round on the outside. That's a long way to go.
Oh, yes.
They go up the top end.
Is he going to try it?
Back.
No,
he might have the out legs here if he's on the inside. Ooh. Yes, I think he is.
Oh,
good
that was
move.
a really good
bit
move.
of driving.
As I say, he's a specialist at this track. He knows it like the back of his hand, and he's just proved it then. because that's an unusual move, but he made it work.
Getting around on the outside, that's a hard way to go, but it places your car ready for that next left-hander.
Yeah.
Fantastic effort.
Now he's going to have to defend because he's got a slightly more powerful car behind him. Oh, these two are still doing well. David Capraro and Mark Baguetto.
It might be nearly to the flag this time, but it's only 16 seconds left.
Well, will they get through?
Yes,
one
there's
more
the
lap.
flag.
Good boys. Oh no, checkered flag. It
Yep,
is.
flag,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, so we've got Dave Capraro, Mark Baguetto, 2 turbo cars. We've got Simon Grierson has just pipped Mick Aarons just in the straight line speed. Carl Mirabella is through now in the GTA V6. Had a bit of a lonely run. We'll see who's coming up. We should see another V6, I would expect, the red one of Dave Parkin. Waiting for him to come up now. There he is. And here's some of our Twin Spark competitors, the McKee family, 2 sons and a father.
I saw the names down there too, McKee's, yeah.
Yeah, my brother's out there too, in Brad Wilson, so the 2 Wilson twins race together. It's a very competitive series, and it looks like Urs Muller has taken the lead in the Twin Spark series over my brother Brad, so Brad will be a bit disappointed, but a good effort for those guys. They always have very close racing.
Well, a fantastic run there for the Alfa Romeo Racing. That was their race 3 for the weekend. And congratulations to our leading winners there, Caprio and Baguetto, and then Grierson back there for 3rd place in 777.
Yep.
And thank you, Andrew, for coming up with your expert knowledge on all things Alfa, and I hope you managed to get your Alfa all fixed up for the next event.
Yeah, yep,
which is going to be where?
Look, I'm not sure at this point, but there might be a race that I can go to in Queensland. It mightn't be the Alfa racing, but I might just go for a run at QR just to exercise it a bit.
Good idea, that's the way. All right, thank you guys, and we'll take a break for a short time.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Darren. And I've been wandering around the pits, just loving every moment of this. There's so much history here, and everything looks like it's been just brought out of a showroom. And speaking of just being brought out of a showroom, we're here with Bruce and Tracy Coombe with their immaculate Ford Sprint. Guys, thanks for joining us here on Let's Talk Motorsport. But that car you've got there just looks like it's been straight out of the showroom.
Oh, well, thanks. That'd be me that does all that, because Tracy doesn't know what a chamois looks like. But no, we try and keep it clean. We try and present it. We've been doing this for a while, and we take a lot of pride in our car and what we do.
Well, Tracy, you've got the driver's outfit on. It looks like you like getting out there for a bit of a steer too.
Definitely, it's good.
And how long you been doing it for?
25 years now.
97.
Yeah, 97 I started. So yeah, 25.
And what were you? What did you start with?
Mazda RX-3, and then went to Mazda RX-7s, and then what do we have after that?
Sports sedans.
Oh yeah, sports sedans, all different classes, improved production, sports sedans, and now into historic racing in the Sprint.
So Bruce, do you get out and have a steer as well?
Well, she usually gets me to go first, and I'm supposed to come back and say, this car is perfect, all ready for you, honey, off you go. That's her deal, and then you can't...
Okay, cars coming out now for the next event, which will be for PQ&R Sports Racing, Grubo Sports and Racing, and some invited cars. So they'll be having a 15-minute run around. If things haven't been changed, I think they have got 15 minutes, because it's clicking down to 13 minutes now, as we watch them just getting themselves warmed up a little bit for the start of this event. And starting on position 1 will be David Hardman, who's been victorious in all the races this weekend. Laurie Bennett will be next to him on second place. Laurie's been back a little bit the last couple of races, but he actually beat Paul Faulkner, who's back on third this time.
Yeah, the tricky bit, Ron, I'm not sure that I've seen the Hardman car go out there.
Okay, well, I'm going by our grid sheet,
Yeah.
so we might be having a vacant spot there, if you say. Talking to David Crabtree before down in the pits, and he's back there on 4th place. And Velmorda back there in number 5. Kevin West in that lovely big sports car. Luke Warwick back in 7th position in car 83. There's Laurie Bennett. No, there's Faulkner. Don't see Hardman, as you say. Phil, he hasn't come out.
Maybe he may make a start from the pit lane. Perhaps he didn't make it out, or perhaps there's been other reasons why he hasn't presented to the start line, but unusual to not see him take the start and he might take the finish in the first place.
He might figure I've done all that I've done there.
Yeah.
Give them another go.
Yeah, I'll give the others a bit of a chance.
Anyway, only a very small field. A few guys have dropped out for this last race of the day for them. So let's see. We've got a good start. Bennett gets away very nicely. Faulkner also pulling up beside Crabtree as they come down into turn 1 for this event. It's still Laurie Bennett and the 3 open wheelers there doing very well. The Rolex coming in behind them with the sports car coming up behind that as well. So that's a very good start by everybody.
Yes.
73, of course, is West.
I just see car 12 out of the corner of my eye disappearing off the track.
Okay, so everybody up and around the big sweeper. Great dice going on here between the Crabtree car and Faulkner. Crabtree looking at inside run there. Didn't quite get there. Dropped back a little bit, make sure he doesn't bump wheels. As they head up through the cleavage area of the circuit, as we call it, to come up to this hard right-hander, to come down on the shorter straight before another very heavy braking area and left turn. So 83 going through there. That's the Warwick car.
Yeah, beautiful car, the McLaren that heading through there, the M1A. It's the, I think if memory serves me correctly, it's the first of the sports cars that Bruce McLaren built, and certainly went on to be fairly successful in the Can-Am racing series in America.
Well, of course, Laurie Bennett leading the race has the slightly later version of that car, the dark blue one that he normally would have here, but getting a bit twitchy under brakes there for some reason.
Yeah.
And David Crabtree locking up as he kept on the track. I've done a Moz on him. Well, David, off and around he goes. He's trying a bit too hard. He's back on the track. Thought he was back in the speedway again. Yeah. He loves drive speedway cars as well. So there he is, car 5 now is second last from what I can see.
Yeah, he's slipped to second last as they head on, well, back at the lead, and Laurie Bennett now through the dogleg and down into tank. Works his way around there, heads for that left-hander around the big gum tree down the bottom. Comes out of there, Faulkner right behind him, looking for the way past. I don't think Laurie's going to give it to him very easy.
No, well, as we saw in the previous race earlier on, that Faulkner had the legs on Laurie yesterday, and now today it's the other way around. And poor old David Crabtree, I did put the Moz on him and did the commentator's curse, made him go off the track.
Yep.
I won't get a drink from him tonight, that's for sure. Anyway, Laurie in 53, always carries 53, been that number for many, many years. If you look back at his old photos of Formula Ford days, you'll see that number there. So he's heading off there towards the S's. And getting squirrely under brakes again, and that's where Faulkner's catching up, whether he's got an issue with his brakes. Grabbing a little bit.
Crabtree certainly lost his brakes, or lost grip with the tyres and the surface of the track there into turn 1 last time around, but managed to pull it off okay this time around, but still in front. Heading into the sweeper is Bennett from Faulkner. Around they come, hit that dog leg as you come out of there. It's a really tricky little corner. You come whipping around the sweeper and you think you're going really, really well. All of a sudden,
Laurie getting a bit twitchy again. I wonder whether he's
getting on the power and the tail of the car coming out of Tank Corner.
And that's let Faulkner catch up on him a little bit. Whether he's got an issue with his tyre there, he went a little bit sloppy there. So whether he's losing a bit of traction, can't really tell you from this point, but he's certainly got something going on there because Faulkner has gained up on him quite a bit. There again, Laurie again getting a bit squirrely coming out of the corner.
Might not have the optimum tyre pressures for the slightly cooler track. There's Crabtree now right on the back of the rotary powered sports car.
And look at the rotary power with the power literally going up, but Crabtree will have the braking and the handling, sneaks on the inside, and David will be quite pleased with getting that back. He's up into third place. They don't do anything wrong. I won't say anything else about Crabtree for the rest of the race.
Yeah, so far this weekend, Ron, I've been very lucky. I haven't put the commentator's curse on anybody.
Yeah, David taking it a bit gingerly that time.
Making sure that he didn't have a huge big sports car sitting on the inside of him heading into that corner.
Yeah, so David's relinquished his thing back into third place.
Bennett's got the fastest lap so far, a 1 minute 29.51.
0.2 between them, so not much in it. Yeah, we've got a nice close-up shot of Laurie there with the Australian flag. Interesting when that car is sitting next to his Formula Ford, with the exception of the wider wheels on this car, they look exactly the same. Both Alfa 600Bs, and beautiful Gary Cooper style with an absolutely fantastic design of motor car, even way back then.
Yeah, the Gary Cooper certainly did a great job with so many categories of motorsport.
Exactly right.
Single-seaters, sports cars, and before he was building his own chassis, he was modifying other people's vehicles. Quite a few MGs in the early days of the Cooper name certainly had modifications carried out by the late and great Gary Cooper.
And of course that beautiful Elfin GTS, the George Spanos Coupe Elfin Streamliner, just a beautiful looking car, that one.
Absolutely. Crabtree still in front of West in the Norax. Beautiful flame comes from the exhaust of the Norax, the rotary powered sports car. Spits the flames out the back all the time. I think that's specifically to try and frighten anybody that might be behind him.
Well, seeing as that car actually ran in about 1982 or 3, whenever that sports car world championship was at Sandown, that car was running then, so it's a long time ago.
Yep, and it's not a slow car. Back out in front, we still have Bennett from Faulkner. Faulkner closes up under brakes, pulls it round to the right. Bennett gets a little bit of a stretch as that short straight between the two corners down the extended part of this track here at Winton Motor Raceway. And Laurie heads around for another circuit around this track. Faulkner closes up under brakes into turn 1. Pulls it around into turn 2. Is he going to try for an inside run down into turn 3? Not close enough to try, but he's certainly trying to close that bit of a gap onto Bennett.
Like I say earlier on, I wasn't sure if Laurie actually had a bit of an issue with the car because, again, Faulkner's caught up on him quite considerably this time.
Well,
in fact,
fastest lap.
Faulkner has the quickest lap.
Yep, so he's managed to pull out a 1 minute 29.5 as opposed to Laurie Bennett's best, a 1 minute 29.6. So can Faulkner find enough to get by? Laurie Bennett will not be an easy man to get by. Been around motor racing a long time. I remember seeing Laurie Bennett at hill climbs back in the 1970s, and he was a very fast man then, and he hasn't slowed down any.
Well, he hasn't slowed down since he raced TQs on the dirt many, many years ago. So he's been around a long time. And
the Norax still trying to find a way around David Crabtree.
Crabtree's
waving him through. So
David
must have a bit of an issue with the cat.
Oh, that's a shame.
It is a shame as Laurie Bennett comes through for another circuit around this track.
But 2 minutes to go, thereabouts. Going down to 1 minute shortly.
Interesting, Crabtree still continuing on, so whatever the issue is with the car, it's not serious enough for him to pull back in as they continue on around this track again. The Norax of West in front of David Crabtree through turns 1 and 2, heading up the old start-finish straight, down into turn 3. Back on screen, Laurie Bennett still in front of Faulkner. Faulkner will be trying to think, how can I get past this bloke? What can I do? Am I going to be able to do it maybe in the last corner and pip him as we head across for the checkered flag? Will that be what happens? Or am I going to be able to pick him off before that and stay in front? At the moment, Laurie Bennett showing the way around this track. Doing a great job.
Laurie obviously taking the defensive lines. You can see the defensive line sort of not blocking, but doing a little line to what Faulkner's taking the traditional line, and Laurie's taking the very wide Alfa sort of line. But they're making their way down the long straight again, the main straight we're calling it today, down into the hard left-hander again. Faulkner rages up under brakes. I'm reckoning that Laurie's got a bit of an issue with the brakes perhaps, because that's where Faulkner catches up every time they come up into turn 3 for this weekend.
Yep.
And around they go down towards turn 4 to have that short little straight. And this is where Faulkner's been catching him up right at the top of the tank corner. Although Laurie, again, I can't work out this race. He's now picked it up again. He
seems to be
broken out. He's had a bit of a sleep and now I've woken up. I'll get going.
Had the nana nap and back to work. So we've got Bennett, Faulkner as they head around the old gum tree. And we've got that close-up shot there of Laurie Bennett around the gum tree. Great camera work here from the guys on track. As they head up, about to turn left onto the extended part of the track. Laurie Bennett still in the lead. Faulkner trying to figure out, can I pull the steering wheel out and throw it at him and distract him or something? Try and find a way around him. I've got to do something. He's trying everything he can, but not able to pull it off. And Faulkner with the fastest lap last time around, a 1 minute 29.00, and checkered flag to Laurie Bennett. Faulkner coming in second spot. Great race there from Laurie and Faulkner. They've done a great job. The Norax is going to come in third, well behind. 26.7 seconds behind our leader on the last time around, and I think that's extended. I'm not seeing David
Crabtree's still going, but he's way back now.
He's way back. He's
just
back
coming
right
inside very shortly. He must be just about rolling over the line. There he is.
There he is.
And then right back to work. This beautiful
McLaren.
Gives a signal to the guys. Thank you very much.
And of course, Laurie Bennett, one of his other cars happens to be a McLaren M1B.
That's the one, yep.
Slightly different to this one. And
in dark blue,
but still a very early mark of the McLaren Can-Am cars. Really good to see that we have such a fantastic range of vehicles here at Winton Motor Raceway.
And we thank Dana Precision for bringing this event to us. They're down at Viewtech Place in Rowville. So have a look at them on page 36 of your program. And that draws a close to that particular event. So we'll stand by for our next event coming up very shortly. Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Ron.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space.
The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
Group S cars on track now for their final race for the weekend. This is going to be a short, sharp, every corner kind of counts sort of race here this afternoon. The glaring omission at the moment is that we haven't got the Corvette on the track.
Ooh,
so
yeah.
We've got the two Porsches sitting across the front row of the grid, and in fact then we've got them split up by one of the midgets, car number 1. The grey one in this instance, and Tom Walstab in the Porsche. So this is going to be a very, very interesting one indeed. With the absence of the Corvette, not taking 3 from 3, I guess, would have been the good money on that one.
And that might help the overall points for our car carrying number 1.
You sort of see how that thing starts to take place, don't you, when you put it like that?
Yep. If you don't finish, you don't. If you don't start, you don't finish. And if you don't do either of those, you don't get the points.
That's exactly right. You can see why some of the lesser capacity cars, I guess the higher lap time cars, start to secure championships. And I've got to say, the race wins are great. They really are. That's good. Fastest laps are good as well. But championships prove that you've had the tenacity to stick at it and be at it for a long time. We've got a big grid. Let's get through them. It is Douglas Barber in the 911. Right alongside is Alex Webster in the number 7. It's also a 911. Damien Mayer, the Victorian, in car number 1, which is the MG Tigger Midget, 1310 cc's. Tom Walstab at the other end of the scale of engine capacity, 4.5 litre in the Porsche 928 out of 1979. Let's see how the Martini liveried 928 gets off the line here with Tom. Back to James Calvert-Jones in car number 40. He's got the Porsche 911 Carrera out of 1976, 3 litre car there. Don Bartley in the number 43 in the Austin Healey Sprite. And we go back to Hugh Harrison in the 79, which is the Alfa. And you wouldn't say Harrison without a naming Alfa. You would be in all sorts of stripe. We go back to Hung Du, to Rob Beerson, James Ashby, David Bajan, John Floyd. Quickly now, Adrian Brent, Kent Brown, Timely Hotz, Peter Axford, Peter Kaiser, and away we go. It is Douglas Barber that just moves over and holds that racing line. Everybody's done what they're allowed to do there. No harm, no foul. Play on, blow the whistle, get on with it. And I've got to say that Douglas Barber, he did have to get through here on Alex and also on Tom. and also on Calvert Jones as well, because those other 3 Porsches have proven that they can easily match the lap times of Douglas Barber in the 911.
Yeah, interesting as they peel off the tail enders, working their way down to turn 4, whereas we've got the Porsches out the front already heading into tank.
The Tigger Midget ranging up in the background there as well. Here we go. This is that mid-pack area, car number 9, which is Richard East with John Floyd, David Bajet, Kent Brown in there as well. Here comes some of the cars further back down the field there. The Bug-Eye in the mix there with the GT type of roof on it. The extended roof line on the Bug-Eye Sprite.
Yeah, it's sort of got the fastback.
Yes, absolutely. Here's our Porsches. Doug Barber leading the way.
Just extending it out. But look at that little Sprite. The car with the number 1 on the side.
I tell you what, if you're Alex Webster and you've been contending with that Corvette all weekend long, the number 2 of Joseph Di Bartoli, and all of a sudden you look in your mirror and you've got that midget, I'm thinking, which way is going to worry you even more? I reckon the midget, because it would disappear out of your sight. You wouldn't know if it was left, right, high, low, where it was going to go.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a little bit disconcerting if he was right behind you. You go, oh, I've got to be careful. I don't want to run over the top of him. And maybe that's a part of the
maybe
ploy,
that's
the
mental, strategy,
the mental game.
Like the GT40s, 40 inches off the ground. That's how they got the name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this. This is a ripping battle with the 98 of Ashby. And that's that beautiful-looking GTV 105 type of shape with the number 6 there of Hung Do. And Ashby has come through on Hung Do in the early parts of this race, so made up a spot in the midfield here. GTV type of shape. Alfetta in the background there with the yellow nose cone.
Hung Do having a bit of a look down the inside. That's not going to come off, or is it? He might be trying for an outside down here. Around the gum tree they go. Now he's going to try and put the car down the inside. Not going to be able to pull that one off. If you can get down the inside into that tight corner onto the back straight, you've got a chance. But he wasn't able to pull that off. The Alfa far too smart for that one.
That beautiful 86 GTV Alfetta looks $1 million. Have a look at the D Tomoso now. Nothing short of cubic inches there. The 79 under brakes, just plonks it on the corner there. The Alfa Romeo GTV of Hugh Harrison, and dealing with the D Tomoso, which will be an absolute beast of a machine to wheel around here. Wouldn't mind a bit of a go on a D Tomoso. I've always enjoyed the look of that type of car.
And a great looking car, and he tried for the outside, wasn't able to pull that off, got right beside him, but thought better of trying to stay on the outside around turn 1. That wasn't going to work for him. Good way to end up playing out in the kitty litter.
Ross Jackson, the D Tomoso Pantera, 5.8 litres, way outweighing the 2 litre of Hugh Harrison.
Been around here a number of times over the years too, Darren, in that D Tomoso.
So's Hugh Harrison in an Alfa product as well. Many of them over the years. So a couple of very experienced campaigners on the Winton Motor Raceway. Have a look at this up front now. This is 1, 2 and 3 on the road. 2 and 3 are almost interchangeable with each other at the moment.
Well, even 4 and 5 are pretty much in the game.
We've got a aerial surveillance going on over the track at the moment there.
Yeah, a little bit of powered hang gliding going on by the look of it. I'm not sure that he'd be strictly legal at that altitude where he is.
Not my way of enjoying a weekend, that's for sure. Hanging off a parachute like that, but I tell you what, this is how I want to spend my weekend. Have a look at that. That's East to Bajet, Brown, Brett and Kaiser, and even Hot's weighing in on the back of this. Talking about Hot, this is it.
Yep.
Hot or not, this one here, the 911. Have we got Alex Webster? Has he got it on board? I would have thought that Alex would have had the pace. He certainly did early on in this weekend. He was able to turn up the volume when he was chasing down the Corvette. At the moment, I would suggest he's looking for just it almost looks like the GoPro on top of the roll cage is all he can see, isn't it?
Pretty much. And Barbara Barber on the last time around, a 1:37.87. That's the fastest lap he's pulled so far for this event. And Webster right behind, a 1:38.17.
Well, he's not losing the guys behind, is he? But he's just managed to tick out a good lap there. I'm not sure whether he's overcooked it into turn one, because these two are now monstering all over the back of him. Here comes all the field streaming up the straight here. Again, being led by the number 9 of East. That is the Porsche Carrera. Richard East, Carrera 3 litre, 1976 unit, and then a plethora of MG and
51
Spitfire.
Brown, and that machine, that beautiful little car of his, well worth going and having a look at. Probably the wrong end of the weekend to try and get down into the pits to have a look, but if you come next year, which you should, make sure that you get down into the pits and have a look around at all of these cars. The drivers, owners and pit crew are usually more than happy to talk to you about their car.
We're looking at East, David Bagent, and then on more to the 51 there. That's Kent Brown, MGB. 1798, the most popular sounding MG. And I reckon any one of us in this room and just about anyone on this property could close their eyes and one of these drive by and you'd know the exhaust note as well.
Yeah, they're
like the Porsche. They're very, very distinct.
It's one on their own, yeah.
The 311 now find some pace.
Yeah.
And there's the checkered flag, and it has been given to Douglas Barber.
Yep.
And then Meyer got through on Alex Webster on the line there.
Well, 1:37.75, the fastest lap for out of anybody on that last lap for Meyer.
Out of 1300cc, so Alex Webster capitulated in the end in the number 7. And I think Alex enjoyed the carrot being dangled in front of him off the back of a Corvette rather than off the back of a fellow Porsche competitor.
Could be.
By the looks of things. Jones, Tom Wallstep home in 5th place in that big banger Porsche, the 928 4.5 litre. Got it home. Harrison, and then Ross Jackson brings home the De Tomosa into position 7. 8, Pearson, Ashby, Floyd, East, Brown. Well, this is where the best bit of the race was. East, Brown, Bright and Bagent. I guess the guys in 1, 2, 3 and 4 will argue with me on that one, but certainly we saw a really good part of that race. There's that Martini liveried 928.
And really good to see the competitors there, arms out, acknowledging each other and the flag point guys, the volunteers that put in such a huge effort for all of these events. The drivers appreciate those guys with the flags so much.
Well, they are your eyes and ears, and I would suggest that probably during that one there, Alex Webster was looking more to the flaggies to see if there was a blue flag for that particular car number 1, pushing its way through.
He might have been looking to see if there was a meatball flag for the car in front.
Quite possible, hey? Quite possible.
He would have been hoping for it. Not really.
Let's take a quick break, Phil. Thank you very much for all your help on the Group S, J, KLB, Formula V and M Sports and Racing. And with that title, the race is almost over.
It is. And yeah, thanks very much for having me along as a part of the event, Darren. Been a great event.
VHRR are doing a tremendous job with all their events, and I'm absolutely privileged to be part of it as well, Phil. But, I think we've got Greg Smith joining us for the last run for the JK and LB, and then it'll be up to Ron and I to bring the sails home wet and bring it into dock for the final regularity run for the day. Be back in just a couple of moments for JKLB Formula V. Back in a moment.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48 volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life.
My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing.
Hand-built with a stainless steel roof.
It won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
In 71, this was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannons, of course.
Our final lights to flag type of race for the day. Last event will be a regularity, and that's coming up straight after this 15-minute affair with the JKLB and M Sports and Racing Formula V, and invited. A very, very long title. Lucky I've got a co-commentator, just like me. We run fairly simply with a Darren Smith and a Greg Smith, no relation, or probably somewhere along the line. Greg, been great having you up here with your expertise and your passion, enthusiasm for these cars in this particular field.
Yeah, these are, you know, some people call them dinosaurs, but if you look at, say, the front 2-3 cars there, they are all putting in times quicker than all the HQs and quicker than 90% of the tribute cars. People don't sort of realise how quick these old buffers are on skinny little tyres.
Yeah, it certainly is. When you put it into reality terms like that, that gives it a really good checking point. And then when you start to the other checking point and you look at the year of manufacture from some of these cars, and you know, in this field we look right back into the 40s.
Yeah, we start here with the more modern one, the Renmax. These were built in Sydney by Bob Britton. Renmax, Ren being the German word for race, and max is quite obvious, racing to the max. So these are the little Renmax. It's a little Formula Junior. It's got a tiny little Ford in it. Haven't been able to find out whether it's a 3-bearing or a 5-bearing, but it revs to 9,500 in 1100 cc's.
Well, that sounds like a 3-bearing to me. There's not enough. There's too much resistance with a 5-bearing.
Yeah. So here we are lining up for the start. The car to watch, Graham Raper, the big tall one. He's got lots of horsepower. There should be smoke there.
Let's have a quick look before they take off. Noel Bryan, Connor Ryan right alongside Graham Raper, Russell Budge, Max Pegram there, Barry Bates, Paul Doherty, Jack Waldron, Peter Flanagan, Bowden, Faulkner, Ross McLaughlin, Michael Olsen, Harold Roberts and Callum Ross. There's a couple that haven't fronted up there, but away we go. Boy, did you see the tyres grow on Graham Raper's car then. Applied the power in the car like a Pro Stock. Just lifted up off the ground an extra 20 mil or so.
I think Graham in the past might have had some of his engines breathed on by somebody in America.
Giving him some extra horsepower, you think, Greg?
Well, you know, cubic horsepower, cubic dollars makes makes for a good racing car.
That's what makes the world go round, doesn't it? Not always. Not always. You can put a supercharger or a turbo on them, give them some blown capacity.
Well, these cars, being historic, have to be how they were presented in the day. You can't sort of add enhancements. So the red car there and this car here and this car, they can't have tyres smaller than the diameter they ran or wider than the diameter they ran. So Max Pegram's car there, the little Gemini, tiny little wheels, 3 inches wide.
And these cars would all have documentation that would have to ensure their integrity as to exactly what they say they are?
They've got a thing called a certificate of description, which has got every single component there. And when they're asked to produce it, they have to have it with them. And a scrutineer or an eligibility person can check that there's been no dodgy doings at the diggings.
That's what it should be too. If you're running in a class that is designed to be in period, then that's what you do. Numerous different iterations: front engine, rear drive, rear engine, rear drive, front engine, rear drive, sitting on the diff almost like we're seeing with that car in that leading bunch.
That's right, and some not running now because they've broken with chain drive, which makes for interesting braking because they've got 2 brakes on the front and only 1 brake on the back axle.
Yep. because the other one's got the sprocket driving the shaft.
Correct.
Love watching this Renmax, as we discovered earlier. Portsea Blue is the colour designation. And, of course, Renmax's went right up to bigger sports cars as well, as you touched on, Greg. 1 litre or 1.1 litre power plant. It's all about the power to weight ratio. Whoa! Connor getting very, very loose there. Great car control. The world's biggest steering wheel being sawn left to right there to gather it all up.
Yeah, and I believe, Connor's major sponsor is his mother, and she'll be looking at how much money these tyres are costing with him flat spotting them like that.
Oh, she might also say, well, you've got to get the win, son, and no matter how way you get it, you bring it back, and as long as you got the W, we go to the next one.
Ryan Racing, very competitive.
The number 16 now getting a good look at Graham Raper. This car at Sandown on the very, very long straights. Its velocity going up the hill to what used to be called Rothman's Rise is absolutely staggering, the pace that thing can get up climbing up that hill. Does a tremendous job. And we'll be at Sandown, really looking forward to that on the 9th and 10th of November. Keep your eyes peeled for Phillip Island for the classic down there as well, early on in 2025. Always well worth getting down there. In fact, it is the best four-wheel race meeting at the island you'll go to.
Ryan now with 4 gears is doing a little bit better. He's soaring at the wheel there, and it's a bit speedway-ish for young Connor, but anyway, he's gathered it up and he's on his way.
Yeah, I tell you what, there was quite a few wheel inputs there, wasn't it? It's all about, this car here is all about setting an angle and holding it there as well, not soaring away at the wheel. Tiny little steering wheel there on board the Renmax, whereas Connor is really working hard. Those forearms, it'd be like he's done a motocross enduro. The arm pump hanging onto the steering wheel. Look at that. Gathering it all up. Beautiful car control.
Nice balance. There's Paul Doherty here in the big Dodge, and he's got the Formula Vs. They do lap times quicker than him, and they start a fair way back behind him. So they've got to catch up off the start line, but when they get there, they just hold their corner speed and just drive past like that.
Yeah, I'd be quite concerned that he hadn't seen me. Well, letting him through there. No. 57 arm up in the air, acknowledging that the Formula V is coming through, and then
everything looks a bit slower. Did we get a flag there or something? No, it doesn't look like it.
It's quite relaxed through there, doesn't it?
Max Pegram there in the little Gemini. Unbelievable paint job, particularly shiny job, and nicely sign-written numbers and just lettering. Not stick-on vinyl, so all done in the correct historic way.
Just watching the Renmax now, the number 63, as it's charging around, coming into the sweeper this time, hangs on nicely. See some of the cars getting loaded onto trailers out in the campgrounds there. Great to have seen such a good crowd in the camping grounds out there this weekend. There's not many tracks you can still get to do that, not even events that you can get to do that anymore. Would have been chilly overnight, but I'm sure they all had a great old time as Connor Ryan comes through. And these guys are completing 3.5 laps as we go. Still just out over 5 minutes to go in this. So this is a bit of a longer affair for these guys than what they've had for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, well, we want to make sure that people like Max, who've got a very small fuel tank, have got enough fuel for an event this long.
Certainly got the big bulge on the back there. Could probably hold a decent
well, that's good. It's interesting because that big bulge holds inboard brakes. The brakes are in against the differential.
Well, you probably don't want the fuel tank near that. There's going to be a fair bit of heat there. Last place you want to have the fuel tank. But yes, you're right there, Greg. That car does look brilliant. It even comes up magnificent on TV. The details, that little checkered flag around the white nose lip there as well looks.
Now here are the young boys in the Formula V's. Some of these are juniors from the club, and they get started in the V's, and they get very good coaching from their fathers and mentors, and that's how close they race, like that for the whole race.
Barry Bates there just allowing the Formula Vs to continue on their way, and Barry in the Thompson Special.
Thompson Ford is a copy of an English Lola, front engine car, very sophisticated for its day, and it was then just eclipsed by the rear engine cars. So that was the very last of the front engine sports cars before everything got the engine put in the wrong end. Well, some people.
Some people, I was going to say, yeah, there's a little series called Formula One and IndyCar that have continued on with that concept. Quite successfully too.
I've been known to put my foot in my mouth before, but anyway.
Like, I appreciate the motor takes all sorts. Everyone's thoughts are valid, aren't they? But certainly we've seen this weekend the iterations of front and rear engines and where they're positioned, transverse or north-south, whichever way it may be. Flat fours air-cooled in these three cars. Nice run down the inside there for the 71, which is Michael Olsen. And as you touched on, these couple of younger VHRR members get great assistance from the club to gather momentum in their racing career, and I guess the whole thing is about getting them hooked and keeping them on the line and involved in motorsport, and a very noble cause is what the VHRR launched with their younger members. It's really a very good incentive program.
The older single-seater cars, you know, without roofs or doors, often people are walking past with their little kids, and we ask, would the kid like to sit in the car? So if you can get the kid, when you're ready to retire, that kid will remember that and he'll buy that car.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely correct. That's what got me in. They rope you in, and probably the best point is not too far after the end of the race, and you can get in there and it's all nice and hot, and you can get the feeling of what it's like to be a race driver.
Yeah, the little kids get in and make the brum brum noise, and mum and dad take the picture, and it gets put up at their 21st, and then they go looking for a racing car.
Hey, Greg, I don't reckon it was that long ago you sat in the passenger seat and made the brum brum noise yourself.
I do it every day.
Yeah, there you go. I spotted that a mile off.
Here we go. Noel's having just a bit of a lonely drive, but he's doing his job.
Sunday afternoon picnic, really, in the 63, and punching out 1 minute 35.56 lap times, which, in all intents and purposes, is absolutely no slouch. That's doing the job.
And gorgeous northern Victoria over the divide. Chilly weather makes good horsepower, and he's certainly got enough grip, so he can use all that power.
It is starting to get the chill in the air, isn't it? At about 3:30 it started to really start to chill down. What have we got now? Just on 4:30. So we're heading for an on-time finish. The program today has bounced around a little bit from on time to running behind time, and now we're sort of caught up where we should be, so that things do start to finish on time. Just on 1 minute left in this journey.
While the cars are breezing around, we'd like to thank the sponsors of the event, the Cave Hill Engines, Shannons, Cool Drive and Aussie Soils, who have put their hand up to help with the financing of these events.
Yeah, it's vitally important, isn't it? It's certainly something that when these cars raced in the day, the rules said no sign writing on the car other than the driver and the designer names. Nowadays, we're looking for extra spots on the car to put those all-important sponsor stickers, and I guess with the advent of live streaming with these events, we can put you don't have to put the stickers on the cars, you put them on the screen, and anyone watching on board. And we've all got a live stream machine in our pocket these days. It's called a smartphone, so you can be tuned into the VHRR Winton Festival of Speed for 2024, brought to you by Equity One, wherever you want.
Interestingly, in the day when we were racing these cars, when they were sort of closer to being new, we got paid towing money if we crossed the Murray. We got paid starting money, lap money and win money.
Spinner there for the number 40, and that's Callum Ross.
He's safe and he's back on.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think you hear of any of those little cash surprises anymore, with racing?
Well, certainly not with historic. It hemorrhages money when you start putting bits and pieces and tyres and accommodation.
Wonderland RV and Equity One, two of the big sponsors right across this entire event here this weekend. Had a bit of a sniff around early this morning on the Wonderland RVs. Beautiful pieces of kit. And of course, Equity One, they can help you out with all of your finance needs around that part of the world as well. Shannons Insurance, the great insurance company that keeps motorsport going just about any time you go to the races. Two very big race weekends on at the moment. The Shannons Speed Series at Queensland Raceway, and of course the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024 here, and Shannon's a part of the package here. Cool Drive doing a wonderful job, and of course their new venture with Racer Industries on board there as well, and Grays.com. And I believe we are on the final lap of this race, and this guy is just about to reach out and grab that checkered flag, and really enjoyed this afternoon run. There it is, there's the checkered flag, and it is going to go to Noel Bryan.
Noel Bryan in the Renmax. A fair gap to second, which according to our feed should be Connor Ryan, and it is.
These guys are still on their final lap because the checkered flag's gone to that guy, and he's just idling around at the top of the hill there, just saying thanks to the flaggies at turn 3. And they've done a tremendous job. All of our officials around the track, the recovery crews, the crane trucks have been a little bit busy today, picking up a couple of cars which we didn't like seeing bellied out. I never like seeing crashed race cars. I know and understand how that affects your life in the ensuing months to get it back up to where you want it to be. Instead of developing it to go faster, you're fixing it to get it back on track.
So in the fish hooks is Russell Budge Brothers Racing, followed by Max Pegram. And the little Formula V's are just catching up to the last of the J.K.L. cars. They have a race within a race, and they have all there's 3 or 4 categories in the same race.
Thumbs up for everybody around there. Graham Raper just in the Ford Special, saying g'day. Thank you, everyone. The George Reed Ford. In its raw aluminium body.
Started life as the Ben Tar car with a model Ford, so it started in the 1930s before it got the V8 after the war. And if you're in the pits and you look at the car, it's fairly sophisticated. It doesn't have a beam axle. They've hacksawed the beam axle in front in half and put 2 pivots. Here it comes. There's 2 pivots in the front, and it's actually got independent front suspension.
I guess, yeah, in the 30s that would be quite a sophisticated setup.
Yeah, well, that particular bit was done after the war, but because it was built out of all pre-war parts, it goes in the pre-war. Yeah.
So that rounds out our cars for the groups J, K, LB, M Sports Racing and Formula V for the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. Handing out shuckers to all the cameramen out there as well.
Yeah,
very, very happy.
Graham's had a very successful weekend. He's hasn't put a spanner on the car. It's started every time. He's had it warmed up in time and on the grid in time, and he's had a great weekend, like all of us have. So thanks very much for watching the JK&L, and we hope to see you at the next meeting.
Greg, thank you very much for all of your passion, enthusiasm and knowledge. Really appreciated it during the sessions these cars have been on track.
Cheers, Darren. Thank you. Bye.
See you at the next one. We've got one more final event to come, and Ron Simmons will be joining me, Darren Smith, for this one. The Regularity for the final event of the day. And this is a true grassroots type of motorsport. Regularities do bring plenty of pleasure to people new in the sport. And I've got to say, I'm looking forward to doing some regularities later on in my days as well, because I'm not up for getting people rubbed down the side of my car and run me off the road these days. So the regularity teaches you how to control the car, control it to a time, which in longer distance racing, if you're ever lucky enough to do longer distance racing, that's what you do. You've got to pip off those times and just run it to that program and keep the team happy.
And what sort of car would you be driving in these regularity events?
I get an MX-5.
MX-5?
Yeah. Something nice and simple.
Well, I tried to enter in an MX-5, but they're too young. They've got to be a little bit older. See, 1989...
Oh, you just got to get an invite, Ron. Surely you can get an invite.
Well, the 89 is the first of the MX-5, so... I think 72 is actually the break-off for regularity, but as you say, some invited cars coming. All right, so as we said before, regularity is where you go up to the timekeepers and nominate at a time after practice. So you nominate at a time and you have to keep within fairly close proximity of that time. You start with 50 points and gradually go down the thing from there, because I think I might have mentioned before, I've done a lot of regularities, and unfortunately somewhere along the line the red mist comes over the eyes and you're going too quick.
I changed my mind just looking at that Nota. I probably maybe a Lotus Super 7 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Something pretty easy to drive.
Yeah. Something.
An XL perhaps, they're pretty cheap.
No, I think I'd actually like a Super 7 to go racing with, but let alone I don't think that's going to happen, so I'm going to stop this conversation right there.
Righto.
I haven't got the bank balance to have this conversation.
Your bank manager will decide what you're going to have or not.
That's true, yes, that's exactly right.
Righto. So the Hyundai lead car is bringing us around. There's a car that you can go into the new car showroom and buy with a permit to be able to race it and still get warranty.
Yeah, the Hyundai have done really well with that N series of cars. They're quite quick. They're in the same vein, I guess, of what Subaru had the WRX and the WRX STIs out there.
Yeah, exactly.
They've done the same sort of program, and I guess it wasn't Subaru that started that. It was probably Ford with the Lotus Cortinas, and the Cosworth Escorts were probably the first of those hot little four bangers.
Absolutely, yes. So so you can actually go and buy one of those and get it's got a racing mode set up on it and all that type of stuff. They're pretty good. All right, these cars will be underway very shortly, and like as I said, we have how long have we got for these cars? Usually it's about 15 minutes, but we may be
15 minutes
short on time, but we'll see how we go.
Yep, 15 minutes.
Usually give them 15 minutes. Wouldn't be the first time I've done a commentary here at Winton with the cars with their headlights on.
Yeah, well, it's we're sort of heading in that direction. Certainly my journey south from here is going to be with the headlights on, that's for sure.
Right, with a little Nissan turbo type cars. These were sort of the Godzilla type things of the day.
They were the precursor to the Godzilla, weren't they?
Very quick car for their day, yes. And the little, is it a Datsun coming in behind there? I think that was the car we saw earlier, Waterhouse. He did very well earlier on, actually. And the Wingate, I should say, going through there is another one of those two doors. That's that 260Z. As I said, a bit of a luxury car for its day. Pretty heavy old sort of a car too. Oops, he's slowing down for some reason.
Yeah, I reckon the brake pedal might get pretty long after 15 minutes of smoking around Winton
yes.
layout in the Datsun.
And a 260Z there too. That was the extended version of the 240Z, which I think is the one that's coming along behind. Yeah, you can see the difference in the body shape. One slightly extended, a bit like the extended limousine type of thing, but the 260 was really to make it a sort of a proper four-seater, I suppose. The 240 pretended it had a back seat, a bit like the RX-7. Somehow that got through as being a touring car until somebody actually decided to get the measuring stick out and suggest that it wasn't quite regulations.
And it all got away from them by that stage, hadn't it?
Well, as also happened with the Porsche.
Yes.
Alan Hamilton was within a coulee of actually winning the Touring Car Championship. Someone else decided we better get the ruler out and found that, no, there's not enough room here to make it a touring car.
It wasn't even a sophisticated vernier or anything, was it? It was just a ruler. You only had to be within
just your mother's
run of the mill
measuring
stirring
tape.
ruler.
Yeah, that was it.
We're talking earlier, just wanted to clarify for those still at the track and watching online, the Phillip Island Classic is on between the 7th and 9th of March at 2025. Looking forward to that one as well. And of course, the announcements that come thick and fast as that event sneaks around. It is a huge weekend at Phillip Island, so join the VHRR down there at Phillip Island for the Phillip Island Classic Festival of Motorsport, 7th, 8th and 9th of March. And of course the next event, the next big event with the VHRR is at Sandown, Big Bad Sandown, the home of horsepower, and that's on the 9th and 10th of November. And of course, if you've got the program, the Geelong Revival is also down there for the 22nd, 23rd and 24th of November. So as the sun starts to shine down south, the motoring events start to occur again thick and fast.
Yes, and generally getting into the better weather, although we don't want a repeat of Phillip Island of last year. We had near 40-degree type days and it was just way too hot. We'd like days of sort of 26, 27 degrees maybe, but no.
I'm going to say, though, it didn't dull the enthusiasm, did it? People were still keen to get out on track and go for it.
Absolutely, my word. Everyone kept there, but very tiring conditions, that's for sure.
But yeah, just wanted to confirm that. Wasn't quite sure on the date. So 7th, 8th and 9th of March for the Phillip Island Classic. It is one well worth noting in your diary right now.
Lovely car there, that car 7 Sabolius, I think it is. Beautiful looking, the Mark III type Cortinas. Not that many of them race, although Jimmy the Kewen did run one right at the very end when it was in the shell colours. Now, very smoky 260Z there with the nice big fat wide wheels. Maybe a little bit of racing clearance, as we used to call that in the old days, with a bit of smoke.
Bit of flaring of the arches.
But once the smoke stops, well, there's no oil to burn up anyway, and it goes bang on the side of the road.
Problem solved.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the stance of that white, I think it's a Mustang, it might be a Shelby. It just nose up in the air, it's either very soft in the suspension, but it just rears up like an old drag car and away it goes. It's fantastic. Look at the way, even the toe end of the back, the front wheels, that's like something's not quite right there.
It does, doesn't it? It does look like a drag car.
That is unusual.
I've
not seen that happen before.
Under heavy load as a drag car, that sort of tends to happen.
Very unusual stance. You usually see it sitting nice and straight, but and it kicks the front wheels in. Look, they're completely wearing the inside of the tyre. I hope the guy actually sees this on TV one day, or his friends say. I think we better head down to Petters or somewhere.
We need to tune this up a bit,
get the suspension looked at. That is most unusual. But there again, if you might remember, the Gagan car used to have some really weird suspension angles getting around, but not quite like that one. Little Hyundai XL, gosh, you could buy these things for about $2 a little while ago, but can't do it now. They all of a sudden become very expensive to buy. 69 going through there, that's the
best way to get your value out of your used car is invent a racing series for it, make sure it's successful, and you run out of stock pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. That's quite true. There's these 260 and 240Zs still cranking around. Car 6, I think that one is. That looks like McGee in the little Datsun. And that's an unusual one. And that's the one I'm thinking about coming into picture. Yes, it's a two-door. And it would not be very many of those about. That'd be what they call a Japanese import.
Yeah, one of the JDMs, the Japan domestic model.
Yes, they made so many other different cars that we didn't get here in Australia, of all variants of Japanese cars.
Yeah, the Skyline, we think we've done well with the Godzillas, but there's different Skylines in Japan that you can get. They line them up down the street, the different variations.
Absolutely, my word, they're so different. These cars are still going round. They've got about 7 minutes or so to go round. And now we've got the Spirandio in car 357, which is the, have to quite get that car, but I haven't got the program in front of me, but that's what every commentator should have, but never mind. 357. Darren's having a look up to see what it is. But he's certainly...
Alfa Spider.
Oh, it's the Alfa Spider. That was the one that did
Grade
very
2
well
litre.
previously.
It did, correct.
Yeah, the Alfa Spider with the soft top.
Sure did.
Silver car. And then D. Brazil is second. Only lost 1 point. Jay Smith in 2:11 is third. So... and it changes every lap, of course. We really can't give you the winner of the regularity until the very last car has gone over the line.
Is it a cumulative effect of the 3 sessions they have, Ron, or is it a separate? Each event is separately run?
Each event
is separate.
Separate. You can have get a little trophy or a plaque for each event.
Gee, this is a type of car. Maybe this one, Ron. Maybe I'll settle on a 1200 coupe.
That'll be the way. Nice and easy, pretty cheap. Now here's our unusual suspension on that Ford Mustang. I can't believe that. Oh yes, yeah, and the braking all over the shop, and that upset the guy running. He was looking in the mirror, I'm sure. Car number 1, which is the Cebolus in the Cortina. Don't know whether he thought he was getting out of the way or what he was doing, but he's off the track anyway. There's 357 we're talking about, and the
Alfa Spider.
I'm pretty sure 357 is clearer. Assuming it could be a lady, we'll take yes. I would take it could be a lady driving that car.
Clara Spenderio.
We've got the light density light on the back, just in case you can't see her.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? It is starting to get, the sun's setting, that is for sure.
Look, we've got the flash front lights on as well. Look at that, very nice.
Well, probably Clara might be nicknamed Hollywood with the LEDs across the front of the car like that.
Absolutely.
We're just looking for the searchlight in the sky.
Amazing when you think of Winton, you're looking at that picture there, see the old pit area there that is just on the left of the screen. That's how it used to be, and got pretty busy there a long time when we had endurance races here. A lot of activity, people bumping each other's shoulders and getting in the way. And here's this Mustang again. As I say, it could be a Shelby. It's a GT. They call it a GT 350, I think that is.
Might be. It's probably a very, very valuable car. GT 350 exactly is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Phil Spender, 1966 Ford Mustang GT 350. Probably $500,000 worth of race car there that just needs a bit of a reset on the front suspension. It'd be a whole lot more enjoyable to drive, I would expect.
I think so, yes. Well, he locked it up something terrible just before.
Beautiful car though, really is an iconic shape there with the swooping rear window.
It's the fastback version of it. So anyway, 357 is still going around and still leading. Now they nominated a 2 minutes exactly for the lap, and they're doing a 2:01. So you can't get much closer than that.
Yeah, that's hitting the nail on the head, isn't it? Really.
Absolutely. You must just have the right finesse to be able to do it. It's very hard to do, believe me. I've done it many times.
I find it very hard. You nominate a number at the start of the weekend, you think it's pretty hard to get. By the end of the weekend, you're nailing that number. So you tend to break out a couple of times, don't you?
Well, generally the idea is to do the fastest lap you can do in practice. This is before it becomes official what you're doing. So then you can knock it back a little bit to know that you can drive just quite easily a couple of seconds off your fastest lap. And so you nominate that time and you can do it fairly easy. That's the theory anyway.
That is the theory. And then, like you said earlier on, the red mist comes down and you get all excited, helmet on, and away you shoot.
Absolutely. Of course, you can get canned if you go too fast. I think if you, well, it could be 5 seconds, whatever it is, and you pretty much get black flag.
Yes,
there is the finish.
There it is, checkered flag.
12 minutes elapsed, and at this point of time, the Alfa driver is still leading. But as I said, we can't tell you until exactly the last car has gone over the line.
We've got time. We'll hang about for that. We'd like to see the results of this regularity. Everyone's put it in, and I guess the thing with that, also with that checkered flag drops is that we see the checkered flag drop on another year of the Winton Festival of Speed, the Victorian Historic Racing Register, with the support of Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannons Insurance, Cool Drive and Grays.com.au as the title sponsors. And across our screen, Old Radios Repaired. Mark Sully joined us up here during the Sports Sedans, Build Spec and Rapid Splash Repairs, bringing us the Regularity, and every one of our categories had their specialised sponsors right throughout this weekend. And as I said, that checkered flag does signal that competitive activity has ceased.
Because Equity One, Darren Equity One have actually come on board for this event, Sedan and I believe Phillip Island.
Dean Koutsamidis racing in the Formula Fords, had a bit of a coming together with Andrew Reid, so our naming rights sponsor did get in a bit of strife during racing yesterday afternoon, but did bring it home in the Formula Fords just outside the podium position. So he obviously is enjoying his motorsport with historic racing. He's done just about everything you could possibly do, including big GT cars and things like that, Dean Koutsamidis. But cars appear to have all come across the finish line now. So it's Clara Spirito that has got that top spot in Regularity number 3.
Waving to the crowd, or the people up there, or the flaggies are somewhere.
Friends and family that have stayed around. So that's the Alfa Spider, and then it's the 211, the Datsun 260Z of Judd Smith, the 1977 gold in colour there. Then it is the 54 of, I think it's Daniel Brazil, is it? 54, yeah, Daniel Brazil, the Datsun Bluebird, 1970. And that's our top 3 as they come around. Car 20, Adams was 4th, and that's Paul Adams in the other Datsun 260Z.
It's broken down.
It's
no, the 260Z has decided it's had enough.
The luxury saloon has said, right, that's it. It's going to be a long drive home tonight if we're using this car to get home.
It had registration plates on it too, I think. All right, Darren, thank you for that, and thanks for having us up for a commentary for this weekend with the other VHRR guys and many guests that we had this weekend, which was good. So I'll sign off, and we'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Ron. And from Central Commentary here, we go down to Braxy to sign off from the event. Thanks for having us all. I hope you all had a great weekend.
The sun's gone, the temperature's dropping dramatically, and as the smell of burning rubber dissipates into the atmosphere, it's time to say goodbye to the 2024 version of the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed here at this magnificent layout. We've seen some fantastic racing across the board, from the open wheelers all the way to those raging tin tops, and also the tribute cars and those V8 supercars from eras gone by. And everybody here has had an absolutely brilliant time. Free access into the paddock. It's been sensational. And until next time, on behalf of Darren Smith, the commentator, who has had some great guests up there over the weekend, all the production crew, the officials, the marshals, everybody involved, we hope you've enjoyed it here on Let's Talk Motorsport and Wide Bay ITV. And until next year, keep it revved, keep it pinned, and keep on smiling.